Do 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 da 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 da. Man, I want to log in. What the hell? Let's go ahead and pose BNet. I had to install World of Warcraft. If you know, you know. Do do do. All right. Even though I got back yesterday, I didn't actually look at like any of this shit until today. I think I saw this on my phone. It's just like a little nothing thing, right? It shows old Scion nodes, old scavenger nodes from before the first Freesia event. Like these are old, so I don't know what any of that's gonna mean. But probably some kind of thing with Scion. And then this new skill came out. Looks cool. Looks slow as fuck. With proper area scaling, that could get absolutely massive. Likely will have bad damage numbers though for single target compared to the likes of Earthshatter. And this is the one that I haven't actually watched yet. I have no clue anything about this. Yo, what's up, nerds? 51. Sam's really not dead. 50% attack speed. That did look slow as fuck. This looked very slow. 3 minutes.
Hi.
Let's watch it on YouTube. Get that good quality.
I'm Mark Roberts. Hi,
full
I'm
AP
Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. For the past several patches, we've been aiming to improve quality of life when playing PoE, and the Mirage League will be no different. Since adding the currency exchange, we've been closely monitoring feedback and looking for improvements that can be made to the system. In Path of Exile Mirage, you can now favorite trades on the currency exchange. This consists of selecting 2 currencies that you want to be able to trade between with a single click, and setting them as a favorite trade. Favorite trades will appear by default on opening the currency exchange, and will still auto-suggest a ratio based on recent trade data.
Okay, I like that, but I kind of wish I could just favorite specific things. Like, only the Chaos Orb. I mean, it kind of at least gets you partially there. Like, only certain things that I'm currently working on.
A further improvement to the currency exchange is the ability to open and interact with your stash while you have the exchange window open.
That is really nice.
Since 3.24, we've been looking to add new ways to improve the campaign experience, and 3.28 is no different.
So all the gauntlet things are active.
Over 20 landmark rooms throughout the campaign, scattered across all 10 acts. Some of these reward some pretty useful stuff, so keep an eye out for the new and unexpected rooms, side passages, chests, and encounters as you progress throughout.
Okay, I think all of those forced rewards they added that were like, you know, when you do a zone or like do an encounter in this zone, like the current loot mechanic in this zone, and you get a guaranteed loot thing, I think this is going to be where that loot is now, instead of being tied to the current loot mechanic. So like your 5 link that you got in Act 6 for free by doing a breach, I think that's going to be the kind of shit that's back in these things. Like a guaranteed Chaos Orb for like whatever the thing in Act 3 was. That's my guess, but we'll see. Unfortunately, of course, on League Star, we're not going to know where any of the good shit is. But as soon as someone finds a guaranteed 5 link, if it exists, hit us up.
We want most of these to be a surprise, but we'll show you just one. There is now a small central island in the Karui Fortress, all inhabitants of which will drop a basic tattoo when slain.
Okay, that's neat.
Now, when trading in a full set of divination cards, it will automatically be handed in to become the resultant item. If you then turn in another set immediately, the reward from the previous set will be transferred to your inventory directly, assuming there's enough free space.
I need to make my div card filter so much less strict because I can actually, like, it's actually worth turning things in like that. When I turned in 400 voids, it genuinely was a currency loss compared to playing the game. But like that's way better. I need to get so many extra cards back on the filter.
Space to do so. Labyrinth font crafts that previously gave a random transfigured gem now allow you to choose which transfigured gem of that type you'd like to receive.
That's neat. Helps a little bit with the more
asynchronous
stock runs.
trade item sale history is now hoverable, with full item descriptions of the sold item. When using Divine Orbs, you can now tell exactly which modifiers can be randomized.
Oh, that's neat. Love that.
The ritual icon will now glow if you've got significant unspent tribute in an area and all rituals are complete. And a pop-up will appear after the final ritual completion.
Sorry, Drew from Lab Prison. Not really, because it's still not enough for Lab, unfortunately. Like that helps a lot with specifically the worst gems to get, like some of the ones that had multiple transfigured. But it's still like you can still get so fucked. It's 1 in 8 to get that craft. In theory, this league, I saw 31 fonts before I got that craft a single time, and I also missed the 1 in 3 to random into my my gem every single time. And like I did that with Gift of the Goddesses, right? Not too bad. If you're doing that in Merc Lab and you need to do 31 fonts in Merc Lab to get your gem, like that's like 3-4 hours on League Start. It just fucking sucks. That's why we just try to League Start with things that don't require transfigure gems if we're not in Trade League.
Also on the topic of ritual, you can now quick use vessels on completed rituals. Have you ever tried to click a divine shrine surrounded by enemies and find it extremely difficult to click? Well, shrines now take priority over monsters when clicking in an area they overlap.
10 years, we got there. I love it. That's sick.
To find out more changes coming.
They should revert that change though, because honestly, that's like an important skill check in Path of Exile. Like if you can't click the shrine, you deserve to die. So I don't like it.
In Path of Exile Mirage, tune into the live stream on February 26th.
Might just get better.
Thanks, and see you then.
Yo, 50 minutes. I'm so fucking excited. Like the entire plane ride back, and even when I was chilling in Georgia, I'm excited. I'm ready to grind. Hopefully there's some good shit, because last patch kind of sucked. I still played it for a month. I still had fun, but like, any bingo? Nah, we're doing it natty. This elitist gatekeeping? Oof. What do you mean elitist? You don't have a mouse? Don't you have hands? Hunting bears in the mountain again? Yeah. Had to. Oh yeah, I saw. Are there more than just the 2 that were posted? Beano's just like double the radius. Love that. I never actually played a Beano's build yet because it's T0 and the times that I found it and self-found it, I never used it. Essentia Sanguis is like, it's probably not pronounced that way. It's probably like fucking Sanguis or some shit. But this is Slayer, so it lasts 10 seconds instead of 5 seconds for leech duration. And this is just like Trickster Overleech. But like 1.59 is like disgusting. As long as you can just get Overleech for free with like some Ghost Dance balancing, it just doesn't really ever make sense to use this kind of stuff. Yeah, it works on Instant Leech too, and it can be good. But like EE and Energy Blade are gonna be like 3 to 4x more damage than this claw. Like it's like 3 to 6x more damage than this claw. And all of these little effects down here are not like that insane. Like you can get this with Ghost Shroud. This is 1 point on the tree. Longer duration leech is good, but yeah, not a bad starter claw. Yeah, but it's a T0. You know, like starter claw T0. That's 2 million dust. I think it still is to me. Beano's is really good though. Beano's was already good, and now it's better. What the fuck? That's a crossbow. There's a PoE 2 logo and they're showing crossbows and PoE 2 shit. What is this? Wrong game. I know, you get both. That's fine. It's fine. 50 minutes. Can't wait to log in and do some campaign runs after as well. Silently starting coming. I mean, it depends on what the points are for Scavenger. Or what we assume is going to be Scavenger. Because the points they showed were the ones from over a year ago. I don't even think went live. That was like the pre-Free Show 1 nodes, so. Slams nerf Endbound. I definitely expect Slams to get nerfed. I don't know how or what. But it's likely to occur, yeah. In some fashion. The thing is, like, right now they're so powerful. A big part of it is that Breach is insane, and you just get a big stick instantly, which makes all weapon-based setups a lot nicer. You just, like, 1,000 PDPS used to be pretty hard to get, and now it's like 10 provisionings in Breach League. Without that, your gambling weapons kind of top out at like 650, 700 maybe, which is still really good to be able to have like that early, but you know, it's not 1K. Six, seven. He posted it. He did it. So Tree going without some nerfs. Oh no, Tree is definitely going to get nerfed. In some way. I don't really know what's going to change about Tree, but just by it not being the core of the mechanic is already going to mean you can't really force breach every map until at least like 30 maps into your progression if you were going to full rush breach. And there's no way to know if it's going to be anywhere near as good as it was during Breach League itself. Hopefully the patch notes will just kind of include the changes to the tree, but it might not. If +2 interfaces stays, yeah, I mean, free 6 links is kind of weird. Remove provision. I think they'd like remove the link node entirely and then tone down the modifier tier scaling by a little bit. Because like right now, when you get resist on like a ring, for example, it's like always at least tier 3, which is pretty high. And for weapons, it's kind of similar. It's like always at least T4 for Fizz stuff. So all you gotta do is get all 3 mods and it's like 1K. Should I make a bingo? I don't feel like it. I don't know what's gonna happen. Hopefully it's good stuff. Is there KS nerfing coming? I mean, I think if Slams get nerfed, it might be a little bit of Earthshatter itself. I think the only nerf that I could see to Earthshatter that I would be like, oh fuck, we're screwed, is if they were to post like changed how Earthshatter spike spread works in some way. Is because like that could mean 0 overlaps from spikes. Like that's the only nerf I would ever see that I'm like, oh, it's dead. Because even if they were to like make auto exert like 25% instead of 15 and nerf Earthshatter by 25%, it'd probably still be a really good league start. You might be self-casting your Warcries, but that's fine. And like, if the only nerf was to Earthshatter itself, kind of like how snaking just got fucking deleted from the game, like if Earthshatter just got deleted from the game, there's multiple other slam skills that are still really good. You just don't play them. Earth Shatter's better. So if they were to just kill Earth Shatter, you can play Ground Slam. You can play. Um, Technically, you can play Sunder forever if you want to. Um, with Hydrosphere stuff, but it probably would just be Ground Slam. Bleed Slam is good, yeah. Ground Slam's DPS? Nah, not really. I think it's like maybe half the damage of Earth Shatter, right? But like, yeah, Hydrosphere Sunder stuff can be really good. If they remove wall overlap, Earth Shatter dies. No, if they removed wall overlaps and made it so that they could just travel into terrain, you would still average at least 2 spike hits on every single attack, which is still really good. You just wouldn't get those like 6 spike hits when you have favorable boss arenas. Yeah, Bone Shatter Bleed all good. Losing the Spycraft. I didn't even use Spycraft. That was only like an early game thing. Later on, the Impale one provided more damage. But yeah, early game it was like crazy. It would just do like 12 million damage every like what 8 seconds. Rage Vortex last league, yeah, Rage Vortex what like was one of the really good melee skills. And then when they did the big melee rework where they buffed all melee skills and removed the totems from the game, Rage Vortex like barely got buffed. So it just didn't really improve as much as a lot of the shittier skills did. But it's always been really good. I know like the Rage Vortex of the Berserking one has some really cringe uh snapshotting mechanics that are very, very strong when used properly. But like no one wants to do that. Like weapon swap snapshot shenanigans. This guy misses splitting steel. What? Kinetic Feast Allowed Leak incoming? Yeah, I've been hearing people talk about that. I don't know anything about it, but like Kinetic Feast Allowed totems or some shit is apparently good. Not sure. Could be neat. Love totems. Mercs are coming back. You think Mercs are back? I miss Merc League. Am I gonna make a piano card? Eh. Eh. I just want to read the patch notes, watch the review or the reveal. Today's Thursday, right? And League start is next Friday. It's always so weird. Like, why does February just have a stupid number of days in it? Like, it feels weird. It's like it's on the 6th. The 6th surely is a long time from now, but it's not. And then I hope to see the patch notes. Um, I mean, I think the thing that I want to see most, that unfortunately is kind of hard to figure out, is some way to make it so like Al can go T16s drop more relevant loot without buffing T17 average loot. On top of some Scarab changes that provide a few extra strategies that aren't just boxes and stuff. Because like the amount of loot you get in 17s, I think is actually in a pretty good spot. Like when you're doing good strats in 17s, it's just like in 16s you genuinely drop nothing. Like you put in an 8 mod 16 with like Delhi Beyond and kill 2,000 monsters, and it's like you might get like 1 to 2 C, like 4 fusings, probably 1 stack of 4 scarabs of like fucking incursion scarab. And then you put in 140% more scarab T17 and you drop 95 scarabs. It's like why does 140% more scarabs multiplied by map effect give you 20x the loot? It's like so weird. I know the reason is because 17s like the monsters in 17s also just have higher base quantity. Incursion Beyond bug. Yeah, I saw that. I assume they already fixed that bug before this league even started. This and No More King's March. Yeah, I mean, if they fuck up King's March genuinely provides, like, if you're not doing like Heist or Sanctum, King's March provides like 70% of your self-found divines. And it's just full-time gated. It's definitely, like, I would much rather just get that loot on the ground in maps for sure. Or a bingo sheet. No. On the bright side, at least in, like, I definitely might play trade this league. I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided, but I definitely might play trade this league. And if I do, like, there's no chance I'm gonna have fucking mappers running. Right? Like, I'm just not gonna do that. It's annoying, so I won't do it. Whereas in self found, like, I really really would always do it because you need to. It says this every league. Yeah, I don't know. I had a good time in Freesia. Like when you log in and you check your little guy and there's just 28 divines and 900 chaos in your little tab, it's sick. And like a big thing is pretty much every single endgame build right now in Path of Exile and like the proper endgame, like genuine, 100 plus hours endgame. It's just stat stacking. You're gonna pick a stat and you're gonna stack it. These days it's typically int, but strength is good too, which always means you need a simplex amulet. And heisting for amulets, I've done it 2 leagues in a row now, and I kind of don't want to do it a third league in a row. We'll see. The thing is, I do like heist. It just like it's like a week of heisting. It's so much. Traded league players doing Gauntlet are cooked. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's probably going to be Gauntlet this league, so having all the stuff on practice is good for that for sure. I think that second should be nerfed. If so, how? Not really. It's not like it's imbalanced. It's just the nature of how math works. The only way to nerf it would be to just remove certain modifiers that scale based off your stat. But it's not until you're like so in game with fractured clusters and like heist gear that it even really is super strong. Then it makes Endgame Evasion is broken. Yeah, that one's kind of OP for sure. But that's what I mean. Like the only way to nerf stat stackers is just take some of the stat interaction modifiers and just delete them, or nerf them by a huge amount. Or for int in particular, nerfing EE and Energy Blade also is a pretty big nerf to those things typically. But that shit's like so in game that I like having it because it gives you a build that you can push toward and grind for that has like constant incremental upgrades like forever. And without it, it'd be a little bit harder to keep min-maxing characters. Rework bandits. Eh. I think Creighton's good. Alira's good. Oak's the only one that is like really shitty. I feel like if I was playing softcore, I probably would go Creighton a lot more often than Alira. Because like you don't really need that much of a res overcap. You can just like die every now and then if you get exposed. But 6 move speed, if you're playing a shield charge build, 6 move speed is huge. No, I think Oak gives 40 life. Like flat life. What is Nightbot on? I don't know. He says that every now and then. It's 8. Oh, is it 8? Jesus, it's OP. When someone says 6, why? All right, Nightbot. Let's jump in. Let's jump into that. And there's so many of these things. What if I just killed him? 5 or 6 link? Yeah, probably. Delete. Delete. Yeah, 8% is even better. Like, it's just been Leap Slime meta for a while for League Start. For a couple leagues now. Like, the Power Siphon build was a Shield Charge build on Trickster and Scion and stuff. But whenever you're playing that part of the skill tree, like, right side of the skill tree has so little options for investing into resist. So you just kind of have to go Alira there, unless you're, like, crazy. But down here, if you ever temporarily need resist, you can just get Cloth and Chain, you got Diamond Skin, there's like random shield nodes that have res over here, like it's all this res up here. If you're an Ignite build, you have this, like this gives 5 res. This side of the tree has like no res, so even though you're a shield charge build on like this side of the tree often, very important to have that res. Yeah, survivalist. But speccing into percent evasion is way worse than speccing into percent armor. Something like deflect but better. Ranger needs face conversion back. Can make a build this league? Yeah, of course. I'll make a few. Can start POBing as soon as we have patch notes and have a rough idea of what's going to change. Create non-shield charge Ellie, yeah, for sure. Like, still, whenever you're league starting, it's still always tempting to go Leo right at the start, and it's not bad to do that, but like 1.8 move speed is very valuable. Full convert Pathfinder again, yeah, I know. Like, the only way to like properly play this side of the tree is just doing evasion ES stuff. Or like hybrid, like life ES stuff, but it's got to include a large amount of ES to have a big enough pool to survive fizz damage. Full fizz convert TRCA with pops, yeah. That build was so good in like Affliction League. Ready for the EA Ballista meta? EA? You mean KF? For skill buffs? Yeah, me too. Like last patch was a pretty disappointing patch when it comes to like core game changes. They kind of just took everything good, made it shittier, and added like almost nothing. Which means the bar is low. The bar is low. It's got to be good. Ghost Reaper nerf? Nah. I doubt this stuff changes too much on the right for those keystones. Does Scion have a big mana regen node? No, not really. I hate where Archmage currently is. Where you just like have to have one of these big old mana things to have any chance of surviving your mana cost. It's like one of those 2 ascend points. Buff minions don't want to slam at league start. That's what we really need. That's what would fix everything right now is a minion buff. Nerf slams back to Bone Zone. I still have never played Bone Zone Bleed. I kind of want to at some point. Give it a shot. But like, I don't want to play it on Jug. I would love to try to find a way to make a Slayer version a little better. You're just like capped on attack speed in a way that I don't know if you ever get your leap slam to feel really good. $30 making the best YI for you to copy for World of Warcraft Midnight expansion. Yeah, I can finally delete that Discord channel though, at least for the UI stuff, because all that's gone. When I log into World of Warcraft Midnight in a few days, I will be using base UI. Why is there a 1.5 GB patch? What is this? A few days, a few days. He doesn't know. Well, I'm not logging into early access. Come on. Evo Shrine nerf. Well, wait. It's not really a nerf. That shit was just bugged. All right, die. We. Yeah, the pay DA stuff for a while is kind of weird, but for normal humans, you still have more than enough time to, start an actual launch and get your shit done. Because you have like 2 weeks with not much to do. What is weird? Yeah, season 1 is like 2 weeks after the official launch. Alice needs to like it's more customization. Yeah, people talking about fucking free shot idols coming as like craftable Atlas sockets. Like, nah. Maybe, but nah. Arcs don't too far, I can just take the 50% reduction in their damage. I mean, maybe if they also nerfed 17, T17 boss life by half as well. That's like the only thing that like feels super out of place. It's like you get like 4 mil damage, you're gonna be crushing 16s, you're uber viable. You get to like 8 mil damage, you're one-shotting T16 bosses, you're killing Ubers pretty fucking quick. But if you're less than 20 mil, T17 bosses take a minute to kill with like one tank mod. Like what the fuck? Like why are T17 bosses like tankier than Ubers? It makes no sense. Life is ES mod. Yeah, let's play Chaos Builds this league. Just deadlier mechanics? Like, what are you saying? They deadlier mechanics or asking? I feel like most T17 bosses don't have that crazy mechanics. It's like Lycia. It just because they have map mods. But like scoured T17 bosses aren't really that challenging. They're definitely easier than most Ubers. It's just that when you have full map effect scaling on them, they just get like 4x HP and life is ES and fucking super haste and 400 physics extra. And pen. We don't do pen. We don't do that one. It could be on a card yet? Nah. I haven't thought about it enough. But yeah, mods like pen are kind of silly. We just roll over those, that's fine. We just chaos that. Bleed. Patch me so good that Rise comes back? We'll see. Think you can still edit maps after this? Yo, T17's back to unmodifiable. Yeah, I mean, thankfully, at least we have bloodlines now for dealing with mods that make characters not function. You have like 2 different options for getting action speed immunity. Speaking of which, I should have, I mean, hopefully those uniques are in this patch. But there's definitely a chance that I have like 3 uniques coming into this game, this patch. I still don't think I ever submitted that diff card, but we'll get there eventually. Leak them? I don't know what they are. So I can't leak them. Like, one is a ring that's going to be almost certainly worthless. Because Bloodlines kind of fixed a lot of the problems the ring would have had a chance of fixing. And then the other ones, I mean, I know what the theme is supposed to be. I know the general idea, but I have no idea what the numbers are and if they're going to be good at all. Archetype requirement diff cards? No, I don't think it's any of those. I think last time we talked about div cards, like one of the only ones I actually would want to make is that we talked about was like random Ramako tattoo. Ramako. I just love King's March Fatigue. I don't know. I mean, right now I feel like if I'm ever fatigued of King's March, I just don't do mappers. But unfortunately, dust is always it's always a thing. But yeah, like it's kind of like a player thing. You just have to not do it. That's a personal issue. It's not like a game design problem. Not after your dust unique is released. Let's go. I forced to the very bottom of your follow channel list just because I haven't streamed in a while. When you stop streaming for a while, you get like deprioritized on follow channel list stuff. But after streaming for a few days, it'll probably be back to normal. Oh yeah, we thought about doing a card for the Apothecary as well. I kind of want to do that. But it wouldn't be any time anyways. I'll wait. And then forget again. Like a nurse version? Well, yeah, I think a nurse version. Because Headhunter has patient, nurse, doctor. Might do that one. We'll see. Apothecary, Herbalist, Weed Picker. Log in. Work with the Eater Altar? Oh shit, it would, wouldn't it? For div cards that reward div cards? Let me double check to make sure I didn't submit anything. Because I definitely might have submitted it and just forgot. Nope, not submitted. Alright, set reminder 3 weeks from now to do that. What's this Karn clip? Why is the link, like what is that? Oh. Can you make an April Fool's bid? Sure, dude. Have fun. We're to level 10 characters today. Yeah. Except it's not 10, it's like 22. Nerfing wands. I feel like I'd be very surprised if Runegrift of Refraction stays in the game the way it is. I was surprised they didn't fix it before the last league even started. It's really bizarre. Like 2 skills in the game just get free chain and fork for nothing. It definitely should make it so those skills like secondary mechanics don't scale. I forgot what the second one was past KB, but there was a second one, I think. I thought it was bouncing Peacock, but it's nowhere near as big for bouncing. But for KB in particular. What is this? Look at that ethical damage. Ow. He's doing it sideways. You miss Raider. You would have dodged that? Why? Here's the Prime. Only one pre-live stream new skill shown. Yeah, there's been like a couple teasers and like that one new slam skill. It's gonna be funny, like that new slam skill gets put in the game, the same patch, they nerf auto exert and all war cries and over exert and fist of war, because why not? It's like, welcome to the game, slam skill. But it's for totems. Oh shit. It didn't seem like it was a channel, it just seemed like it was a super slow attack time. Probably just like 0.7, like most slams can be, like 0.7-ish. Without good attack speed, like multipliers. Because if you put like a Juggernaut Kururi Chopper and you press Earth Shatter with like, you know, Melee Fizz and Pulverize socketed, your attack time is like 1 second. It's super slow. You have to be like Zerker to have good speed on slams. Oh, 13 minutes away. Let's fucking go. Only wishes of today is not a 2-hour Q&A, so notes come faster. Hey, I heard there's going to be at least 2 questions that are good in this Q&A. I'm ready. Think Ghost Reaper's getting nerfed? Is it because of the claw thing? I think it's probably going to be the same. Because the claw thing is not Ghost Reaper, it's a different mechanic. Karn's 12 Manual Warcry Slayer. The thing is, even if I'm playing Manual Warcries, like, I don't think I'd play it on Slayer. Because one of the best things about Manual Warcry Zerker is you don't have to press it as often due to Warbringer. Or if you wanted, you could do, like, technically, it's always an option to do Chieftain stuff. It's just like Fist of War isn't very good anymore. Like, Fist of War just isn't very good, and this requires you to spec so many Warcry nodes to actually have good buff uptime. Not a huge fan. Yeah, I should change the title to include drop stuff. Yeah, for Ignite and for Bleed, Fist of War is a lot better. But for hit based, it's like so weak. Alright, time to get the channel up. Oh, there's so many. Die. Full screen. Holy shit, 10 minutes. Play ads? Yeah, we can do that. When it's like 5 minutes away, I'll rip some ads so that there's a big delay before they happen during the announcement. This is the Apothecary and dupe it to a Mage Blood first time. You got this, brother. You got this. Hype for the bow buffs. I feel like the only bow build that I'd want to play is TR, but I just know it's not good enough without some pretty crazy things. Because I think it was it Necropolis League? We did a hardcore trade GSF with like 20 of us. And I made a fully zooted pre-Mage Blood Trickster TR character with like... I'm pretty sure it even had a focus neck, because someone was heisting in that league like a psycho. Like it had a focus neck for like +2 or +4, and then I had like the all the stuffs, and it was like, it was just still wasn't good enough. Like the moment you put in a single tank mod T17, it wasn't good enough. For non-tank 17s it was fine, but it was like capping out like 15-20 mil. I know there's some life-based versions that can get much higher, because you really want to use a corrupted chest on TR. You want to use Widow Hail and then have a +4 chest. It's super fucking good. And because ES defense is the meta, most ES builds just can't do that. Like technically, this league you could have just printed like 1,000 ES chest pieces and just corrupted them until you got +4 on it, I guess. But that build's always had the problem where it just doesn't really have... It's never had an ascendancy that was like, this ascendancy fucking owns for this class. Like Pathfinder was always just like, it was good because classes were good and it lets you do proper defense, but offensively, there's never been like a really good ascendancy. I think the best one for it is like Elementalist, but then you're a Witch start and your Path nodes don't work. Maybe New Scion could be good for it. Like Champion was good for it. Back when Champion was a little different. Technically, it is still kind of good for it. It's just that auras suck now, and is there a good bloodline for it? Like maybe you could do some Champion stuff. I just don't really know. Bows buffed. They're TR champion, big damage, makes it lower budgets. Yeah, like Champion was the original TR thing I played in 316 League. A Trially TR. Well, TR has really good hit damage. Because it has big overlaps. Like TR does really good hit damage. It's like weird for a hit build because of the delay. And like the good bow skills have infinite screen coverage. TR has like no coverage, so you typically don't bother. But it technically works. Yeah, TR champion, you run Grace, Determination, Malevolence. Change Grace to Haste once you're in the endgame. 100% aura effect, fucking zoom in. Oh good. Alright, I'm gonna run some ads so they don't run during this teaser. Did I make a bingo board? I did not make a bingo board. I'm just here for the news. Two. Add one, eat Subway. Let's go. Anything that's gonna make me excited? I don't remember. I'm just excited because I want to kill monsters and get loot. But like, I don't know any specifics. What if you get Potu Atlas? They would never do something so self-destructive. Like Potu, I assume you mean like the Civ board, not the actual house itself. Because the Potu Atlas like isn't in the game yet. It's like just an early access little piece of scrap. But yeah, no, the Civ board would never make it into this game. Fuck the Civ board. Oh, oh. Buff self-cast. I would love that. Self-cast just hasn't recovered ever since they took away everyone's like free Divine Blessing for a free extra aura. Like self-cast just hasn't recovered. And the builds that are good these days are builds that never even used that in the first place, you know, melee. Revert Vortex. I saw like Alex, and then we're doing like hold dot to hear like 2 stone runs. So the Archetype can't be that bad. I've still never put cold dot. But jump vortex on left click, yeah. Yeah. My favorite dot's always just been CA. Two minutes. What if they add WSD? I mean, if they just add WSD by just putting it in the game and changing nothing else, that's good. But like, because it just gives you an option of using it if you want to, which is fine. I would almost certainly never use it in this game, even though I do use it in the second game. But when they talked about like to add WASD, we have to like redo all models and then change how monsters work and stuff, then it's like, all right, it's not worth it. Let's not fuck the game up just to put WASD in. Because like in PoE2, like all monsters like track you, like while they're mid cast, because players can attack while moving, at least when they're range builds. And that's the one part of WASD I hope never makes it into the game, is the attack while moving. I think it's like really fucking bad, and it's like the primary reason why the combat feels so sluggish. At least until you get to the end game where you just spend 90 points on making it so you don't slow down when attacking. 40 seconds. Watch time for drops, I think it's 45 minutes. I don't know if I ever did this. I think Blue already did. But yeah, I think it's 45 minutes in the next day to get the drops. 20 seconds, oh my god, 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 oh my god. Let's fucking go.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Mirage, which is coming out 1 week from now on March 6th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Mirage weapon effect by following the instructions below. Now first things first, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile Mirage.
The Jinn. They were bound to serve, but not to suffer. The Aphrodite sought our lands, trapping my Jinn in an astral plane. Break their chains, rescue them, and you will be granted a wish.
Circle is good. We do like circles. That was Cyrus and then Doom's map.
Yearns for his freedom. We must keep him in the dark.
New boss. Imbued. Supported by level 1 cold pen. Keeper's core. What? So yeah, we got Scion Ascendancy. It's a new bloodline. Yeah, that was some kind of Atlas mechanic. Hopefully it's replacing the memory shit. The memory chains that are kind of bad.
In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Mirage, where you'll unravel ancient mysteries, unlock new powerful rewards, and become part of the eons-old story of the Winter Sekima. There are also significant in-game changes coming alongside Mirage, including a progression of the in-game storyline, a new in-game Atlas system, and as always, new rewards to match.
40 new
After that, we want to talk about the slew of new Holy Templar skills and supports, as well as an additional Ascendancy class option added to the Scion, which some of you may find familiar. Next, we'll cover our new supporter packs, and then lastly, have a live Q&A session, where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile game director Mark, as well as game designer Octavian, your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT or 2 PM PST. So let's get started.
So 3 hours for patch
I'll hand
notes.
things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts,
Hi.
game director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Mirage, you'll be taking on the Ufarud, a sect of desert-dwelling necromancers who have lingered in the shadows for centuries.
That's a big boy on the right.
They are outcasts of outcasts, with no home or promised land. Instead, they seek their sovereignty through darker means. The Ufarud have captured the souls of Jinn throughout Rayclast. They are killing them, sapping their energies for purposes unknown. You must fight your way past the Ufarud's necromantic creations to find the captive Jinn. Here, Varashta, an ancient Marikith sorceress, has been doing what she can to protect the Jinn, but she needs your help to free them. After successfully defeating them, you will then be asked by Varashta to enter the Astral Realm and break the tether trapping the Jinn there. This gate to the Astral Realm is a mirage, an imperfect copy of the area around the captured Jinn. Now, when we say an imperfect copy, we mean that quite literally. Hold tight, because this leak mechanic has some serious implications for juicing areas. We'll get to that in a moment. Varashta can augment the magic of the Mirage further, as she allows you to enter, giving you the option to choose one of 3 wishes before you do so.
And it pauses. Oh my god.
These wishes are modifiers that will apply to the Mirage area, and have some pretty potent outcomes. There are wishes that grant extra rewards, such as the wish for glyphs, which causes all portal and wisdom scrolls in the Mirage to instead drop as other currencies.
Those are surprisingly rare.
Or wishes that will spawn rewarding enemies, such as the wish for avarice, which replaces a number of packs in the area with gilded enemies that convert their equipment drops to gold. And wishes that can grant you extreme power while inside the Mirage, such as the wish for souls or the wish for godhood.
Yeah, the cannot
which allow
die
you
one.
to consume the souls of your enemies, or make you completely unkillable, while within the Mirage, of course.
we're not just on that.
Each wish is also marked with the sigil of one of 3 powerful Jinn: the Sand Jinn, Fire Jinn, or Water Jinn. Depending on the sigil chosen, monsters within the affected Mirage will have a small chance to drop one of 3 new coin currencies: a coin of knowledge, coin of power, or coin of skill.
Okay.
Each of these coins can be used on a max leveled skill gem, corrupting it and augmenting it with a random support that matches the color of the coin used.
That's pretty good. I hope you don't need Val skills.
Only one skill that is imbued this way can be socketed into a given equipment item at a time, meaning you cannot have 2 imbued skill gems in your body armor, as an example.
Choose what you wish.
It's a weird restriction.
That's one of the rewards, but let's get back to the area-to-area
Sounds
mechanic.
technical.
For you.
Once you've made your choice of wish, enter the Mirage and fight your way through the monsters and astral hazards to find the tether holding the Djinn. Shatter this chain to free the Djinn, step by step weakening whatever dark plans the Ufarud may have for Rayclast. Wishes are not the only value a Mirage has to offer to an enterprising exile. As we mentioned earlier, Mirages are an imperfect copy of the area the Djinn occupies in Rayclast, and it will copy almost anything, as long as it's within the domain of the Djinn. Mirages created from an endgame map, for instance, will have all Scarab, Atlas, and map modifiers the area had.
Of course. And has the Legion
Mirages
too.
created next to a strongbox will have a new strongbox ready for you to open. Blights
It sounds
can
like
be
a good
defeated
version
again.
of Scourge. Double harvest. Double harvest.
Legions fought once more, and so on. Effectively, you get a portion of your map to play a second time, and everything you did to enhance the content of that map applies in the Mirage too. These recreated copies of League mechanics, however, have been warped into reality by the power of the Mirage. And this has some side effects. For one, a recreation may not be perfect. The factions of a Legion may differ from the one the Mirage copied. Or, the variety of strongboxes may change. More importantly, the mechanic may be empowered, with new threats and rewards that are customized to each
Open
mechanic
less than
and
strongbox.
are only available when doing that mechanic in the Mirage. For example, ultimatums recreated in Mirages will have new threatening modifiers added to the usual pool. Restless Ground can raise slain enemies to fight again, or Quicksand will grasp at your ankles. As a reward for these new threats, Mirage ultimatums can provide the new Sinistral or Dextral catalysts.
Enhances
These catalyze
suffix.
jewelry with increased
Okay.
effect of either prefix or suffix
That's
modifiers. As you can imagine, there's a lot of potential here. Another example is that Kalgurin ore recreated in the Mirage has a chance to be
Crit multi
replaced by a
and stat?
thaumaturgic hourglass, a powerful magical device that your Kalgurin friends can mine in order to obtain vast quantities of thaumaturgic dust.
23,000.
Blight encounters recreated in Mirages have one of their lanes replaced by Ufarud enemies, infested with Blight. This lane can reward a new base type, the Cord Belt. The implicit of this belt allows it to be anointed,
Yo!
causing it to grant a passive tree notable
That's a
of your
good
choosing.
implicit.
As a quick note,
Non-nameplate
Imprisoned Djinn
gamers
will
happy.
generally be near the content they can empower in the Mirages, so you don't need to worry too much about getting lucky with where your content generates in an area. As the campaign doesn't generally contain too much additional League content for the Mirages to empower, we've gone and added a whole bunch that will force spawn near the Djinn, so your campaign experience will double down on being more action-packed and rewarding.
Turns my act on. Yeah, that's
Now, of
that's-
course,
don't
if
do
you're
that.
traveling through
do
Mirages,
that.
encountering new enemies, and slaying them, you can expect to find some new uniques. The Ufarud are not only torturers, but thieves, and have over the centuries stolen away priceless Marraketh artifacts. Using their powers of rot and disease, they have twisted these items to suit their own purposes. Flesh Render is one such artifact, an ancient and exquisite Marraketh blade that has been tarnished and befouled. Its rusted and jagged edge
Dog
is
shit.
perfect for poisoning and withering your enemies.
Looks
However,
cool though.
Varushta has in her command the power to restore these once lost Marraketh treasures to their former glory. Acquiring a
shock numbers
coin of
going
restoration by slaying monsters in Mirages allows any unique obtained from the Ufarud to be transformed into its Marraketh counterpart, its glorious original form. Flesh Render, for example, transforms into Sky Sunder, the original Marraketh blade that radiates with the glowing heat of the desert sun. When you ignite monsters, Sky Sunder reflects that ignite back to you, which proliferates to nearby enemies in a massive area.
With this weapon...
If you meddle with the affairs of the Afarud for too long, though, you may draw the ire of the Mirage League's new endgame boss, Suresh of the Weeping Black.
Why do you do that to his head?
Suresh also has a set of powerful, exclusive items. Yours for the taking. If you're able to defeat
What
him.
if Excel Shrinings is on there? If it's random.
So that's the Mirage League. Now, to face all the new evils, you might want some righteous skills. Some holy skills. In 328, you'll have access to a slew of new options to bring divine devastation and return the faithless to their rightful graves. We're also introducing some supports to go with them, as well as some new transfigured gems. Let's go over a few examples.
Let's fucking go.
With holy hammers, you slam the ground to call down a hammer of justice from the sky. If this hits an enemy, an additional holy hammer will cascade forwards, which itself can further cascade, and so forth.
So you need
expending a power charge when using the skill will call down an additional 2 hammers, which can also cause cascading slams. The more numerous your foes, the more instruments of holy judgment. Sweep is an old skill. In fact, it is so old that it's one of the very first skills ever implemented in Path of Exile, over 15 years ago. It's been long overdue for some attention.
I'm ready.
With 328, it has been reworked into Holy Sweep. This skill converts some of your physical damage to lightning, with shiny new effects to match.
It's like some smite.
Some enemies struck by the initial sweep will have hammers of light batter them from above. These hammers cause area damage where they land, so clustered enemies are demolished by repeated impacts. When successfully hitting an enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon forth a floating holy armament, a glowing mace that follows you closely. These weapons are minions, and will attack with Holy Strike themselves whenever you do. These holy armaments will copy the stats of your main hand weapon to deal their damage.
I bet this is going to do huge damage.
Stand against your foes with Shield of Light, a retaliation skill which will allow you to unleash a cone of holy light upon enemies after blocking a hit with your shield. Additional cones of light will also pour forth from your nearby allies when you hit with the skill, allowing you to recruit your holy army to create purging light. Divine Blast emits a beam of holy light from your shield, coalescing into a hovering ball of energy. A few moments later, this unstable orb bursts, exploding outward with divine power. Hallow supports melee attacks, causing them to inflict a new debuff, Hallowing Flame. Hallowing Flame builds up as charges on enemies, getting consumed when attacked. Consuming a stack of Hallowing Flame gives the attack that consumed it a significant amount of extra fire damage, but only those who did not inflict the Hallowing Flame are able to consume it.
Minions.
Perfect for those of you who enjoy a more supportive playstyle with your army of holy sentinels. Or friends, when they're online. We've also added sources of this debuff to a number of other places, such as unique items, cluster jewels,
harder to roll my Warcry jewels now.
Guardian Ascendancy class.
Interesting.
We also have another batch of new transfigured gems, with many of these being variants for gems which previously had none. One example is the Shockwave Totem of Authority, which casts its higher damage dealing Nova at your location instead of its own. You might also enjoy Orb of Storms of Squalls. These storms warp directly to targets when you use lightning skills, and arc lightning upon doing so. This gives you a mobile storm of destruction.
That's a lot better.
That follows you as you dive into battle. We'll leave the rest of the transfigured skills for you to comb through in the patch notes. Speaking of the patch notes, as always, we love to shake up the meta, So we've done a bunch of balance adjustments to a few other things as well, such as a pass on bloodline classes, expanded the passives available to the Templar section of the passive tree, and various improvements to existing holy themed skills such as Static Strike, Holy Flame Totem, and Dominating Blow. We're also doing our usual improvement to some of the least played ascendancy classes, this time with a focus on Guardian and Warden. Speaking of ascendancies, let's talk about the Scion and her new Reliquarian ascendancy class.
Which is Scav.
For those that have played the Legacy of Freesia events, this class will seem familiar. The Reliquarian is a learned Scion that has studied history at the Oriath Academy. She is a part of a secret society of Oriathans, dedicated to collecting and discerning the strange properties of unique items. All of her passive powers come from these unique items, found from throughout Rayclast. After ascending, first select the power of a unique armor. Victario's influence increases the level of all your auras and gives them a much larger area of effect. Or instead, take Kilowava's Bluster, giving you a chance to have extreme elemental resistance against incoming hits. Next, pick from a unique weapon power. Widow Hail greatly increases the bonuses gained from your quiver. Or
that's a lot.
Martyr's Teaching, which causes your minions' critical strike chance with attacks to be equal to your main hand weapons. Lastly, pick your Crown Jewel, a unique jewelry power.
Mageblood.
Astral Projector causes Nova spells to cast from enemies rather than from yourself. Or take Astramentus, simply giving you a huge boost to all your attributes.
Like top right is Burden of Truth, I'm pretty sure.
Due to all the ways you can mix and match unique powers, the Reliquarian has more flexibility in how you build it compared to any other Ascendancy class in the game. Our plan going forward is for the Reliquarian to not be a static Ascendancy class, and between each expansion, the unique powers which are offered will change. If you don't like what she offers this expansion, hopefully she'll have the power of your favorite unique item in the next one. Time to move on to the endgame. With this expansion, we are aiming to liven up the endgame, giving players new experiences, strategies to leverage, and streamlining or removing the more frustrating tasks. Extensive changes will be coming to the Atlas and how you engage with maps.
The Keegan memory things
without interfering with the beloved core experience that has made mapping so successful. In the last few endgame updates, you experienced Zana's story. How she helped defeat the Elder, tried to stop exiles from going mad in the Atlas, and faced new threats pouring forth from it. In the most recent expansion, she eventually realized that there was only one way forward: to destroy the Atlas. Zana's recent actions have now weakened the already strained and tattered edges of its realities, reshaping how we interact with the Atlas entirely. To explain how this changes your interactions with the Atlas, we first want to establish some context while having a bit of a trip down memory lane. 27 expansions ago, back in Path of Exile 3.1.0, The War for the Atlas, we had a mechanic on the Atlas where the Shaper and Elder were engaged in war. This manifested as influence regions on the Atlas that affected specific maps. The ever-changing influence regions made the Atlas feel more like a physically connected space, rather than just a fancy way of visualizing a checklist of completed maps. However, one of the main frustrations with this mechanic was that you constantly needed many different specific maps in order to manipulate the influenced regions. We realized we'd love to again have mechanics that manifest physically on your Atlas, but we'd have to address the issue of always needing those specific maps. The first major change we'll be making to solve this is divorcing map items from specific areas.
So it's a waste on tier 16.
As an example, instead of having a Mesa map, you will now find, say, a tier 10 map. To open a Mesa map now, just locate and select Mesa on your Atlas, put in your map item, click activate, and you're good to go.
So you can always only ever do the map you want pretty easily. No favorite
That
bullshit.
mesa may drop a tier 11 map. You can then immediately return to your map device, which will default to the last map run, and then run it again. Or choose a new map to use it on. It's your choice. This is one of the many benefits to this change.
We still have the map
which is
inventory
that if
on the
you're the
left.
type of player who enjoys
So you
chaining
can
the
still
same
put
map
all
over
20
and
into
over,
one thing.
or the type of player who prefers to jump around, it is equally easy
Yeah,
to
it basically
do either
just made it so
strategy
it's
or
really
even
easy to
switch
always
between
do the
them
map you
at a
want.
moment's notice.
Like
For
you don't have
example,
like sustainably way
if one
easier.
day you're
on
farming
one
burial
map
chambers,
tile set.
hoping to eventually get a headhunter from divination cards, and you decide you need a change of rhythm, you can seamlessly swap to your boss farming Atlas tree and spam Mesa for peak boss killing efficiency. Up until now, this would have required having some Mesa maps stashed, setting all your favored maps to Mesa, or doing a whole bunch of trading. You'll also notice that the structure of the Atlas has changed. If you haven't played in a while,
That looks the
here's a
same.
look at it before
Oh,
and after.
oh, heh. Yeah, that is different.
You will now begin at the center of the Atlas, with each corner housing one of 4 Voidstone slots.
Yo, that's so shabby.
In addition, all content accessed from your map device now exists physically on the Atlas, so you can see
see
everything
Sam.
available in the endgame as you reveal the Fog of War. This also means that all unique maps are now present on the Atlas, including some old favorites that are appearing for the first time. Don't worry though, you don't need to complete Hall of Grandmasters every league. You now gain 1 Atlas skill point per unique map completed,
So, can you just
up
farm
to
a
a
tainted?
maximum of 10. Given
Let's
there
see.
are around 20 unique maps, you only need to complete the half you want, if you can get your hands on them. Note, you aren't losing any Atlas skill points. These have been moved to new places, and actually, you can get more than before. Due to Zana's actions, Egan now has a new goal and is determined to stop Zana's destruction by making use of a mysterious new discovery, arcane astrolabes. Zana is currently traversing the threads that weave the Atlas together, severing them. With these new astrolabes, Egan is able to trace her movement, but using them causes dangerous side effects. When you use an astrolabe on a map on the Atlas, a shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant, affecting many of the maps within it. There are many different kinds of astrolabes, and they apply different types of shaped regions. For example,
What did
an
that just say?
abyssal region,
47% more
which
what on
causes
that?
all the maps to have an additional abyss, or a
15
blighted
quantity.
region.
It's a
which
currency,
adds a
right?
blighting
That's a currency.
counter. Completing the content added by the astrolabe will remove the shaped region's influence from that map.
Yeah, I figured that's how it would work. So you
Upon
only get it
doing
once
so,
on a good layout.
every other map remaining in the shaped region will gain an additional modifier. This means as you progress through the shaped region, maps you run
Jesus.
will become more and more intense, with the relevant mechanic getting more and more juiced. Finally, at the end
probably
of the
never gonna
region
bother
of
with that.
maps, once you have successfully rid the Atlas of the shaped region, Egan will take you to one of 4 memory vaults,
Except for this,
where there are
whatever this
powerful
is.
rewards to be had. He cares only for the knowledge hidden within that vault, so any items are yours for the taking. Each vault is associated with a
Heist.
specific quadrant on the Atlas, so you're able to target a certain vault if you're wanting to try get a specific type of reward.
Yeah, I think you'd only ever do
One
that
such
if you
vault
care about
is
the things
the
in here.
Archon's Vault, where you'll be rewarded with powerful unique items. Or the Zealot's Vault, to acquire valuable currency items. This new shaped region system is one that promotes running many different maps. But for players that want to engage with this
Okay,
new system,
now we're talking.
while
Now
still
we're
wanting to
engaging.
run the same map over and over again, the synthesized stability keystone on the Atlas tree enables exactly that.
Yep, this is what we're doing. We're taking this
With
always.
all the new endgame changes,
I'm not running
we
a
thought it would
fucking
be also
orchard and
good
a
to mention some handy tips and tricks for quickly
cells
navigating the new Atlas.
to juice my dunes. I'm running my
When
dune
using
6
the map
times.
device, the Atlas defaults to your previously run map, so running the same map over and over is as few clicks as possible. You can right-click unique maps or map fragments in your inventory to automatically open your atlas to that location with the map already placed and ready to run. When you select a special area that requires multiple items, such as to fight at Zeri or open the Domain of Timeless Conflict, if you have the fragments to access that in your inventory, it will automatically add them to the map device in the right spot.
God bless.
That's the core of the new endgame. But there's a lot more endgame changes coming in 3.28. Let's blast through them. Over the last few expansions, we've been working on streamlining the mapping experience. And we wanted to continue to minimize busy work
Is
so
that
you
how
can
much
spend
shit
more
drops on the
time
ground?
doing what you love, killing monsters and getting loot. To that end, we've made a number of changes. We won't get into too much detail, but here's a quick summary of what you can expect to have received adjustment.
That seems like a lot of rares. Is that normal?
We've removed cartographer's chisels and map device crafts entirely. The loss of content and loot here has been compensated for in other places.
That's a big...
Voidstones now grant special global bonuses while socketed on your atlas, including adding the new Originator Voidstone, which enables specific atlas bosses to drop exceptional supports. We'll elaborate more on that in the next section. T17 maps as you know it have effectively been removed.
Yo, I
The
knew
bosses
it
have
was
been
going.
kept around, and they better
Where do they
fulfill
drop them?
their original purpose of being a gateway to target farm uber pinnacle bosses. The most annoying modifiers on Originator maps have been removed or replaced. No more getting turned into a slug for simply using skills. And no more will you be incapable of dealing damage periodically. Petal skills in Originator maps have been removed. However,
Yep, fuck 'em.
some of their effects are now available from the altars and memory threads.
Those things are so
Memory
bad.
tears, instead of adding a memory thread to your atlas, will now drop an itemized version of that thread, allowing you
God
to save it
bless.
for later or trade it at your leisure.
God bless.
We've added new scarabs, such as this Expedition Scarab of Infusion, which can generate some truly tempting logbooks. And for those of you looking to take on the ultimate one-on-one fight, the
Okay.
Anarchy Scarab of the
I'm not doing
Exceptional will place a true antagonist-level rogue exile threat in your map.
I'm not doing that.
Empowered by every type of wildwood wisp, possessed by a tormented spirit, augmented with rare monster modifiers, and affected by a shrine, this exile is not to be trifled with.
Bro, it's gonna be Xandro. He's gonna one-shot you
Alongside
off
that, we've
screen.
also changed some, such as the Beyond Scarab of Resurgence, which now causes all 3 Beyond bosses to appear when a Beyond boss would spawn in your map. On top of that, we've made improvements to a number of weak Atlas Tree passives, such as Pillage and Plunder, which now grants a chance for items dropped by Syndicate members to
That's
have a
kinda neat.
Fractured Veiled mod. Check out the new The Paths Not Taken Keystone, which means your maps on average will drop twice as many divination cards.
But they're
But
random.
which ones can drop will be a mystery. And last, but not least, we've also made some changes to King's March shipping.
You probably
such
never
as-
want that.
We've swapped the
Keystone.
rewards given by sending ore and crops. I wonder what this new port will send back.
So you have to do... You have to
Ports
actually
will now
do
give more
ore to-
rewards for favored resources. And you can even re-roll them for gold
to get shit.
if they're not
It's not
offering
passive
what you're
anymore.
after. Specific ports will now reward specific tattoos and rune grafts,
Ooh,
making
love
it
that for
easier to
targeting
target the
Morocco.
ones you want.
Love that. That's
Not
so
to
good for
mention,
Selfbound.
the Kalgurans have discovered several new powerful rune grafts for you to get your hands on, such as the Rune Graft of Fury, which causes you to gain rage on using a life flask, and the Rune Graft of Resurgence, which causes Arcane Surge to also grant life regeneration. We mentioned earlier
Also
about the
grant means it
Originator
gets scaled by
Voidstone
effect of
enabling
Arcane
access
Surge.
to exceptional supports. So let's get into that, as there's a
So
decent
it's like
amount
30
to
or
cover.
40 on Haro.
After defeating the incarnations of Fear, Neglect, and Dread, you will obtain the Originator Voidstone. As mentioned earlier, this Voidstone allows new, exceptional support gems to drop from many bosses across the Atlas.
Oh, I'm so fucking excited, dude. This is like an
These new
actual
supports
huge
are an
in-game update.
improvement over the
We haven't had
old
one of these in
Awakened support
years.
system, which is being phased out.
Not since like 3.17.
Awakened supports have long been a
been
capstone
11 leagues.
investment for a character.
Really.
But there's existed a gulf between the more interesting ones, such as Awakened Spell Cascade, which has some additional transformative effect, as opposed to some of the simpler Awakened supports, which just have slightly higher numerical values. Exceptional supports will all be transformative, serving as an additional late-game tool to customize your build around, and extending character customization and creation even later into a build's life. One of the
This
goals
does have a
here
lot of
is to
relevance
provide
for one of my
interesting
items I
build
have to
choices,
do, okay.
even at later levels and deep into the endgame. However, we are certainly not aiming to reduce top-end player power with these changes. Exceptional supports will still be super strong. If used well, they will catapult your character even further than before. So, how many are there, and what exactly do they do? There are over 40 new exceptional supports to discover, adding additional enticing drops to bosses that may otherwise have felt not as worthwhile to run, giving players extra reason to take on those challenges. For instance, from the King in the Mists, we have the Hex Toad support. This support creates areas of swampy cursed ground, which spawns toads that bounce towards enemies and then explode, dealing chaos damage. From
Weird.
the Uber Elder, we have the Void Storm support,
That looks so fucking
which
cool.
causes your raining attacks to create celestial storms of energy that grow over time, detonating as you approach for massive damage. Defeating the incarnation of Neglect may win you the Frost Mage support. Similar to the existing Archmage support, you are rewarded for stacking mana to enhance your spells with extraordinary cold
You
damage.
use both if you had insane mana
We'll
somehow.
tease some more of these before launch, but there will be many, many more for you to discover. Keepers of the Flame is
Arcane
coming
tags,
back.
I know. Okay.
However, we do know that many players have issues with the walls in Hive encounters.
Oh, it's a reserve.
In order
Oh,
to address
shit.
these
I didn't see that part.
concerns, we'll be
I love
making
that.
a number of changes. One of the biggest problems is that walls would block your projectiles, meaning that when a hive randomly spawned in your map, it would make it harder to clear. In order to prevent that, walls and hive encounters will now be destroyed by any damage. But we also wanted to
still
make sure
exist.
we reduce the visual clutter they cause. Hives and their walls are now smaller. To allow players to engage with hive encounters quicker when they do want to help Aelith, we've added a new Atlas passive which drastically increases the detonation area of unstable burrows, causing them to reliably chain react and destroy the majority of remaining walls. For those who don't want to deal with the walls at all, there's now a pair of keystones that allow you to block hive encounters or unstable breaches, if you want.
Yeah,
Now
that's
that this
good.
is a core league, we don't want you to have to grow your Genesis tree from scratch on every league start. So now, each womb gift slot is already usable by default, and access to the Monastery of the Keepers will be gained by finding Aelith starting in Act 6 Mudflats. Now with Atlas Tree and Scarab support, you can have multiple unstable breach encounters active in a single area, for maximum ruckus. Speaking of Atlas Tree
Well,
and
they
Scarab
have UI
support,
support
we've
too.
added plenty. Here are a few examples. The Massing Forces Atlas notable grants a chance to have additional unstable breaches in your maps. The Breach Scarab of the Marshal guarantees a breach boss or hive fortress, while the Breach Scarab of the Incensed Swarm replaces all of Aelith's skills with Enrage the Hive, increasing the difficulty and reward from hive monsters in all subsequent ways.
It's like Blight. I wonder how much
Graft
that'll
items will no
actually
longer
do.
exist, but we've moved several of the graft skills to new exceptional supports, such as the Hiveborn support, which summons an army of breach minions to do your bidding when you use a supported offering skill, and the Foul Grasp support, which calls forth a field of grasping breach hands when you recall brands, exploding for heavy
There's a
lightning damage when
concerning
enemies
amount
approach
of
them.
minion support being added. And I just want to make sure we don't get too overboard
We're
on that,
looking
you know?
forward to seeing how these improvements and additions are received, alongside a lot of what Keepers also has to offer. From the new bosses and their bloodline, through to the Genesis tree and its many different crafting options, like Foulborn Uniques. Also, with its new narrative, we look forward to extrapolating on all of this and learning more about Aelith, the Hiveborn, and its Breachlords in the future. That covers all the new content we're adding, and that was a lot. From a new endgame system, several new reward types, new ways to juice maps, all of which you can double up in the new Mirage League, and all that alongside a suite of new holy skills, a new ascendancy class, and an insane amount of new character customization in the endgame. However, an important part of Path of Exile expansions is making sure there is a continued effort to improve quality of life. So let's get into that now. You can now favorite trades on the currency exchange. This consists of selecting 2 currencies that you want to be able to trade between with a single click, and setting them as a favorite trade. Favorite trades will appear by default on opening the currency exchange, and will still auto-suggest a ratio based on recent trade data. A further improvement to the currency exchange is the ability to open and interact with your stash while you have the exchange window open. Now, when trading in a full set of divination cards, it will automatically be handed in to become the resultant item. If you then turn in another set immediately, the reward from the previous set will be transferred to your inventory directly, assuming there's enough free space to do so. Labyrinth font crafts that previously gave a random transfigured gem now allow you to choose which transfigured gem of that type you'd like to receive. The asynchronous trade item sale history is now hoverable, with full item descriptions of the sold item. When using Divine Orbs, you can now tell exactly which modifiers can be randomized. The ritual icon will now glow if you've got significant unspent tribute in an area and all rituals are complete, and a pop-up will appear after the final ritual completion. Also on the topic of ritual, you can now quick use vessels on completed rituals. Have you ever tried to click a divine shrine, surrounded by enemies, and find it extremely difficult to click? Well, shrines now take priority over monsters when clicking in an area they overlap.
All of these were already in the teaser.
Since 3.24, we've been looking to add new ways to improve the campaign experience, and 3.28 is no different. This patch, we've added over 20 landmark rooms throughout the campaign, scattered across all 10 acts. Some of these reward some pretty useful stuff, so keep an eye out for the new and unexpected rooms, side passages, chests, and encounters as you progress throughout Rayclast. We want most of these to be a surprise, but we'll show you just one. There is now a small central island in the Karui Fortress, all inhabitants of which will drop a basic tattoo when slain. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter.
Mute. Yeah, all the Atlas stuff is looks really fucking sick. The only way I think you can even like try to be cynical is just like the reality of current ground loot is that tier 17s, like one good tier 17 drops 20 times more loot than one good tier 16. And if 17s just no longer provide any juice whatsoever for ground loot, and they're truly only boss rushing, 16s, even if you give it like a tier 16, like 30% more div cards and currency and 20% more quantity and make all the monsters like kill twice from Mirage, you're still going to drop way less shit than a 17. So, I mean, obviously you just have to log in and kill monsters and see how it feels. I like that 17s are dead. I think they were a weird little like amalgamation of like of shenanigans that never really had a proper purpose. So it was supposed to be like a uber harming thing, and then it was actually a juicing thing, and it was always weird. And I like that those are gone. I like that on 16.5s in particular, they're removing all the shit modifiers that are super annoying. So those will probably feel a little better to run. Are tier 16.5s nightmare maps? Is that what those are? Like that was my assumption. Is kind of that's that bit. Commit 17s. Yeah, I wasn't really sure what that meant. It was 17 bosses. Those are 17s? Okay, so 16.5s we think are still going to drop the same way? You just randomly get them instead of a 16? We shall see. 5 out of 5 for Atlas points. Yeah, for sure. That makes sense. That makes sense. But yeah, no, that, like, the initial reaction when they talked about, like, how map drop tiers are going to work is obviously everyone's reaction is this is like PoE 2, therefore it's bad. But assuming you drop enough maps to still have everything feel good, that version of map dropping is going to make it so it's super easy to always run the map layout you want, which is just good. Like, that's just good. And also, tier 17s being fucked and dead means you no longer are like, man, I can't run Jungle Valley because it drops Abomination. You're not like locked into only doing maps that drop Fortress. So that's going to be really nice. Excited to heist. SSF versus trade. We'll see. One thing on the Voidstones it said though was tier 1 through 15 maps will be converted to gold, which means they're not going to be converted into map equity, which will reduce the overall amount of map drops you get. So we'll see like how easy it is to properly over sustain your map drops by a lot, which you're going to still always want to do. Because like the more over sustain you get, the easier it is to boss rush for stuff. Easy trailer, just buy them? Nah. So to do each map once, correct? Yeah, I think you're still gonna have to do each map once, but like I think you can just pick the map. So like day 1 league start progression will be a lot simpler. And Horizons are only going to be used on like Guardian stuff now.
Packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile.
How map runners work now with default maps? That's a good question. But yeah, memory tear is being itemized, so fucking good. Horizons are gone. I hope not. Horizons are very important for Guardian maps. They weren't in the async window? Oh, fuck. Armor applies to stuff if you've taken damage recently. If you've blocked recently. Okay. Mirage can chain from any number of additional targets in close range. Close range in this game, I think, is like 2 meters. It's super fucking close.
G'day Exiles, welcome back. ZD here, joined by game director Mark Roberts and game designer Octavian.
Audio.
Do our Q&A.
Audio.
For an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, we'll see where things take us. Especially with us discussing things like ground loot, endgame, breach, King's March, balance. There's a lot to cover here.
I locked in here with you forever, Ziggy.
Yeah, that's good. Let's do it. And well, let's start off by just welcoming Octavian here to the show for the first time.
Hello.
And what brings you here with us today, Octavian?
This guy? I don't know. He's the one who said I should. No, I mean, I've been doing a lot. So we'll get into more details later, probably. But the teams between PoE 1 and PoE 2 have become a little bit more distinctly split as of late. Mm-hmm. There's definitely still some people who jump back and forth, but myself, I work fully on PoE 1 at the moment. And I've been doing a lot of the design work on, pretty much everything to do with the 320 expansion. You know, it's not just me. I'm working with a number of other designers, but I've had my hands in a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, it represents Path of Exile 1, like getting the team and resources that it needs to like continue its development and like put out some spicy expansions every 4 months or something you're trying to do now. So it's a pretty exciting thing for PoE1 fans.
I mean, it's a lot to take on for sure. Like, and there's been some growing pains. We had our whole like team was split and merged team, and now we're kind of splitting again, and we're kind of going all over the place. But honestly, what allowed us to do the split this time is Octavian and Andrew, who's not here, but hopefully maybe next time or in the future we were thinking might get a bit too cozy on this couch.
We need a longer couch.
We'll figure that out. But with Octavian here, stepping up and seizing control and having that like X factor design, which is something that I would say Jonathan and I have, and pretty much before I was going back and forth on the game so aggressively, and I was just like, holy, there's so much context switching going on. I didn't feel like I was giving enough time to each product, because I was so spread too thin, as they say, and all this. And so all of a sudden, with Octavian's, just like, let me do it. And so here's where we are. And it's this real awesome story where now, Path of Exile 1, obviously, you started by Chris, you got Jonathan, you got Eric, and obviously they started the project, they started grinding gear, and they had this, obviously they hadn't played the game before because the game was new, right? And so they're developing it and, release it and all this, and now you've got this thing where it's, where Jonathan's obviously still in the picture, but you got this thing where it's kind of like me with Octavian and Andrew, all three of us coming into the company as players through QA, now getting to this point. And so a lot of what Octavian's getting is the story I got, and obviously I'm all for that because I got lucky and I'm happy about it and I love my job, and so I'm seeing this happen again. It's exciting, and it's bloody cool, while also makes things easier for me. I'm like way less stressed about it. I'm way less spread too thin. I get to actually focus on the quality and what we're doing, and I mean it's just an all-round win. And first time Octavian here doing these. You'll see a lot more of him, I'm sure, unless something goes catastrophically wrong today. Good luck.
Yeah, sure.
Holy Hammer, 5%.
I'm confident.
That's not ready for Slam now.
Expansion.
Or Shatter's
No, it's real good. It's awesome. Yeah, like for sure. Like if you're looking at a how did I do for my first time kind of thing, like I don't think it could have gone any better, to be honest. And good. It's good, and obviously keen to talk about it and keen to answer all the questions, and I'm sure hopefully you are too.
Yeah, Octavian's been super humble and stuff when I've been talking to him, like, you're doing a good job, this is good content.
No, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. It's huge.
And killing tier 17s, what a champion for Path of Exile players everywhere, mate. Good stuff. But I love that you guys have had that like same journey as well, like and Andrew too as well, right? Like it's players become QA, become game like designers, become like producers and leads on Path of Exile 1 project now. Like it's like the game is in the hands of the players, right? Like
kinda.
Yeah.
I mean, I still play every expansion for not as much time as I did when I streamed the game for a living, when it was my job to play it for 8 to 10 hours a day, but I still probably put in an unhealthy amount of time. I work on the game for 8 hours and then I go home and play the game for like 4, and then I maybe eat something and then go to bed. It hasn't faded. I had a lot of people when I first joined the company asking me like, do you not play the game anymore? Is it not fun anymore? Like, do you get sick of it? And no, it has not yet happened.
One of us.
Fantastic. Well, I'm excited to talk about all the new stuff, but first I think we definitely need to talk about ground loot.
Yeah, the loot. There's not
ground
loot on the ground down there, is there?
I don't see anything.
Where's the
nothing's
loot?
making it through my filter right now. This floor is empty. Ground loot is a hot topic discussion right now, and has honestly been for a long time in some iteration or another. I remember like as far back as like I was trying to find
3.19 when it got nuked.
The idea of where some of these things trace back to, and for me it was actually like Legion, like farming low tier maps where you're getting that flat additive loot in the map, and so all of a sudden you're not caring so much about what the regular monsters drop. You're just doing your tier 4 glacier to get Legion and stuff like that. But this whole thing is definitely like it's been a tricky topic to break down because a lot of people have various different issues. Some people are like blaming loot tiles. Other people, like myself for example, think loot tiles are great. They're just kind of like indicative of the difference between what is dropping from regular monsters in a map and what is being given through what I will refer to as loot tiles, but is generally like flat additive systems, something that adds something, a known quantity, something that's going to be, what you're going to be getting to some extent. And, I don't necessarily I think those are a great mechanic for various reasons, but they don't necessarily scale with difficulty in the same way as regular content can. They don't have as much of that element of surprise. And I think trying to like really figure out where a lot of this comes down to, like what's the actual issue if you like kind of peek through the curtains a bit. I think it's just that people are getting their loot in ways that feel like it isn't earned, like it's too disconnected from the gameplay, right? Like you've either got like non-combat drops being really good, things like shipments and the auto mappers, or loot tiles, which have that kind of like preordained feeling, so it's not as directly correlated with the content you're doing. So I'm just curious kind of like how you guys are feeling about or tracking with that, just discussion in an overall sense before we dive into some of the specifics.
Well, there's a couple. Obviously, look, item drops are complicated. This model is complicated. The system is complicated, and it's easy to get lost in the weeds and all that. But honestly, let me simplify it down. Yes, if people don't think it's good enough, it's not good enough. So we'll fix it, right? And now, obviously, these things can take time, but I mean, we'll immediately just to get right in there, because I know what people actually want to know is, what are you doing about it? So let's get just to that straight away, which is, at least for now, given that we have, a week till release. But that being said, we can always make loot better mid-league, right? And that's never a problem.
That's never a problem.
It's taking away this problem. But, yeah, look, as I said, if you say it's not good enough, it's not good enough. That's how it is. That's just the nature. If the players, and I mean the audience at whole, is like, it sucks, then it sucks, right? So we'll make it better. So to start with, what we're going to be doing, instead of, there might be some terminology here I need to make sure I acknowledge people don't understand. We will effectively be doubling all the currency.
And this is from
number
like,
one. From core drops, as we call it. Yeah. Not windows, not
This has been needed
tile loot,
for a long time. I wonder if scarabs are included in that, or diff cards.
Obviously, that will then, by consequence, diminish the rewards from window loot and tile loot. Yes, that is intentional.
Just economically speaking, you mean like?
Yes, correct. As in just proportionately, one goes up, the other is now less value proportionally.
Yeah, just like inflation and whatnot.
What else are we doing? We're going to do a bit of a pass on like memory strands was an attempt to try and get equipment. So that's the currency. The equipment memory strands was an attempt to get equipment drop to be more impactful. When you identify it, I would say that
it's not going to be inflation. It's still going to be less than 17, but it'll be a good amount, I think.
As good as we wanted. So we're just reassessing that, since we're also making changes to the end game around originator maps and all that. Look, they're going to be better. There'll be generally more strands. They'll have higher impact. So identified items via that means will just be better. We're also we're going to see if we can do it in time to make sure that it also doesn't just pick bad base types.
Oh, yeah, that's already been done.
There you go.
Nice.
Sweet. Well, we did a lot of this yesterday.
So base type biasing?
It has yes, so it still can technically, if you get rather unlucky, pick a lower tier base type, but it's heavily biased towards picking higher tier base types to put the memory strands on.
Okay, that's cool. I remember like a long time ago, it was not like that was avoided specifically. It was like, some people might want like a grove bow or something instead.
I mean,
sure.
I think at this point.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Deal with it, I guess. Greater good is often the way to look at that. And then, look, we're doing some other things. We're going to have ancient orbs, fracturing orbs added to the core drop pools, which should help a little bit for that more kind of mid to higher tier currency.
Yeah, those are the... Ooh, yeah.
We're doing anything else? So we're doing a little bit of a rebalancing of currency proportions. When I say double currency, by the way, I immediately obviously forgot to mention the important thing. We're not doubling transmutes and orgs. We're doubling the things that matter.
True.
We're doubling the more important currency. We're not you're not just going to get twice as many of the trash. Obviously by endgame, you don't
odds
need
matter to me.
the thousands of them that exist already. So
I need 10,000 augments
that's
for
the
coming in my
immediate
gear.
step that we're taking. It's always going to be an ongoing discussion. There's always going to be ebbs and flow to this, always, right? There will be a thing where maybe ground loot is saved, and then a year later we'll be having the exact same discussion with a slightly different twist, and that's fine. That's just how it works. You might even find 6 months from now or something where people are like, bunch of these leagues aren't worth doing because the window loot happens to suck from them or something. These are just how these things go. It's a constant back and forth. It's a constant conversation, and the important thing is just like, there's a problem, fix the problem. Don't freaking. And the thing is about it, and because item drops is so complicated, what you do find, and you find it internally, you get lost in these just crazy philosophical conversations for like hours and hours and hours and hours of talking about why and what did we do in the past that did X, Y, and Z, and it is important to discuss those, but sometimes it's also important to just bulldoze through and just start making changes and start fixing the problem. Now, especially with a week till deployment, like we don't want to sully or have all the content to be ultimately, less appreciated because of the fact that, ground drops suck, which, as I said, agree. So yeah, we're doing what we can now. We'll hopefully do more later, if that's what's needed. So yeah, just keep telling us about it. You know what I mean? But for now, we're going to be doing a bunch of changes because we can this week. We can test them this week. We can make sure that we're happy with them this week. And if we do anything else, we'll let you know. And then, yeah, we'll just keep going. And we obviously got changes to King's March, which is obviously window loot. You've got changes to, the new league, I would say, is one that more favors generally things that aren't in windows. And so yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Hopefully that's a good start, and we'll see where it ends up, I guess.
Octavian, you were mentioning to me this idea that there's like a lot of white trash items that are dropping, and something about like that kind of effectively becoming currency was kind of the idea there.
Sort of in a way. So like when Mark says doubling the currency that drops, we're not like there is a total amount of weighting in the drop pool, if that makes sense. And we're not adding more weighting to that drop pool. Instead, we are subtracting it from places like, normal basic equipment that every single person is hiding on their loot filter. That weighting is now going instead towards currency items. And like Mark said, specifically towards currency items that aren't like transients.
There's technically not more items on the floor. It's just more of the garbage has turned into, ideally now, mid and higher tier currency.
Yeah, so like once upon a time we had this like massive historic quantity rarity buff removal thing that occurred, and some of the numbers on that were like crazy. It was like, this has 1600% increased quantity. So for the skeptics out there, like my father when I was young, who would say, I'm doubling your pay this week. Double nothing's nothing. Do you think like doubling the currency is something that has like a pretty appreciable impact on like a map to map basis, when like a lot of the time you are kind of just walking out with a couple fragments and a scarab?
Double is definitely still double. It's a pretty big deal, there's
a difference between like economic changes. It's definitely things. That I
agree. It's definitely different to a like 6% glacial hammer buff or whatever's happened historically. It definitely will make a pretty notable difference, but that case there is also an important one, and we were still actively discussing that yesterday, where we were like, there's a little bit of wanting to make sure there's a minimum as well, especially with a certain amount of content. Like, I appreciate that a lot of people are like, there's that juice up here, and there's that, like, here's just your base map. And there's a bit of an expectation that, you should be able to just go in, clear the map, and come out with more. And I generally agree with that. I would say that, the base map is kind of bad right now with respect to some of that. And so, but again, this is that thing where we've got these things we can do now and quite quickly, because we understand the ramifications of them way more. Then there's still all these other conversations we need to have about more like that and how we can achieve that. There's things about how can we've always wanted the idea that the quality of equipment is dropping better, but there's less of it. How can we achieve that? And like, it's quite complicated and quite difficult to do, and it has like all these ramifications down the line, and it just goes and goes and again. So for right now, focus on what we're doing, but we will 100% be looking at things like the minimums, the base mapping experience versus the giga juiced, because the other thing we need to make sure we don't do is often what you can do is you can add something that is more for your average player doing your average regular map, and then that, once multiplied by every single league thing, ends up being just more and more for the top end, and then it's a bit of a rich get richer situation, and you didn't end up necessarily even benefiting that person. You in fact made them now feel worse from an economic standpoint. So like, you have that thing where you need to give something there but take away from something here, and that can be dangerous because you might overcook the nerf, you might overcook the buff, you might undercook on either. It's scary for sure. So yeah, I mean, even yesterday, to be fair, yesterday I was the one proposing all the craziness. And I was like, whatever, it's fine, let's just do it. Everyone's like, whoa, calm down. I was like, all right, fair enough, I'm calm. We'll do the safe stuff that we know that's high impact and going to help people now more than anything, and then we'll keep looking at this stuff. So I would expect more changes. Again, I would, depending on what they are, mid-league. Again, I don't like nerfing strategies mid-league. Like, that's a last resort. So yeah, if all of a sudden it's like buff and nerf, and if we can be 100% certain it hasn't like screwed over a bunch of people's current economic wealth, that's good. But look, if it isn't solved, then 329 will have more. So just make sure you keep letting us know, right? Like, that's the important thing. Like, often what happens is like a topic can come up and then be lost because other stuff moves on or whatever. Like, it's really important that, and it's obviously a responsibility on our end to make sure we go, okay, this is still a problem. It's not like just because
we can check in each Q&A on this one. For sure.
Yeah,
it's
sure.
like a good ongoing one to
for sure.
review. I think it'd be good if you can get like, for the Alk and Go players, like to a situation where they can get two chaos to rub together. But I think like an interesting situation is that you can kind of stack all of this juicing stuff into juicing the normal content of a map, the monsters, and you can't really like scale it, or the scaling has not really any impact on that. It's like something to do with like, it might literally be that like double nothing is nothing situation where you're like, oh, well, through all these scarabs and Atlas stuff, I've juiced these monsters up 1800%, but they ultimately still aren't able to drop anything at that point. Now, how do you make it able to scale? It feels like actually like a really difficult design problem right now. How do you get it actually able to scale basic monsters to make them both challenging and rewarding? Because like, Affliction's various issues aside, something that was cool about that was that you could scale rare monsters to be really freaking hard and really rewarding, and that was actually like a cool thing that maybe needs to be
I'm not despair at all. I think it's gonna be sick.
Yeah. And maybe that we've lost.
You see a lot of this thing with the difficulty scaling, where you get that exact argument where people are like, I want a way to be able to scale monsters, but then you also have the audience who are like, I want things to be rewarding without needing those scaling mechanisms.
Got to have a bit of both, I guess.
You do need a bit of both. It's never going to be perfect. You're always in a kind of gray area, and that's where I talk about the ebbs and flows of just things coming and going, and ultimately it's what feels right to as many people as possible. Or there are many options for these things, right?
Yeah, I wonder if we just need some like chunkier options that do just like...
We do,
make those
100%.
Base monsters just punch a bit harder, some like big nodes, big notables on that.
Octavian was specifically pushing for this yesterday, and we're in agreement. It's just a matter of coming up with what that is. And
the hardest, like, Atlas passives and scarabs and that kind of thing to design are usually the ones that are the most broad. Like if you're designing for a particular league mechanic or something, you know what levers and knobs you have to turn. But if you're designing something for the monsters in the map, that's a little tougher. And that's not to say there aren't cool designs there. There definitely are, but it is one of those things where like we probably can come up with a bunch of cool stuff by 329, but probably don't have it in the next week.
Like, this is like another league situation here, but I wonder if there's like this needs to be keywordified, like some sort of like native monsters.
Yeah, we do.
Natural inhabitants is what we currently call them. Yes,
we do have that as a concept. Yeah, it's not used super frequently, but there's a few places in there.
But then you also then don't want it to be that then there is a league and the league just feels like absolute trash, So again, little bit of a fine balance, and because otherwise you're going to start the ebb or the flow on the other side, and now all of a sudden it's like, there's no point adding any leagues to my area.
I mean, some of your well-designed leagues I think can work well with that, like the Mirage, just as an example, for example.
100%, yes.
If that was in now, Mirage would work really well. You'd be duplicating all those scaled up, like naturally occurring monsters and adding more of them effectively as well, like non-loot tiled but still kind of like randomized monster stuff, which is pretty cool.
Well, as you can see though, also we've just done a lot of changes, especially to existing systems. Like we're not afraid of. I mean, items a bit more scary because you do need to test it. You don't want to mess that up.
Awakening Scarab is gone.
We're not. Octavian's not too afraid. It seems to be able to suggest the crazy things that we.
Bit of fresh blood, bit of vigor for change. That's good.
Sure.
I think we just said even to you this morning, it's like Octavian and I were just like talking absolute madness, I believe I phrased it as, in terms of doing all these crazy things and like, just tipping things upside down and like seeing what works, seeing what doesn't. And so we'll just keep doing it. But
I mean, you guys can
it's
cut loose.
exciting.
You're in charge of the game now.
Now is the time. I really love these conversations in this point because now is the time when like we don't plan stuff so far in advance. Hopefully people know that by now. We stay dynamic, we stay agile with that stuff, and right now is when we're discussing what are we doing for 329, what are our major headliners, what are our minor headliners. And
I usually say that start like the week before this one releases. It's like usually it's like, okay, what's the next league look like?
And so right now is the thing where we're putting our effectively our list. What are our tier 1 problems, our tier 2 problems, what are the things we want to achieve, not. And so, you know,
the hardest part is I've already got some stuff that I really want to do in 329 that I'm really excited about, and I can't talk to you about it.
Yes, I know. You guys told me something before the Q&A. I'm like, you can't tell me this right before the Q&A, and I'm not allowed to talk about it. I have to, like, come on. I really want to bring that up.
Yeah, but now you have 4 months of prep for the next Q&A.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. But my question's ready for that topic. But wait a while on that one, though. Something that on this ground loot topic that I'm kind of have been sad to see fade away to an extent. It was the loot conversion mechanic on rare monsters. Now, it was obviously really problematic when it was first implemented because it was associated with arch nemesis monsters, and then it had like pinata fishing stuff. But you guys solved that by making it actually properly random. And then even though it was kind of a loot tile mechanic in the sense that it's like making a specific drop at it, it's random and it doesn't feel like that at all. So it's... I think loot conversion, so for those who are unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, this is occasionally rare monsters have like a hidden thing where they will take whatever they were going to drop and they change it into something else. And that is like fun and weird and surprising, and weird and like surprising loot drops.
Spike moments.
Yeah. Those are the things you remember. Like, I remember the first time I saw like, you know, they all got changed into currency, or they all got changed into maps, or some weird other thing happened.
That was another big topic yesterday. It's like that because that was another. And there's so many axes here, but we were like, we need to reinstate spike moments. Moments where you're like, whoa, this is crazy, and that not just being a divine or having to mouse over every type of a unique of a given base type. And that is what achieved that. I mean, I believe we are at least we obviously nerfed those. It was a bit hectic. But we're easing back on some of that, at least for 050. What the heck? 328. Up to, so that's what I mean, too many games for 328. We're easing back on those diminishing return penalties, I believe we applied. You know, at least they'll be more spiky again, but not what they once were. What they were was kind of a bit out of control. That being said, it's important that there are those crazy spike moments, and if there aren't enough, like that might not be enough, then we have to we'll add more.
So it's important that there's a variety of them too. You know, like that's the fundamental challenge of a loot-based video game is getting players to, you know, care about, you know, the different pixels on their screen, and like this set is more exciting than that set. And like that's the trick that as game designers you're trying to play on people, and it's not an easy trick to play. And you know, like one small thing, like Mark said earlier, that we are doing for 328 is the ancient orbs and fracturing orbs to the global drop pool, because now there's another shiny tink that might occur in the form of the fracture orb.
Yeah, but we want more giga tanks.
Yes, that is certainly not the extent of it. It's
you want the thing where there's like 50 tanks overlapping all at the same time, and your sound channels are like, I don't know how to deal with
and
this.
Just like, the unexpected and the weird, that's the thing that I want to really drive home. Is like, I want you guys to come up with like 10 new weird things that rares can drop, because it makes rares like matter again. It makes them interesting again. Like, I'm excited about a rare because it could do something I've never seen before, and that's
one of my favorite. Like,
after 10,000 hours or whatever.
If we design something like that and it's a success and it's like a meaningful new niche in the game, that was one of my favorite things as a player. You know, chasing those weird niches to try and find some, you know, strange corner of the economy that I could leverage. And I want to add more of that.
Right. Yeah.
We will. It's on the mind for sure. Hopefully by 329 we've got a good set of that.
So potentially some more loot conversion, weird explosions and stuff.
There's kind of things in the meanwhile. You also then, when doing that, don't want to then just make the map boss feel valueless and all that stuff. So it's a little bit more to make sure we get right. Because
map bosses could be a good place for that sort of thing, honestly, like the weird drops like that.
In theory, you do it on both. Could be distinct pools on each. Who knows? But then you don't want to create an environment where the map boss is only so rewarding that you just kill the map boss and repeat. Or maybe you do. I don't know. Who knows?
Just make everything good.
That's the goal.
It's all good. We'll get there 100%. I have no lack of confidence in that factor, like for sure. So
you touched on King's March. So there's like King's March is like a big kind of like grouping of the same issue there, where it's like
King's March.
gambling, the shipments, and the mappers, and those giving some of the most rewarding loot right now. It's just not from combat gameplay ultimately. And this was something I was going to bring up later, but I'll bring it up here now. It makes sense that like I think I like King's March. A lot of people like the King's March shipments and stuff like that, but I think over time it's definitely started to feel more and more like what I was initially concerned about, which is that it'd be like daily quests, mandatory chores, exactly.
Chore.
Yeah, busy work sort of stuff. For loot that you're not really earning, it's disconnected from your gameplay and that. I was surprised to think about the crop and ore change. It was like, it's a pretty subtle thing, but it actually seems like that might be kind of impactful. Do you think that's going to make a big difference though?
I mean, it does make a big difference, yes, because you have to now engage with the league and be invested in the league in order to now get the printed currency.
Yes.
So at least there's that. I understand that's, a bit of a currency nerf to everyone, but hey, look, it's window loot, so, we're compensating for that in the rest of the game as well, so, with all the different
leagues.
leagues.
But a lot of people are willing to take. It's like, because I think for King's March especially, it was something that it's like, technically it's optional, you don't have to do it, but like everyone is.
Yeah, it's not
so
really. It's not really though,
optional,
is it?
right?
No.
The swap is sort of meant to help address.
Yeah.
Because, when you could just
Like,
grow crops with nothing
audio.
but money, then it doesn't really feel
not
optional, right?
optional.
Because
Yeah,
you're making
exactly.
gold whatever you're doing. So you have gold to give to King's March, and they can just turn that into money for you.
Yeah. That was a quote that I picked out from somewhere that I found particularly entertaining. Where it's like someone's like, "Oh, my King's March mappers are getting better currency per map than I do, so I give them all my maps and I farm gold for them." I'm like, "Oh, that's just tragic, isn't it?" It's not really where you want to be.
So now, and what you need to figure out is, does the doubling of currency double the King's March mappers amount of currency?
Well, it doesn't currently.
No, it doesn't.
Well, there you go. That's probably part of the solution there, just kind of accidentally.
But yeah, King's March has a pretty extreme love-hate relationship going on with everyone. Like this,
I like it. Honestly, I enjoy logging in and getting my shipments, but I do see the dark patterns there.
for sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
The issue there.
Hopefully these changes help. There's obviously more we can do in due time, but you also don't want to take away the thing that a lot of people do like. And that's where maybe making it more of an optional thing instead of the actual fake optional that it is right now is honestly the trajectory it needs to go. That way, if you love it, do it. If you don't, and you don't have to feel so penalized or bad about not having it. That's probably the direction to really go ultimately. How that will present itself, TBD, but we'll just have to see how the ore and crop change is actually quite a big deal, and we'll just have to see how that goes.
Yeah,
so.
it's like it seems like it'll have a surprisingly big impact for just a pretty simple thing. It's like, oh, we should have done this in the first place. It's like,
yeah.
It's funny. It was just a bit backwards, I suppose. And I am interested to see how much change the port stuff you've done is, because you've moved around where rewards come from ports, made them more specific, because it was pretty autopilot before. Like, I just used the same port again and again. You just dumped all your crops in one port. There wasn't really much to think about there, but now it seems like you're actually gonna maybe be a little bit of strategy there about where you're sending what.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I'm sure players will develop something of a meta. I think one thing that we didn't note as well is that, like, in the live stream footage, is that the what is it called? The quota? Like the port wants a certain
favorite
resource.
resources.
Yeah, that has much more of an impact than it once did on the shipment that you'll return, and you can also re-roll that.
Yeah, it's hard to see like the impact of that sort of thing. So hopefully, it's like something that's like pretty noticeable, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is a system that was intended to promote that you vary up the different ports you send to.
Yeah. So hopefully that.
So like even if we've shuffled stuff around, you're still going to have a non-random
What kind of
meta
maps, Griffin?
generally, right?
Oh, the mappers in King's March?
gives you what you want. And there's choice within that, and that's great. But yeah, you need a kind of more random, and that's what that system was trying to do. It just wasn't doing it very well. So make it more impactful and keep doing so if we need to.
Vaguely similar to this idea of like getting the best loot from non-gameplay was the major boss drops coming more from reliquary keys than the actual boss, and those dropping globally as well. Is that something you're thinking about at all? I feel like a lot of people feel like it circumvents like the point of the boss, and
it
values
does.
that a lot.
It does for sure. We're not doing anything about that right now that I'm aware of.
you hadn't
But
Not in 328, but I actually personally also share this gripe. So
Agreed.
it is a thing that will be brought up with Andrew and the other designers working on PoE1. So yeah,
Now Sarge, hour 45.
I also agree. I would like it if every Starforge in the world came from killing Shaper. But we'll see whether we get to that reality or not. Like that's something that other people have strong opinions on as well. I'm not going to unilaterally say like, yes, we're doing this.
Yeah. So, is there a reason why like the boss doesn't just drop the keys that give those things or something? Like, I guess they would need a bunch of different keys or something. Might be the issue there. You need like a reliquary key of Shaper or something.
Yeah, that would necessitate a lot of base items, but that might be fine.
We do have a lot of little things like that, don't we?
Didn't we do that at some point? I swear.
I feel like
I thought we had.
Don't we have the
ringing bells or something?
bosses
like,
drop
maybe
their
it was
own keys
discussed
for
at
their
one
own
point?
uniques? Wasn't that the point of that?
Just, I guess it didn't.
I could just be tripping.
Well, Valdo maps do work differently to the reliquary keys in that regard.
I need to look into this again because I was under the impression that we intended for that to not be the case. Like I thought we had solved this in the past, but like fever dreams and all that.
Yeah, I was
too
like
many
unsure,
changes.
but
I'm
then it
like,
was like-
didn't we solve this like 3 years ago? I'm just like, I swear.
Yeah, I was surprised when that question was sent to me. So I was like, I thought you guys
The
had
perils
that,
of
but
continual
no.
development.
I'm gonna go look at that after this because I am convinced that I'm like having mega deja vu here. I swear. I thought that we had reliquary key and then all the boss specific reliquary keys and those gave the boss uniques and the base one doesn't because we didn't want them to give the boss uniques and thus I don't know.
That question was sent to me by a juicer, so I was like, oh, I take their word from that one. And so
I don't know. Maybe maybe something slipped up and something went wrong there. I'm gonna go have a look at it after this. Again, whatever. The deja vu is real right now.
It
but
will be good to reassess the state of
I
it.
don't trust my short-term memory anymore. So, that might be long-term memory at this point. But all good.
The final ish aspect of ground loot that I want to touch on for today is rare gear drops that just ultimately they're just not shown on filters because they aren't. They're either very rarely good or they just aren't even able to be good. Like it's not even physically possible for them to be competitive in many cases outside of some things like energy shield gear or suppression gear or whatever. There are some cases where it's like, can never compete with like influenced modifiers or other random where you can jam things together, create the sort of stuff players can make via crafting and other systems. So I have a few kind of questions about like that. It's something I've talked about, a few times in the past. It's like it's always been a thing. Like, how do we make rares matter? I'm curious first, why isn't the tier system being used in Path of Exile 1 for rare drops?
Kind of is.
The
memory strands are a technically more granular version of that.
Okay.
Which I mean, look, we've considered this, we've discussed this for sure, and this is part of the whole drop less but better. It's just that it comes with these so many different consequences that we have to then work our way through. And, the memory strands was our kind of way of trying to achieve that. And as I said, it didn't hit the mark for sure. And so we're now trying to make it better. But, and I understand that that's like, they're from originator maps, not like game wide, which I don't necessarily mind either, that it's like at the end of the end game is when the stuff starts happening. But yeah, I mean, I'd first like to see if that can hit the mark first. That being said, there is just going to always be that there are crafting systems and drops at odds with one another. And you have so many people who are in favor of one versus the other. That being said, we don't want to also just be like flooding the ground. You know how much people can juice. You don't want to just be now just flooding the ground with rare items, and it's just like, oh my god, there's just too much stuff everywhere, and I don't know,
I was having a fantasy earlier about this. I was like dreaming about it and daydreaming about like, what would it be like if Path of Exile 1 all of a sudden dropped like maybe only a few rares a map, and I was like excited to identify and look at them. It's like that would be such a crazy change from the amount of stuff that drops right now.
I think that game mode is called Ruthless.
Well, maybe.
Whoa, man. It's your first time in the Q&A. Calm down. No. I mean, he's technically right, but we can solve that. But the discrepancy between average map and pinnacle, right? We obviously then have to assess, like, how can you get, if you can get 1,000 times more value out of your map, how do you then not go from 3 to 3,000 items? And we would need to address that because like quantity is just quantity right now. So there's a lot of like thinking about how that system can translate into that. Because Because, like, I mean, at that point, the entire map would have to, like, kind of understand its value of items already dropped and then kind of stop. There's something kind of a bit
like
weird and complicated about it that I don't quite know how to achieve.
Tricky thing to nail down, but I wonder if there is a world in which such a thing is possible. Like, just, for rares to kind of be, like, I guess rare ultimately, but not to be not to be ruthless in the sense of it being like an item scarcity situation, but just that, like, well, man, if we're dropping 500 rares and we're not looking at them through the filter, then if those were rolled into 5 rares and they were 50 times better.
One of the things, and again, this is something that was discussed and not going into 328 because it has a lot of ramifications that we would need to interrogate for 329. But like an extension of the memory strand changes was like, well, what if we just, how the drop conversion stuff that you're talking about for rares, like what if we do some drop conversion thing where sometimes rares will drop way fewer rare items, but they'll drop super memory strand heavy items and they'll drop a few of them, and like that sort of thing. It is definitely on our minds. I will say one of the things that contributes to this experience, particularly in Keepers, was just the strength of the breach tree, the strength of the Genesis tree, and while that's being rolled into core, it has been adjusted.
Yeah.
I mean, while those windows they're generally going to be showing you just like effectively every rare item that's presented there is many thousands of rare items that are on the ground.
Yeah.
And how is that ever going to compete as well? So then even
to make the ground items like that, I guess, would be how you compete, and that's what I'm curious to see what that would look like.
There's like so many problems to solve here, and we'll just keep working through them. It's just, again, I cannot stress how complicated all the item model and everything is, and messing up the economy in any drastic way, be it stuff that we do on accident, sometimes we do try to avoid it as much as possible. And a lot of these things are really hard to come back from if you mess it up. If we just make if everyone's just getting like 95th percentile items off the ground and like the first tier 1 map they run, you're like the entire itemization of the in-game systems just down the drain. So like if we, that's an extreme. That would assume we mess up bad.
Yeah.
But that's what knee-jerk reactions result in, right?
That's what would happen if you drop like how
you guys have
rares
some
are.
experience now with the idea of like converting rarity into tiering up an item, like making it better. It's like, as the rare kind of feeds into it. And that aligns nicely with the idea of this being something that grows over time with juicing.
I 100% want to do that.
Tiers and juice it, and your map's got like jumped from, your average 100 rarity to 500 rarity or something. Those items start to become a fair bit better rather than just being, because the way it is now effectively is just more white items being converted into rares, right? And
you get the cool thing with them bosses because they have generally more inherent rarity, drop better gear, and rares drop better gear, and it's not always better, but like the average is going to be significantly better, and I love that. I actually really like that, and I'd like to do it. So
okay, that's good to hear.
We'll just keep trying to get there.
So on the issue of like normal rares not really even being able to compete with like crafted influence recombinated stuff, like Path of Exile 1 it's just got too much cool stuff now. It's not like you want to remove that. So the question is then like, how do you make rares compete with that stuff? Obviously like just having really well rolled stuff can work, and maybe only for specific kind of item categories like energy shield gear and things like that. But I am a big fan personally of things like temple modifiers and stuff like that are a little bit weirder. Now that generally belongs in specific content, but I wonder if there's stuff like that you can do. Obviously we're talking about the memory strand kind of making the base matter, and I quite like overqualityed items for that point as well. Is this something you're thinking along these lines of like other things you can do that maybe fit more in general content? Maybe just seeding the idea if nothing else?
There is probably stuff. It's kind of hard to think of exact things on the spot.
It kind of goes back to your previous comment about, trying to make more, more meaningful tinks, I guess. Yeah. Finding more axes to make gear matter in a way that's different from a different piece of gear mattering is like one of the most fundamentally difficult things in designing an item-based game, but it is also one of the most important.
The other thing is to not have dropped items be unrecognizable as well, though. You can't get too crazy with them.
Yeah.
You want them to still feel relatively fundamental, and then you craft all the crazy, which are at odds again with one another, right? Those two things, because crazy often can mean power. But yeah, like you don't want to just have every item. You just have to hover and know what are the 8 different things that could be considered. And I understand that the item filter can do a lot of that work, but you know, then there are those not using the item filters and not using different types of item filters, and now there's just this insane complicated web that they might have to deal with. So you still want the ground loot to ultimately feel fundamental, recognizable, and something not overly complicated, and then, you know, the skill ceiling is what enables the complication of like the knowledge, what leagues am I doing, how am I interacting with all that. So it's that real difficult spot where you want to find really interesting stuff, but stuff that's also fundamental and feels core and isn't overly complicated, and that's why it's hard. It's really easy to come up with all kinds of crazy stuff.
Awesome.
It's coming up with the simple, more grounded things that are just real tricky for sure. And you know,
it's probably why we're here in the first place talking about ground loot, because like that is the more subtle, the trickier thing to get right. Whereas like to do crazy stuff through all the various league mechanics that's what you can let loose. So those have become better and better over time. It's interesting. Yeah. Well, I'm starting to see now. Why aren't we talking about the new stuff? Like, perfect. I've done my job excellently. I have exhausted the ground loot topic to the point now where chat is starting to want me to change topics.
Yeah, you always start with the.
I hit the line that I was pushing for. Excellent.
You always start with the.
You want to start with the thing that people are.
Of course,
feeling
100%.
Like,
yeah,
I can't relax and listen to this other stuff until I'm reassured a bit.
But yes, would love to talk about it. Very excited.
Absolutely. Yeah, excellent. Mirage, the new league that has been showcased and announced here, is a spicy and interesting one, iterating upon a lot of different concepts and ideas here. It seems like the execution here is really about like a greater than I think we've ever seen, maybe, level of integration with existing content, like synergies between content, to the point where like you're actually making it so that other content in this is doing something unique, which I don't think we've ever done before. So
that's one of the things that's been most exciting about it to me. Like, just to spoil one more example, I guess, that we didn't give in the live stream.
Cool.
The way that it interacts with Delirium, for instance, is you can drop a currency which can be used in a cluster jewel to change the enchantment of that cluster jewel, but it doesn't change what's on the cluster jewel. So you can theoretically roll like a shield or a block cluster jewel.
Cool.
You can roll a block cluster jewel into X notable that you want. You could then even fracture it and then use the new currency to change it over to being, I don't know, a brand cluster jewel or something, assuming those are both on the same size cluster jewel.
Wild.
And then you can roll a brand notable along with your block notable or whatever.
That's fucking weird.
Did I miss where you said, like, can you do this just once, or is it...
You can keep reusing the currency.
So you can, like, add a modifier and then change it to a new one, add a modifier. I want to modify from these two types and then to end with this type.
If you're the luckiest man on earth,
Crazy.
But how cool is that?
That is wild.
I love that. I'm excited about that.
And like
it's coming up with some cool ideas lately.
It's basically like, you know, me and Leighton, one of the other designers, got to just design a whole bunch of, you know, and wouldn't it be cool if we could go back in time and add this one other thing to this mechanic?
Designing crazy is easy. No, it's not. No, that's underselling it. But I don't know. That's exciting for sure.
Yeah, that's wicked. So like, was this the initial goal on the outside, or is just something happened kind of on accident? This idea of making Mirage really like interact with and amplify the existing content in the game.
The very, very initial goal was I like how some of my favorite designs for League mechanics are like Delirium and Affliction and stuff like that, even Sentinel to a degree, where it's like it augments content. And I was like, well, what if we could do that, except it augments the area and not the league, you know, not like just the monsters.
And then out of that grew is like...
Yeah, and then later we, you know, because that is a good base, but you need, a good league mechanic needs a bunch of extra, like, you know, bells and whistles, I suppose.
Yeah, it's always just been kind of like, oh, it accidentally kind of juices this other mechanic or for whatever reason, so... That is, that's a whole new level there. It was interesting, so I played through, like, the campaign with this league, and... It almost felt like some sort of like best of Path of Exile league. It's got this like legacy league kind of feel where you're like, there's just strong boxes and shrines and legions and stuff everywhere. It's like, I feel like I'm playing a juiced endgame version of the campaign more so than
the epic thing of
before.
It was a thing where like, this is a thing I would say that is like almost a bit undersold almost, where it's like the impact this league has on the, like normally you'd think, okay, so there's like an extra little bit of mud flats with some monsters like as a second replicated area. It's like, well, I don't really care about that. But then you're like, Yeah, but what if when the Mirage is spawned, we also then ensure there's other bonus content that's currently in-game only generally, or like Mayhem League, you know, kind of stuff. Not that we do that much of that anymore. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, now you've got all this content appearing in the campaign, and it's like there's just so much stuff going on. And I actually think I understand. Like, if you want to just get to endgame, go to endgame. It's still your choice. You don't have to. But for those actually wanting to engage with the league and the campaign, it's probably one of the most like interactive ones, and it probably adds the most amount of content out of any maybe that we've done before.
In addition to that, there's also a bunch of handcrafted campaign-specific wishes that you know they fall away at the end game because they're not really powerful enough to be competitive with the end game juicing wishes and that sort of thing. But they'll give you a binding orb or two on completing like the very like Act 1 or Act 2. There's very early ones that can give you that. There's ones that give you like a whole bunch of chromatic orbs. There's ones that give you a unique weapon or something like that. Things that are really useful in the campaign. Even later in the campaign, there's one that'll give you a 5 link. And then those will fall away as you get to the end game. So where they're not nearly as relevant.
Yeah, it's normally I like always interact with the league mechanic, even if I'm getting over leveled. This is one where I think like it's to the point. It's just to the point where you like do the really cool looking ones, and this is my advice: do the really cool looking Mirages that have like a bunch of extra mechanics with it, and leave the other ones. Just like you'll be able to take it or leave it here, even if you're a player who normally does them all or
check the mechanics, them, check the wish, do it or move on.
Yeah.
Also,
like the wishes sometimes are unique, and
a detail that I wanted to make sure was known is so the Mirage in the I call it the overworld and the recreate. Those are the internal terms we've been using.
Okay.
But the Mirage around the object in the initial area, not the one that you've recreated, does have a lot of extra monsters from the Alpha Root, as Mark was saying in the live stream. Those monsters are purely additive, so they don't displace existing monsters or anything like that, which does mean that even if you never enter a Mirage, you're just kind of killing more stuff in the campaign than you would otherwise. Like,
there's
just extra monsters.
Probably how you were so over-leveled.
Yeah, true.
I think of it was like 10, 15 levels over pretty consistently. Since like Act 1, it's been like, oh man, I better skip over a few zones. And then I'm like, oh, that Mirage looks pretty tempting.
There's a bunch of kind of cool stuff as well. Like I know you mentioned as well the other day of the way the Mirage's area is generated. Like it when you have a circle, you got a circle, right? And so in claustrophobic maps, a lot of that circle's an unwalkable space.
Yeah, we've had
the
this
way that the
before.
area of Mirage generates is it flood fills walkable space until it occupies an amount of space.
That's clever.
Which means on a map by map basis, it's relatively consistent.
I noticed that you solved that issue. I was like, oh, you guys have done it.
Yeah, our programmers put a lot of work into that. So they did a good job.
But even then you've got, now you can immediately think of that and go, well, hold on, if I'm in like, say, toxic sewer and it flood fills, I'm going to be so far away from the portal. Well, there's just a button to take you back to the start of it.
Yes. You guys are getting good at this. Anticipating my quality of life complaints.
And it's got fancy effects when it teleports you.
Normally, like in the past, I'd come here and I'd play for a bit. And I was like, you guys need to make a quality of life for this. And then, like, no, you guys have done it already.
Part of doing quality of life changes, even though sometimes they're insane and sometimes they're, not as crazy, by doing it in every patch and holding ourselves accountable to doing it, we then often get like, well, hold on, what would we be doing next league for the new content? And
you've rewired your thinking, I think, on this.
Yeah,
I feel
100%.
like I've noticed that at least that mandate to do 10 quality of life fixes. I think
another really minor
looking for them now.
Another really minor thing is the mini map in a Mirage area is always fully revealed, so you know where you need to go.
I didn't even notice, but that's awesome. Yep. It's just like little things like that.
It is a actual terrain generation recreate, so to speak. So you wouldn't get lost either way, I suspect, if you were kind of remembering what happened anyway. But
I mean, in my memory, maybe.
Bit of a sure. It's true. We're talking about not having short-term memory, so who knows anymore nowadays?
It's a funny weird mechanic in the campaign too, because like quite often you're like, it spawns near the boss. You do the boss in the Mirage. You pick up the quest item from the boss in the Mirage.
Yep.
And you're like, I'll just go.
A lot of that suspiciously just kind of worked.
Yeah, it just
which
works. And
made me feel really, really
It's
suspicious.
so
like
weird.
there's surely some bug we're overlooking here, but it's been pretty thoroughly tested at this point. It just kind of works.
I've intentionally, I've been intentionally trying to like be like, oh, what if I do it this way? Being like a little cheeky, like, oh yeah, what if I kill Piety in here and get the thing?
I mean, it has had some bugs. Don't get me wrong. Like there was a bug where like if the Mirage didn't generate far enough, you could click an entrance that's supposed to take you to somewhere else, and now you're just outside the Mirage and you can't move, that's not particularly good.
I haven't run into any of those things yet, so you've been polishing it out pretty well. Higher level of polish a week out than usually on this visit.
That's
so
good.
I've noticed. So you guys, the team division maybe is working well there.
Yeah, because by having ultimately Octavian and Andrew focused on PoE 1 entirely for that whole span, and we were obviously all discussing. I loved our generally our design meetings are at like 6 p.m. and then they'd just run until we really look outside and we're like, oh, it's very dark. We probably should have gone home. But
The sun is rising.
yeah, we got these just cool, awesome like evening design sessions and that going on. But then those guys just were cranking from the get go, like
Awesome.
and as opposed to like kind of fighting for resources between the two, we laid out exactly here are the resources you got. If you need more, just tell us. But like work with that for now, get everyone working straight away. And I mean, obviously it sounds obvious. It's like, that's how it should be. But you got the 2 games, especially it can be a bit hard. Like, where do you go? What happens? Gets a bit crazy. So, as much as that sounds like, well, obviously it should work that way. It isn't as simple as it often sounds especially with passion projects, because, you always, especially as a designer, you want to work on both things. You want to know what's this cool thing going on over there. I want to be part of that. So you have to also be able to kind of separate yourself and go, I'm just going to acknowledge I don't know what's going on, and when I see the live stream for the other game, I'm going to learn a bunch of new stuff. And so
that's one of the benefits of it.
It is a bit. That's
I get
true,
to go
actually.
into PoE 2 releases with next to no idea. It's like, oh, cool. What, I get to be in the player base, getting the exciting reveal again.
That being said, he's like sitting amongst the other designers. We're all still in a collective, and everyone can hear what everyone else is doing, and so you can kind of still hear stuff, and people will still ask you questions about things that you've worked on before. So, but yeah, real cool. But I know. But getting off Mirage, but I know we talked about some of the stuff in the campaign, but I just wanted to also give you an opportunity to talk about that cool endgame thing you mentioned boss, and I got it and remembered another exciting thing.
Which endgame thing with the boss?
The whole map is a Mirage.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Wait, what?
That is one of the. So it augments league mechanics, but it can also augment a few things that are like
Audio.
league mechanics. Like it can augment a map boss, and it will cause it to have some. You know how like when you free an essence monster, there's effects going on. Like maybe there's fireballs flying out, so it'll cause it to have effects similar to that. So it's a little more challenging. But the upside is when they drop a map, there's a chance that map is fully miraged. Like it's got a mirage in the map that is covering the entire thing. So you get 2 maps for your map instead of 1.3 map for your map, or however much.
The reveals keep coming. I don't know about that.
There you go.
Wild. I was going to ask that because you've got this whole like, oh, it's juicing the other mechanics and it's doubling the other mechanics and it's adding extra monsters to your map. It's like, how do you like make sure that the actual league mechanic still feels rewarding there? Like, you guys are going a little nuts there. So you've got Mirage maps. There was adding supports to skills.
Oh yes.
Okay, so which I almost forgot about.
The Jin coins.
Just kind of slip that in there as well.
Imbued gems.
Yeah, it's interesting. Don't know what to make of that one yet.
It's
pretty wild.
at odds with corruption. Just to explain how some of this works. So it corrupts the item is at odds with either +1 level or quality, as gems do. Because adding even a level 1 support and getting the right support is a pretty good amount of power creep. And so it being at odds with corruption allowed it to be that strong. If you could do both, it's a bit excessive.
Power a little bit. Yeah.
And it isn't fully random. It will it takes into account the supports which can support that skill, and it can only roll in those, and also can only roll in the color of the coin. So if you're using a red coin, you get a red support that works for that skill.
Yes, you're not going to get like faster casting on a double strike or something.
Brutality is a valid support for wild strike. So you could get that, which isn't particularly
so
good.
Don't use the red one on there, probably.
Well, LE damage to the text is also red and can go on wild strike. Is LE damage to the text the modern name of
Ed West? Yeah.
Yes. But regardless, like there are undesirable outcomes, but all of them are technically functional.
Okay, all right. And then
Like
there's
tap
these uniques
on your
that
CI
you
build.
can, like clean up as well. You do one of those restoration YouTube channels, like I found this sword and it's like just a big pile of rust. Let's restore it.
You just scrub it down with the gin coin, get all the rust off. No, it's more magical than that.
Yeah, excellent. And I don't know if this was really shown, but there's a lot of like, is this just the campaign or is it endgame as well? There's like a lot. There's these like silver gin caches and gold gin caches and.
That's all points.
Okay,
so
cool.
when you're in a Mirage,
juicy.
there's like there's packs of enemies that are specific to the overworld encounter and packs that are specific to the Mirage encounter. They're actually different monster varieties. And when you're in the Mirage, when the Mirage enemies spawn, they will rarely spawn with a cache, and that cache is just a chest that has, you know, pretty good loot generally. You know, like rare items, maybe currency, maybe div cards, all various things.
Sounds wicked juiced. Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, putting some. There's so much. I love the amount of like level of detail gone in, and as you were mentioning, it's a league that is multiplying other leagues, you know, and obviously it has its own thing, and even kind of a cool storyline, and it's grounded, and it's got, you know, obviously a boss, which is awesome as well, but it's got the thing where, how cool is that?
Suresh is very cool.
So, oh man.
How cool is that? Yeah, let's just start the fight. Let me just rip off my head real quick.
Just turn my spine into a star.
I don't need this.
I'm gonna.
Who came up
It's a
with
tiny.
that
I don't want to spoil much of the fight, but a tiny minor spoiler is when you kill him, his head lands and sticks in the ground, and then you can talk to it. And he gives like lore.
Obviously.
Obviously, yeah, it goes without saying.
But yeah, even then, it's I really it is probably one of the more challenging things. It's just like, okay, it could just multiply damage and life or drops or something. You know, it could just multiply quant or rarity. I get it, but it's that labor of love of doing a specific interaction with everything it can modify that really is like, wow, this is cool. There's so much level of detail to this and depth to this. That's that's quite impressive. But it's an undertaking for sure, and I'm really glad you guys did it. Like, yeah.
I mean, I would want to do more if I had more time.
Mm-hmm. Something I've seen in chat, I'll just kind of like butt in here in between topics, is Trial of the Ancestors, just kind of getting asked about. I had forgotten about it. It's been a while. I think it was like was this the one that it's coming sometime? We're trying to.
Oh, look, it's still on the list.
Yeah.
It's not on our most
Tota.
recent thoughts.
This is
No
still
Tota.
a backlog sort of situation. Trial of the Ancestors.
Kind of is, yeah. I mean, we're getting more and more of these, I feel like, over time, where stuff we want to improve, enhance, re-add, or whatever. Look, I get it. Same answer as last time, pretty much. Like it'll get its day. We just don't know when.
I hope it doesn't get its day.
It requires more work to re-add than you might think, and it's easy for that to then get in the way of a lot of other stuff that we want to do. And yeah, I get it's just at the end of the day, value and resources, and that's it. Really, that's all there is to it. So
sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say the well of cool stuff that we want to add to the game is infinitely deep.
yeah.
It's good for that. Was Mercenaries one of these ones that was like coming back or something in some way? Like I kind of.
We will do that.
Too,
We will do that again. I always hate saying when we're going to do stuff, because that's people want a time. What does that mean if there's no time? It's just this nebulous, infinite. One day it will be here. But I still like to be clear on when we intend for something to come back or not. So yeah, we still want to do it.
For a rainy day.
We'll get there. Honestly, we will get there. There's not too many big things that are like still pending that we've done before that we want to re-add. So. But just timing. But again, like there's been so much growing pains with the different 2 projects and stuff. We're only going to get more efficient at this. We've got more of the staff than ever. We're still hiring. Like we'll get there. If Octavian wants more people, Octavian and Andrew, they want more people on that for PoE1. We'll hire more. We'll give them the resources they need. Whatever we need to do, we'll do it, and we'll just keep going forward. So yeah, it's all looking up. It's all great days. So
all right, I just want to say though, like I feel like maybe you could get a little bit more of this stuff done if you didn't do things like make the Reliquarian. Okay, like. And commit to changing its passives every single league.
Okay, yes, that committing to that is extra work. But Reliquarian is really efficient because she uses stats that already exist, right?
Yeah,
like we have all of these uniques.
I was talking to Andrew about this though, because it's like, oh man, you actually have to consider like against the uniques that you can like double it up with, against like all of the other ones in there. It's like yeah, you can make an acceptable list procedurally generated each league or whatever to like cut down on work, but you're still gonna have to like actually double check everything there.
Oh, for sure.
That's a little crazy.
It's fine.
I love having an ascendancy. I
Yeah,
love having an ascendancy that we've
there's-
pre-committed to, like, this is gonna change every time, because it means we can, you know, do something cool and different every single time, and players will expect that going into the next patch, you know?
And it's so there's
I
just
hope
to
it's, like,
clarify
really
for people
this
as well, like this isn't replacing Ascendant, this is
No, this is addition.
Scion has a second Ascendancy now.
When did the Scion come out?
God,
2014.
Before
18
I was
years
here.
ago,
Yeah,
or
so
20 years ago.
13 years or something probably, yeah. So 13 years to get its
I made it
second
up.
ascendancy, so 13 years from now,
We'll get a
we'll
third
get the
Ascendant.
third
It'll be
class.
right on par with the rest of the classes.
No, it's really cool because I really like the idea of it changing. I'm also looking
it's
forward to the
1.0,
idea of it.
yeah.
Let's say it's really good this league, and then people are like, no, I don't want it to
That's
change.
2013.
And then guess what? It's going to change. And then people are like,
committed.
ruined.
Yeah.
It's killed. It's ruined.
It is good that you've like just laid that down from the beginning
Yes.
for that. I think it's probably the way
And
to do
you
it.
just get the cool thing where you're like, no matter what now, technically, every single expansion will have a new ascendancy class in that regard.
It's great teaser
know?
material.
Yeah, true.
And
It's one of your days done.
but
I don't
also
think
in the
there'll
same
be forbidden
sense, if it
jewels
does
for
get ruined,
Reliquary.
as people are like, the next
well,
league
next
gets
league.
saved, so but you can see things where maybe some leagues it's better for certain archetypes, it might be better for
Yeah,
casters here or attackers here or summoners here or a boss.
Yeah, for the theory crafters, it's going to be like a new little puzzle to unpack every league, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even if nothing else happens with Ascendancies.
And we often do these things where we're like, okay, this is going to require work every league. Let's just double check we're definitely keen to do that, and it has to pass the cool threshold. And in this case, it's like, yep, it's cool enough. We're doing it. It's all good.
All right. So the other thing on the skills and classes sort of side of things, this time you went for a pretty comprehensive set of new skills, buffs, support gems, even some passive changes to support the Holy Warrior Templar archetype. So I guess the downside with approaches like this of doing like a specific archetype flavored set of changes is that maybe some people ultimately won't be interested in it, but it seems like I think that's probably a worthy trade-off for the fact that you get a much more interesting experience there. Like I'm not just like, oh yeah, one skill saw a little bit of a buff or something. It's not really that interesting to change your builds.
You can be a lot more. The upside is you can be a lot more like holistic and take a broader view. It's like, okay, we're not just adding this new skill that happens to fit this archetype. We're adding a handful of new skills, a handful of new supports. There's a couple of uniques that have been changed to help support this. The Guardian Ascendancy has a new pointer to help support this kind of play style, and that just immediately makes it much easier for a player who might have been interested but also wants to play a powerful build and wants to have a well-supported build to commit to playing the new thing on League Start. As opposed to if you just add a skill without any of the supporting foundation, then it's much harder. Like it's much easier for that skill to sink rather than swim.
Yeah, that's it. That's not a lot of things contributing there. Is there something you'd like to kind of keep doing, do you think, then? That kind of like, you've done it a couple times in the past, but it's not ever been a super consistent trend doing this like archetype flavor.
It's certainly
For skills
easier
and things.
and has its merits, but I'd say we're probably just going to remain inconsistent in that regard.
Probably.
You'll be consistent in nothing else but being inconsistent. It's good.
For 329, and a thing that's come up and probably what we'll be doing is instead of so much a whole new archetype, it's like, let's go back and look at existing skills and how we can, instead of just numerically necessarily change them, actually rework them. Especially things like, early game as well. At some point, rolling magma becomes a little bit boring or has its woes. We know the deal. So being able to go back and look at, there's actually been quite a high demand for people going like, can you just change up the early game, like what we're playing with, please no more rolling magma kind of has been a lot of, and I'm sure there's some people that love it, and I'm not to say we're going to like eradicate it, but ideally for the next one we'd focus less on a whole new archetype and maybe more on, reworking some of the other skills,
sure.
But that was something on our current, list of things. So we'll see how that goes. But reworking a skill can often effectively mean it's a new skill.
Like on a personal level as well, one of my favorite stuff to work on is skill and support related design. Like, so there will definitely be more and more attention to that. Even if it's just from me wanting to do it, in an extra few hours after my normal workday or whatever. I also have like a personal goal that every, reasonable active skill eventually gets its own transfigured version, hopefully two. That's the new transfigured this league are a step in that direction. I think they're all on ones that didn't have any transfigured variants before. Maybe there's like one that is on a skill that already had one.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Like, you feel like transfigureds are kind of like hitting the mark? They're like a thing that's worth kind of keeping updated. Yeah, you're adding more. And is it likely that like new skills come out with transfigureds right away, or is that something you add in the future?
When there's a transfigured variant that is interesting enough and also wouldn't detract from the development time of the base skill.
Yeah, that was kind of my follow-up.
Like if it's a simple twist that is an interesting one, then sure, because I think we did that with one of the wand skills in the last league that get released with a transfigured variant.
Yep.
But those are still, now they are skills in the game that are a valid active skill. Like the player might choose as their main skill, so they will eventually need to get one.
Yeah. And see, like, I guess you could be concerned that like it's eating into skill designs, but it seems like it's almost the opposite, where it's like a dumping ground for the ideas that didn't make it into a skill. You can like, this is just one little idea for a twist on this skill. It can't really be a whole new skill, so it's the perfect place for it, right?
Yeah, it's also just I can't like stop myself from having a cool idea and being like, I want to do, I want to do holy hammers, but it's a big fist or something. I don't know.
Sometimes you do need to stop yourself having a cool idea sometimes, but, generally speaking.
All right. On the kind of like more balance and skill design, handcasting and channeled skills are kind of just like a rough area I just want to mention or bring up. Is it something that you're like thinking about or still kind of like tracking? I think it's maybe something we talked about a little bit in the past.
Not on the current, as a not for 328 really in any obvious sense, but like, not to say there isn't something with exceptional supports that might come to, especially stuff we haven't even necessarily thought of, and there's obviously when we add so much stuff, there's so much unintentional usage, but like, I understand it needs maybe a bit more of a fundamental look at, still on the list again.
One of the dedicated QA for PoE 1 is very much a hand-casting enjoyer. He plays spellcasters almost every league, and the Transfigured Shock Nova is one of his favorite skills, he said, and he's definitely going to be playing that. So, hey, there's something.
We're playing it as Archmage.
It's on our radar, for sure.
This is kind of like a new one that I haven't brought up before that someone asked me about. I was like, yeah, you know what? When I think about it, that's a good point. Cold skills, especially spells mainly, seem to be in a weird place where, like, I try to think of cold spells, and I can only think of skills that have been nerfed or, like, were once great but aren't anymore. I think of, like, Winter Orb, Ice Hat. I think of, like, Ice Spear back in the day. I think of Cold Dot stuff. Like, yeah, there's a couple in there that are okay, but it does seem like, on the whole, cold spells are in a bit of a rough place at the moment. Mm-hmm. Is that something you guys have identified?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you.
Sure.
Glacial Cascade.
Not to say there aren't, certainly in the more traditional case, yes, they're not holding up. There are some weird cases, but again, maybe some of this. Well, I was just trying to think of the new like Frost Mage, but technically it's probably going to be
Nova Frostbolt is still like one of the best skills, right?
Like
Archmage currently uses cold skills.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't disagree with you. Honestly, it'll probably come hand in hand with handcasting to some degree. Like it's kind of like handcasting and spells kind of come together, so you'll probably see a bit of that at the same time.
Yeah, it'll be a package deal at some point.
But I would actually agree with you. I'm not quite happy with just like.
It's just a weird realization to have. It's like, a lot of my old favorite skills.
And some of them are so iconic as well.
Yeah. I miss some of those ones. It'd be cool to see a little bit of a resurgence in some of them maybe in the future. If it's anything like what the Templar stuff has gone through here, I'll be psyched in the future to replay some of that stuff because Templar has been an absolute blast. Like I've been loving running through with Static Strike and the new like extra weapons that attack with you stuff. It's
true. Awesome. It is worth noting, alongside the new holy skills, pre-existing holy themed skills have generally been buffed or maybe
Static
just
Strike, Dominating Blow felt awesome.
Yeah, I'm like real excited to see how I can use some of these more party adjacent ones to benefit my friends with some Guardian changes. Unless the Reliquarians are all good at being a support character. I don't know. I might have to see which one.
In there. You'll have to see. And,
I honestly
and then you'll have to
don't
deal with
know.
that getting changed next week, of course.
Yeah. Well, or I can make it not. No. It's good for support characters. Sorry, it's not changing next league now. I've decided.
You can't nerf Mark's build.
I maybe feel a little bad for content creators who are like making a build guide on Reliquarian, and
only a little bad.
every one of those build guides has an expiration date built in.
Good. Every build guide should have expiration date built
expiry
in.
date in the
People that
comments.
just fucking edit their YouTube
before.
video title.
You might still
Shameless.
be able to eat it after, but it's a gamble.
That's funny.
I did have a question about this later, but it's reached the chant levels in chat. Harbingers. I was going to ask about some quality of life stuff later, but we'll slip it in here first.
Do you
Just
want the
Harbingers
good
being
news or
mentioned.
the bad news?
Oh, bad news, please. I love
Bad news is it's gone for now.
What?
Yeah.
What's gone?
Harbinger is gone for now.
Excuse me, elaborate.
Yeah, we're just
That may be good news for some.
I understand that's like, look, the issue. Just
Can't complain about it now.
Band-Aid gone. Look, and I understand that will probably crush a decent amount of people. But there's a
And we
little bit
hate
of
those people.
It's a shadow floating with some blue, and
Yeah, I know you're not a
they're
fan
really
of blue
cool.
aliens, are you?
Well, for sure, but we want to do more. We want to do it better, and there's this unfortunate thing where often, or especially with a way we have to kind of develop things now. It's kind of it has to go so it can come back better. Is effectively what we're getting to here, and
Yeah, Frack
it
World
will
does
get the
global drops.
justice it deserves.
And
and I'm not
those
putting
are
it in
way
the,
rare now.
in the nebulous trial of the ancestors bin here.
It's in a closer.
Yes, which and that's what I'm saying. Bad news, good news. It's unfortunate, but in some regards, however, it's going to come back a lot better, and it should be something that ideally people can get excited for. We were going to be way more mysterious with it, and actually have the patch notes and actually we are doing that in Harbinger text, and people are going to try and derive what does this mean. But immersively, effectively, the Harbingers have gained the knowledge they want. They're leaving Rayclast for now, and they are going to come back, and you will find out what that means
There's a lot of justification.
without spoiling what's going to happen.
As we mentioned earlier, Ancient and Fracturing Orbs are in the core drop pool. Harbinger
Yes.
Uniques are also in the core drop pool.
The upgraded Harbinger Uniques are in the drop pool, core
cool.
drop pool. Yeah,
Alright.
so keeping as much as we can. But yeah, look, sometimes these things just have to happen this way.
Yeah.
It always sucks because we just like, damn.
Do you want
Also,
to see
Jason's
unupgraded
question
belt?
that I imagine will come up. Horizon Orbs, with the way
I
their
never
new
used
map
it.
items work, are they don't do a
you don't
thing,
need
but
them.
they would have done a thing on Shaper Guardians and such, because Shaper Guardians are still an
Sure.
individual key to an individual area.
Okay.
So now Blessed Orbs will re-roll your Shaper Guardians.
Oh, okay.
So you still have that capability.
Elliot. Good old Blessed Orbs getting a bit more love.
Yep.
Aw, my baby.
So yeah, no, yeah, I
That's even better because you can
but
do it
it's-
after you roll them.
It's got a sad, but it'll have an
No,
overall.
this is great news.
I agree.
This is great news. They
That's
were
how-
just weird blue floating guys that drop pocket lint. I don't know why people like
Yeah,
them so
but
much.
the loss-
A lot of the
Yeah,
the
and those are
loss
going to be rare
aversion,
now.
effects don't even work on them sometimes. They're weird little creatures.
Well,
some
it is
builds
probably
just don't quite
it's
work
one
on
of the most abstract things we've done for sure.
I
Weird little
like
creatures.
conceptually. I want to see what a modern take on it is because
Well, and also a more grounded in gothic. Again, imagine being able to do the actual art style justice and to do bosses, have bosses that aren't just big portal,
Is it more Harbinger?
big portal thing, and
the boss was a portal.
the boss was a portal. Yes, look, good future there. We will do it
Harbinger.
right. Look, let's be real. It was half baked, and it needs to be
Yes.
done better. So
It was definitely a little bit.
yeah, I know.
From an earlier
there was always
time.
going to be that bad. I was going to be. The patch note was going to be way more ominous, but nonetheless, there's a band-aid to be ripped off. But
I am glad and impressed that you.
again, we have to
Just rip the
be
Band-Aid from that one.
brave enough to do some of these things for sure. It is important, and again, it just means only better things for the future to come in PoE1. So.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that answers the Harbinger question, which the question that chat was probably driving at was like, could you make the splitters stack better? It's like, let me just solve that problem for you. Fine, no more splinters for you.
I was like, it's gone. You're like, wait, what's gone?
No Disneyland. That's it. We're turning around.
Yeah, it is what I look. My classic response is deal with it. I guess is the answer.
Yeah, it's been dealt with thoroughly. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. On to my next topic, which was breach and the implementation for core for that. So you showed walls being destroyed by damage, which seems like honestly would solve 99% of problems because like your damage typically is just
for projectile
killing everything.
builds.
So I imagine the walls just get deleted. But you know, will they sometimes block movement?
Still gonna leak
skills or
them into
something
a
like that,
wall.
or is it like what's the idea here? Why do you want to keep them? Why are the walls a thing? I'm sure some people are like, why don't they just delete them?
Look, it's important to have different encounters that have different feels and different things going on, and it does achieve, I wouldn't say it's overly complicated, but it does achieve a relatively unique vibe. And the important thing is when a league goes core, especially, is that there is choice into what type of content you want to do. There are people that like it. There are, right? And that's fine. And you know, there are now many tools if you don't want to. You can deal with it by either making it easier and making it something you don't mind, or on the other hand, you can turn it off if you're just like, get that out of there. But honestly, also, it shouldn't be bad. So
intrusive is the word I would use. Like we want it to feel meaningfully different in terms of how you engage with the mechanic, but we also don't want it to be intrusive and unpleasant. So, you know, we've like shrunk the encounters, shrunk the walls. They destroy when you're damaged, or they destroy when they're damaged rather. You know, we were just discussing earlier, like if this is still not enough, then there's other avenues we can pursue, like making the radius you destroy them in a bit larger, stuff like that.
Talking to you about it earlier, you were pretty clear that like you literally don't want it to be annoying in any way. So
no, it shouldn't be.
And like another thing I don't think you touched on there was like the idea that like it's also supposed to be a way that you can kind of scale the encounter on an encounter by encounter basis, which is something you want to have sometimes. And
it's like there's a little bit like if the walls are our problem. It's not that big. Well, that's fixable. That's actually kind of easy to fix.
Yeah.
Now we probably should have done that mid-league.
Fair.
Whoops.
Do you think that'll be happening? Do you think that'll be happening? Because that was another question I saw people like. Do you think you guys will have more ability to do stuff after kind of like the first 2 weeks of the league now moving forwards with the way the teams are structured now? Like obviously, you have to work on the new content at a certain point, and that starts almost immediately. But what do you reckon?
Yeah, it kind of depends.
Our
main goal once a league comes out is to solve problems, and we generally try and make sure that's the case. But yeah, generally then it's like, do you want to upgrade the league with new content versus make the next expansion? And that gets pretty hard to allocate resources between.
I don't think the new content thing is probably worthwhile ultimately, but just the continued problem solving, I guess.
Definitely have more resources for solving issues.
Great.
That is 100%
That's the main
case.
thing ultimately, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, like the keepers thing, it's like, okay, the walls, if there's still a problem, just tell us. We'll just keep fixing it. We can test as much as we can test, but obviously people have different levels of what's acceptable and what's not. We try and think of all these, but like, look, we've made a whole bunch of changes. It's going in. Tell us how you feel afterwards, and we'll just address it if it's still a problem. Like that's the actual straightforward solution. Hopefully it's not, even today we're like, let's bump up the burn radius a bit as well, just to make it a bit less of a problem. They're now damageable, they're now smaller, hives are now smaller, the walls are smaller as well. And again, you can turn them off. You can just run unstable breaches, of which now it's an Atlas tree. You can have many of them, and you can have multiple active at once,
I was going to ask about that,
Breach had before.
That's an old breach thing. You'd have like a bunch of flash breaches overlapping that wasn't available in Keepers. That is a thing again now. That's possible.
Yep.
Oh, great. That's good news.
Yep. You can just run around,
good fun,
opening circles.
So obviously, there's a way of like kind of be like, oh yeah, I want to see just the circles or more of the circles or something like that. There is there a bunch of them.
The whole goal was to keep that. Right,
right, yeah.
It would have been easy to just only have the wall encounters. No one, I don't know if people would have been very happy about that. But like the point was, like people loved Breach for what Breach was. We wanted to retain that as the map to map. So yeah, you can have multiple unstable breaches. You can just run into multiple of them at once and just start killing all the hordes of monsters. That's it's just what it is. It's just that, like, you know, we then get to have this new epic storyline set up, do more with it in the future. You know, what's Chiula gonna do? Where's Zoff and Unatol? Where are they right now?
You were saying something about expanding on the Breach story and Breach Swords, but it's not like you're going to do Breach 3 next league. So, like,
maybe
how does that
have
even
the
happen?
Harbingers taken them? Like, what's going on?
Oh, you reckon it's a blend in with another league or something, maybe? Huh?
No, I'm talking. This is my. I'm talking madness.
Okay.
But you know, the point being, like, there's cool things to set up here, epic new bosses, be it pinnacles or otherwise, to come in the future, and you know, like, I understand people have a bit of attachment to a lot of this older content, but like
The old domains.
these
and
are
Breach Swords.
literal old player characters wearing microtransactions that are bosses, and
They're
it
not
just
to your
is-
current standards,
yeah,
are
it's
they?
not what we do
Just like
anymore.
Harbinger, they got.
You know?
Get out of
You
here.
need bosses that rip off their own head when the fight starts, not
Not recolored,
Yeah.
floaty guys.
not like, here's some armor set. You're not red enough. Let's dunk you in red paint. All right, now you're a breach lord. You know,
And every new unique we make going forward could have a Foulborn variant.
Oh, yeah.
or be on the Reliquarian.
Yeah, sure. That too.
Oh man. Or
Yeah,
be
the
Rusty and go on a
Foulborn
Restoration
Unix.
YouTube channel. Excellent.
Foulborn uniques were pretty cool.
Yeah, Foulborn Uniques were, I think, a big win from that. I was going to ask about that in relation to the tree. So Foulborn Uniques, something to keep expanding on then.
Yep, the new
It's a banger.
uniques. Some of the new uniques in Mirage have Foulborn variants.
No kidding. That's awesome. Great. Well, that's happening right away then. Fantastic. On that note then, so the tree is staying, and I think people are concerned in various ways, but people both want it to be still rewarding in some way, but people also don't want it to necessarily
Important
be
questions.
pooping out all of the best items and
Yeah.
to the extent that it was. So in what way is it going core, and in what way is it changing?
You know, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I think that you know, we want it to still be good, but we don't want it to be good at generating every kind of item. So I think
Right.
it can no longer make weapons or quivers.
Interesting.
Okay.
So it'll still do the armor, the jewelry, and obviously keeps the Foulborn uniques.
It can make Foulborn unique weapons. To be clear, it's rare
the
weapons.
rare
that-
for the
Just
rare
rares, okay.
equipment. Yeah. So limited the pools of rare equipment it can produce.
Interesting. So it has a more specific role now, which I like for League mechanics.
Again, like, that's a general thing where if one thing can do everything, then why do anything else? And then you have the like, if everything can do everything, then what does picking a league even mean? I mean, it's the same discussion with thing like fossils, right? You know, which I believe we've also made a change with now. Fossils are exclusive, or at least way
I was gonna
more
ask about the
exclusively
Delve.
from
If
Delve.
we did our due diligence fully, then fossils
Oh,
should
shit.
only be coming from Delve now.
Ooh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's
So
good.
we're kind of trying to make sure we're actually confining what it makes a league
Hopefully they
special
also
to
made
what
it
makes
so
a
you
league
get
special,
more
not
in
just
Delve.
letting it seep in everywhere.
The quantity in Delve was so
So
fucking
yeah,
low.
that with the tree, you know, no weapons for rare weapons at least is aiming in that direction.
Is it like a major power nerf to the creation of jewelry and armor?
It's been tuned down. Yeah.
6-link
I saw the
rate
6-linking
is
thing was
down.
dropped down a bit. Yeah. Is it like 60 fusings instead of like 150 now? or
Yeah, I
something?
think it was 1 in 10 items are 6 links before, which was a little bit extreme. So yeah,
It was printing it
there's a
up.
balance pass as well, of course. Yes,
Yeah.
because again, it's part of that, like, how can item drops be good if this is just doing that? You know, so they're at odds with one another, but also now that it's one of many optional leagues in the end game, it doesn't need to be doing everything, you know, as good as it was doing. So.
I suspect it's still pretty good from my kind of like cursory glance over things. It looked like the fracturing was still there, I think, right? Like, as you guys are planning on.
Andrew did
believe
all
so.
of the specific adjustments
okay.
for this, so I'm not actually sure off the top
Yeah,
of my head.
I'm sure it's
This is why we need a bigger couch. We need Andrew here.
How do we do that?
The problem
story.
always the uncertainty with, this is ideally why we'll have Andrew here in the future. The uncertainty is like, Andrew could have changed stuff literally 10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
that we
it's
don't
during
know
the
about.
You know,
I mean,
someone in QA might have found something that he needed to address.
He's, you know, and I'd like to reassure people, like, the development doesn't stop at the live stream, at the announcement, you know what I mean? They're up there, upstairs right now making changes. So, you know, we can only be so certain about, you know, without everyone here who's able to talk about it, but, like, you know, we're 99% sure on everything. But
If I do my job well, you guys come up with some new changes that you go do after this too. So
Yeah.
the
Well,
idea.
you're very good at coming and getting us to make a few last minute changes beforehand. I like it, actually.
excellent, good.
Yeah.
I like it too. I get to do what I want. I think the last thing was the Hive Fortresses in Breach. They were initially fun, but they definitely became less so over time. I think just like a lack of variety. They're quite time consuming, and had some issues with difficulty and reward scaling, where like you couldn't quite scale them up all that much ultimately. I think like they scale with map mods, but I guess a lot of PoE 1's scaling power now comes from like Scarabs and Atlas passives and stuff, so they didn't really get that.
I actually don't know if any specific changes have been made to that, and that's not to say there hasn't been.
I definitely saw one, which is the juicing buttons.
Yeah, there's a whole...
Oh, yeah, sure.
The main thing that would impact that is there's a whole suite now of Scarabs and Atlas passives that are related to, the Keeper's mechanic.
Sure.
And those will apply to your Hive Fortresses, and so you can get things like the Enrage the Swarm buttons, which I don't know how many skills you get over the course of a Hive encounter, but if you click the Enrage the Swarm button every time, I really hope you have a good build.
Nice.
Yeah, so I think it is almost like primarily tangential changes like Atlas Tree and systems like that now that they're core, as opposed to baseline changes, but not entirely sure. You never know. Andrew could be doing something right now, so we'll see, but it should, when these things go core and now you have an Atlas Tree and now you have a set of Scarabs and things generally get a little bit crazy with them, and you can have a lot of agency and choice, and it gives us now way more tools to be able to give players choice, so that if someone likes it one way or the other, we can add that, and so if they're not right, we'll make them right by adding different things and
eating and drinking.
And stuff. It's
good for
part
hydration.
of the benefit of the Atlas Tree and the Scarab system is that we get to do that with pretty much everything. We get to have 5 different ways of playing every league, and that's awesome.
I'm already excited to, if it goes core, which is not a decision we'll make for a while, but come up with Atlas passives for Mirage or Scarabs for Mirage.
You're already starting to think about what you can do.
Have stuff in my back pocket.
Okay, cool.
Half the size and do something, double the size and do something. There's like so many different options there. Yeah.
This is a Warpro, because I'm realizing we just haven't even talked about the core endgame. Well, it's like, you guys redid the Atlas, by the way. We haven't got to that yet.
We put a lot in this one.
So, the change to map, I call it that because it's just like, it's not June's map anymore, it's just map. Just kind of made me giggle the first time I see it. So, the quality of life around this, for one, I like that you led with that as part of the showcases, like, here's all the quality of life bonuses that this means. Oh, yes.
I mean, it's a pretty big deal. I know that there's this immediate, and even internally, like, you have this this is what we're doing, and people are like, what? Hold on, there's like a shock factor, like, wait. But then you get to explain, like, here's all the benefits we get from it. Here's the bloat we get to take out, I like to call it, because you no longer need this and this and this to achieve these different goals. So, like, it simplifies things down in a really good way from a UX standpoint, and also a trade standpoint. And from completing your Atlas standpoint, like, all of these things just become so much more clean and simplified, and you now don't need like 3, for example, you don't need favored maps anymore. A lot of what was special about Kirax missions, or good about Kirax missions, was helping you complete the Atlas. That's now redundant.
Is Kirax gone?
It's gone, by the way. There's no.
Yep.
Oh, how do I get Iron
at the
Beast?
same time as well. Finally,
just base chisels. Just base chisels.
That was so
by the
good.
way, Maven's chisel still exists for clarification, but it's 1 chisel for 20 quality, just to be.
Oh, nice, good.
Yeah.
They were just they were just like pointless busy work. I always felt that way. I was like,
it could be Scarabs. I hope it's Scarabs.
It's bonus quantity in your maps based on the completion of your Atlas. So by the time you fully complete your Atlas, you have actually slightly more quantity than what chisels would have previously provided.
Yeah, I know. You gotta like make sure they're like, oh, it's all right, guys. We didn't take that 20% away from you.
It's 25 now.
25. Right.
Well, and of course, there's Voidstone mods which apply to your whole Atlas. You've got the
whole Egan system.
Yeah, you've got
That's the big one.
And you got more Atlas passive points than before.
Yeah.
So it's lots of like
7 or 8 more.
It's so nice to be able to get rid of there's this thing where like you just can't add infinite systems to the map device. It was kind of getting crazy, and I know we obviously got rid of the master buttons a way back. Now we've got rid of more of the stuff. It's like getting way more simple, and it's just like the process of using the map device, putting in your map, and running a map, just being and rolling that map, being as clean as possible.
Yeah.
And then being able to
3 clicks instead of I got 2 dozen. So.
And then being able to, now, I mean, I'm excited for the future here, but being able to interact with your Atlas as a physical space with mods and the stuff like that is really cool. Like, I am the kind of player, I think you are too, who likes to run, I like to run many different maps.
Yeah, I like having, sort of short to midterm goals in the end game, which is one of the reasons why I'm really excited for the whole Egan system, because it's like, ooh, now I know I'm going to run these 7 maps, and that'll give me a reward at the end and also increasing juice as I do so. I don't know. I was gonna then go into how you can sort of bisect them and stuff, but I feel like that might be getting too into the weeds.
No, I did want to ask you about that because, I didn't realize that from first watching it. It's pretty funny. Like, I saw the blobs and I was like, oh no, here we go again.
No, there's no Elder Ring management.
You have to make the Elder eat the shape of blob. No, not fully. You have to make sure it stays alive in its digestive tract. That's how you get the optimal.
No. The loop here is you put the blob. Okay, we have a better name than blob now, but that is the internal name.
Blob's a good name.
You put the blob on the Atlas, then you run the maps in the blob. There's no like, oh, I have to micromanage it to make sure that it's doing the exact right thing, and if I run the wrong map, then it's all ruined, and I have to spend 7 hours fixing it.
Especially because you can just take your map and just plot it. If you just do them, right? Like, you don't have to be like, oh, I don't have maps to do this part of the blob.
You
just have
amazing. You just have the map item.
That was really
wherever you want.
With those
and that is
systems.
Also, to be clear, you can still go wherever you have freedom of choice to pick whatever map it is you want to run. Like, you use the map item on Mesa, do it. You use the map item on Strands, do it. Whatever.
You even made that keystone, so like, you don't want to do different maps in the blob, you could still do the blob, it'll just do it randomly.
Yeah. So I guess to get into those weeds is so you say you have a blob that's like a long, thin, map line of 7 maps.
Yep.
If I run the map directly in the middle, I'll then have 2 smaller blobs of 3 each, right? One of them will be removed.
Dies.
And so you can more quickly clear the blob off your Atlas if you just care about the Templar Vault reward.
Yeah, so
but you get a little bit less juice if you do that, because every map that you finish juices all the other maps.
I was probably just going to use the keystone and only run the map that I want always.
This push-pull between, do I want to get the maximum amount of value out of my astrolabe that I used, or do I want to get to the vault as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so if you run like all of the outer areas of the blob and shrink it into the one last map, it'll be a super juice map.
It'll be very
Or you just
juiced.
cut it in half a couple times, and then you rush to the end scenario.
Which the main motivation behind that decision is it means that every astrolabe has a sort of minimum value.
Okay.
Like, maybe the meta shakes out so that people don't really use the Blight astrolabe very much for its juicing for whatever reason.
Right.
Then that ends up being like, okay, well, I can buy those en masse and then go just blitz through them, do like 2 or 3 Blights and 2 or 3 maps to get to the vault and get that reward.
Rush one.
Yeah, so there's like those subtle tactics.
Clever, yeah. And non-annoying. Like, this would be annoying if you had to like trace down the specific maps and like micromanage it and it was moving around on you.
This is something I haven't explicitly discussed with Mark, so maybe he'll disagree with me. But I think what's really important about these Atlas sort of effects, I guess, these geographical events, is that they're transient. Like, you don't want something that is something you're going to have to manage for basically indefinitely. You want something that you engage with, it has an end, then you go again.
Term sort of
like this is a really good system for making short to mid-term goals.
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
That is it achieves that goal very well. So yeah, good.
Awesome.
Just also, by the way, his Blight thing was a hypothetical. I know people.
Sure, I have no idea what the players will think of what I don't. There will be an astrolabe that is the cheapest one, right? I don't know which one.
I looked at you and saw in the corner of my eye, Blight nerf, and I was like, no, wait. Well, there might be a Blight.
Truth to every
there might be a
I'm pulling
Blight
on my
nerf.
microphone here. I'm getting too into it.
There might be a Blight nerf, but
I don't know. If Andrew was here, he would know.
I mean, I had a question for later. I was just like, Blight's a bit buggy and laggy. You guys looking at that at some point?
You're not wrong.
Yep.
Yes. But it's just a limitation of that's what happens when you spawn that many things.
Yeah.
You just get too many things, and guess what? Nothing can handle that. So, but that's the kind of thing where it's like, no, they're going to remove half the stuff, and it's like that's part of the fun. And but yeah, like look. I
mean, you had a Blight Ravage map, so you obviously don't. You're okay with a certain amount of that.
There's a little bit of crazy, sure, but like the answer might end up being like less objects, but objects are more valuable. Stuff like that. It's just a matter of that's a performance optimization issue more so than a balance problem in this regard. Not to say there isn't also a balance problem. There might, maybe, but the goal primarily there is to make the performance not such a horrendousness. And the only real way to do that is to reduce the amount of things being spawned and increase the value of those things to then compensate so that it isn't necessarily a nerf. It's like not a... often there's like it's an engine thing, or like there's a back-end performance thing you can do. And maybe there is something you can optimize here, but honestly, this one is just a straight up like what they're going like, what do you expect to happen when you have this many things on screen at one time? And I'm like, I want all of my frame rate, but then they're like, yeah. So often there's like, is it an engine problem? Is it a programming optimization issue on the more like back end or instance? And then it's like, sometimes it's just the game designers need to calm down.
Need to be a little more disciplined.
Yes.
Tier 17s, I know you had a personal gripe or issue with those, as you were like, you designed some of that stuff. You felt personally responsible, Octavian, for some of the issues that came out of Tier 17 modifiers and the economic aspects of those. I was pleased to see that it seems like T17s have been pretty much they're pretty much gone. There's this new Nightmare Maps system that seems to be tackling a lot of the issues with that. So can you kind of like explain how that works then?
Well, one of the goals with we've done a lot of little changes. Well, some of them bigger than others. We've done a lot of changes. And one of the main driving goals was to make it so that T17s don't feel like simultaneously this access to Uber bosses and also just the absolute best pinnacle thing. You have to be doing this if you want to be competitive in the economy, right? Because there's 4 or 5 layouts for T17 maps, and
it was so restrictive.
If your end game choices are there's 5 different maps you can do, but really 2 of them are better than the others, or maybe even one of them is, and so it just feels like
other maps.
Exactly.
Barrels.
So sure, barrels. And so one of the things right off the bat is I believe they now share the same mod pool as originator maps. Correct?
Yes.
I'm 90% confident on that.
Yes, they do.
Which helps bring them in line with originator maps.
Yeah.
And they are also, if you're eagle-eyed, you may have noted that they are on the outer corners of the Atlas and not within the inner quadrants, which means they're not affected by the new Egan system.
They're separate.
Yeah, so if you want to be maximizing every layer of juice in the game, you are inherently not going to be in one of these new Nightmare maps. You are going to be running originator maps within the Atlas quadrants to leverage the Egan system.
And you're choosing between the two potentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, what result? Ultimately, they're still decent to run. They're not like just ultra trash. However, they're more towards the boss.
Yeah.
Killing the boss, getting the boss keys.
That was the idea, right? To make them an access gate for...
And they're more deterministic in that regard as well. Each of the individual Nightmare maps is associated with particular Uber boss fragments.
Right.
So that's kind of to help give them more identity in that direction of it's the access point to an Uber boss.
They already kind of did that.
Awesome.
It should be... It's definitely just much easier now if you want a specific Uber boss to go and kill that.
But maybe it's like more locked in.
Because you have the Nightmare key is... it's a lot of keywords. It's like keywords, but it's like you get a specific map item, so to speak. You can run any of them, and then each of them generally are better at target farming a certain pinnacle. So, choice is up to you, and they don't have that like this is the best juice in the game problem that they were, which is what was happening before, and so
They were a bit of a chaos sink before. Is that something you're like worried about or monitoring? Like the idea of...
We're concerned on chaos on a couple levels. One is that, and the second is, with no Kirak crafts, there's chaos sinks. So, but as we said, we're doing a bunch of changes around currency items and with the whole ground drops, and so I suspect what will end up looking like is we will be increasing other currencies over chaos, not the bad ones, other good currencies over chaos more, so that we don't just end up with the like absolute infinite chaos. But I can see a world where yes, there's going to be like chaos will become less valuable this league. Like I don't see how I never can be certain with these things, but I have a decently high level of certainty, unless I'm missing something here, that without those 2 sinks, you're just going to end up with lower value of chaos for sure.
Yeah, divest your chaos portfolio now based on comments on the Q&A.
I am curious if us saying that we anticipate that will have any sort of impact on the actual early price of chaos.
It'll have an impact for sure.
Well,
right?
We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's like
When it
300
comes to
bucks
economies,
for one,
it's
like
reals, man.
you can just buy it in craft clusters.
Absolutely.
Sub
Yeah, I'm telling
clusters.
you now, your chaos are worthless.
Yeah, we're moving. We're back to GCPs. Let's go.
Who knows?
GCPs is the
Maybe.
trade currency.
One thing, since it was just tangentially with the Keurig missions being gone, there's a lot of mechanics that are capable of doubling or tripling up. So something like, say, I don't know, settlers settlers loot objects, like the mineable things.
Yeah.
So in most of those cases, I believe all, maybe most, the base scarab that adds that content just adds more of it now, because previously you could get more of it from the map device craft, and we wanted to keep the max you could get in a map the same.
Yep.
Nice. You've been making sure that people don't feel like they've been robbed with these changes.
Oh
haven't
yeah,
you?
for sure.
Got to be done.
It's just not what we want to do. If it happens, it's on accident.
Yeah.
Generally,
Yeah.
and if it isn't, would
The point was to kill the busy work, and I'm here for it. Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Chiseling maps isn't fun.
I've been saying this for years. I feel very vindicated right about now. Okay. Originator and memory maps on the other end of things had these weird pedal powers. They're weird and awkward. I don't know when to use them. I have to read it. It's too much text. What are you guys doing with the pedal powers, man?
I mean,
It's
they're
like-
gone. Some of the benefits they caused are now on the alters at the when doing the, speaking of keywords, memory
Memory
strands.
storage.
Yeah, we were going through this the other day.
yeah.
Like memory thread strand fragments.
Strands, I think, are the
lines,
thing or the
memory
item.
lines, memory strands, memory tears. There's one of those.
I
as
can't
well.
remember.
So yeah, when running those, you can get them on as alter enhancements, and so the alters are kind of better. But yeah, no,
Also,
they were annoying.
the memory
annoying.
threads are, I think, if I'm using the right term, the things you use to create Egan's fruit story and kill the bosses to help Zana.
This is a problem.
Or to
this is a
follow
problem.
Zana. The memory lines things. Those are itemized now, and you can thus trade them to other players. You can save them to use for later. You know,
Yeah,
there was
you don't-
previously a problem with where if you were partway through one of those and you got tired of running it and you went back to running a normal Atlas, now you're just kind of locked until you go complete it, right?
Yeah.
So itemization helps avoid that.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you get FOMO because you're like, oh no,
Yeah.
I
Buy them, you
gotta
can
do
sell
this.
them, you can
Great.
farm a specific one, you
Awesome.
can,
And
Just
it's,
better.
that means it's also not like, because this whole thing was like a weird thing. I don't even know like how it activated half the time, and it was like in a separate map device.
Yeah,
in the
it-
guy.
It feels more connected to a choice you're making now, rather than just
it's
a
all,
thing.
It's all the one thing, and yeah, you get to make that specific decision. Fantastic. We touched on Delve. That's good. I think we addressed that one pretty well. So on that one, then we have a few extra just random unsorted questions.
Okay.
I actually I don't normally include a ruthless question. I'm sorry, everyone, just block your ears for a
No
second.
shot.
One person asked me a ruthless question that I thought was actually intriguing. I thought I'd ask now. So in ruthless, you can't hide items on the loot filter, which I was surprised to learn. Made me laugh. Does it have to be like that?
it's the idea was if that with Ruthless, really what a lot of what Ruthless is a it's meant to mean that you don't have the whole items on the ground that don't really matter.
Yeah. That was the vision.
And so the idea was like, if you have to use one, then we've failed. That being said,
Bummer.
I don't think that I would be okay with enabling this, and I'll talk about it. And the idea really is that what I think loot filters can do very, very well. Well, I don't think that whether or not a player wants to hide an item, we should make them not want to hide the item in the filter. Like, that's the failure, not no, we're going to make you unable to hide items. So if we're succeeding
not the
in that
answer. You
regard,
don't need that answer
then
then, right?
ideally when they're making the filter, they wouldn't have any hide lines, right? That's us doing it right. So the fact that there are items wanting to be hidden isn't doing it right. But more so, the thing the filter does really, really, really well is improve the formatting, highlighting, what's important, escalating levels of what's
Dopamine
important,
levels, yeah.
all of that stuff very, very well. And as I'm saying, these things don't have to be at odds with one another. Like, you can do the drops right and still have filters.
Yeah.
I think me from 2 years ago wouldn't have given the same answer to that, by the way. Certainly, it is a philosophy I've changed. Like,
Nice.
I might have even been me that said, no filters and Ruthless. I don't remember. So, like, I'm certainly okay with it. And I think if that point where people are going, oh, I'm going to hide all this and this and this, then we need to be doing more work on the item system in that regard. And which is a universal thing. That's not Ruthless specific, right? As I said, if everyone's hiding all the rare items, then we're failing on rare items. That's a problem. However, you know, well, and that applies to a bunch of things in the game. It's like, why are we dropping so many items if the general is no one wants it? Now, obviously, some people might not, and that's where that comes into play. But end of the day, I would expect it to be. I don't want to have a specific philosophy there, because I think that at the end of the day, if we're like, we don't want you to be able to hide items, that's our fault for making you want to hide items. That's not your fault. So you shouldn't have to now have a bunch of stuff on your screen that you don't want because of that failure of ours. So.
On the random questions, so you can't pause on the options menu, but you can pause if you open the passive screen first. It's kind of weird. It's like, why is there no like dedicated pause button? You have to open.
There's a specific.
We are implementing that.
Great.
It's meant to be you can pause, do whatever you want, and then unpause at your leisure. Not to say that the passive tree won't still pause, because full screen interfaces will still pause, but there was a specific options thing where. It was honestly weird when you had a panel that's just left aligned, like pausing you in the options. I know some people want it, but then also on the other hand, like having your game paused and then you're changing kind of graphic settings also kind of gives you this thing where you like, or when you're changing certain options, you then can't appreciate the changes. But ultimately, the real answer is implement this pausing system properly. For both games, mind you. It's on our current queue.
Okay, great.
So which game gets it first, then the other game will get it, is kind of honestly the race condition at this point.
I've got a couple rapid fire ones. How does Reliquarian work with combination with actual uniques? Has that been like tested? Like Widow Hail, for example?
Anywhere where a stat isn't purely Boolean, it should function.
So if it looks like it can stack, it should start.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. And that's for you guys to figure out the balance.
100%.
Oh yeah, that's our responsibility.
That's their problem.
100% increased and 100% increased. You got 200% increased. Yep.
Yeah, great. With the change making fossils only come from Delve, can synthesis maps be the source of synth items again?
No. The answer is no. Request denied. Don't ask gay again.
We'd have to look into that.
Sounds like it hasn't been considered yet.
I'd have to look into that.
I'm not against it. It's not. It's at this point of the week to go, it's unlikely to be something that makes it into 328. But that is a very good question.
Yeah. Cool.
Did they ask where we get Einharbies from yet?
Yeah,
it's in there now.
I have my personal quality of life question here. So, like, I'm just going to ask this in a very certain way here. Like, could we just have like a tiny little area where we can pick up just only the exact same specific currency types? Just, like shards, life force, splinters, just stuff where there's no decision making. I know, because you want to make decisions about what items you're picking up and what items you're not picking up. It's part of the gameplay. I understand that. So just items that have no decision making where you're going to pick them all up anyway. It's just about reducing the number of clips. And I know you want a bit of a weight to them. Hold on. You want a little bit of a weight. You want a satisfying experience in picking those up, right? That's really meaningful. I understand. I feel that. I believe that. But I think, like, something is diminished and lost when you have to click 8 times to pick up that light force and you, like, misclick and your character walks out of the way and stuff like that. What if when you pick it up, it goes, oh, so satisfying. It just gets slurped into your character with this cool, like, animation or something like that. What about something like that?
I was going to say, I would sooner merge them on the floor before doing that.
That was my follow-up question. Since I know we can't have that, it's written on the page. Since I know we can't have that, is there any thoughts on better shard stacking?
But look, honestly, that's I'll tell you what, I'll bring that up again today. But without being able to have a good yarn with Jonathan on that one, we're not. It wouldn't even matter.
Scripted encounter.
When you have things like, well, there are certain levels of philosophical things that are obviously from the ancient times, as I now call them. Since while we were talking about 27 expansions ago, and there's things that are probably 27 before that. There are these things that you can't just make up on the spot for sure. I'll bring. You come upstairs and bring it
28
up.
minutes.
Okay.
And then we'll see where it goes. and then you can be the hero.
I'll do it.
Or the villain. No, I'll be the villain. You be the hero. But we'll go up and discuss it afterwards.
I'm
let's
just
see
trying
where
to
we go.
get a like a bit, little tiny, just a little foot in the door here. Maybe just like plant the seed. Maybe.
Hey, take advantage of the things while you're here.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Just point me where the direction I need to go.
Nah, just come and discuss it with Jonathan and I legitimately, and we'll see where it goes.
All right, that's what
I'm going to say there's a low chance on that changing, by the way.
I'm still going to plant the seed because I didn't ever think asynchronous trade would happen. Or
I don't want to ruin your hopes, but yeah, I'd say low. But yeah, I mean, with how much stuff is changing lately, like even just the base maps and everything, who the heck even knows nowadays?
I know. I'll grind you down over the next 10 years, just like asynchronous trade. Right? It's happening eventually, one day.
All right.
Thank you both very much for a good chat and Q&A session. And Octavian, for the first time here, this was great. Hope you enjoyed yourself. I love these things. And
gonna do it again?
I would like to.
Yes, you are doing it.
You are doing it again. This is
you're doing it again. Yeah, hopefully we'll get Andrew on here next time.
Bigger couch. Be back next time for a bigger Q&A, bigger couch, more hours, more of us really.
You just keep doing that every time until half the company is here.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, folks. See you later.
All good. Thanks heaps.
Oh shit, are we stopping early? Are we stopping early? Yo, we might get patch notes early. Because it was going to be 26 minutes from now. And start DDoS in 3, 2, 1. Now. I need to open the game so I have some background noise. The POB update live won't be for a while. Typically you don't get tree info until like 2 or 3 days before. Missed the reveal. It's a pretty fucking huge reveal. Landra. Synthesis. Ooh. But no, it's pretty huge. Pretty much the entire endgame is going to be played differently. A few systems are moved, things made core. Hopefully base ground loot is going to feel like way better for the vast majority of players. Because I'm going to go ahead and say it, like, there's like in my mind, there's like a 95% chance the amount of loot we're going to be getting in the juicy maps on the ground is going to be less than T17s were, which is going to mean the turbo juicer streamer elitist nerds are going to complain. But I think for most normal people and like, you know, cell phone gamers, I think we're gonna get more. And that's gonna be nice. Yeah, the Mirage definitely can add a lot, especially for targeting specific league mechanics rewards. But yeah, just like Alcan Go 16 content, with the keystone click that makes it so those memory blobs, you can just use your one map that you want. I think it's gonna be good. But also, unless there's some new strategies from Scarabs that require insane characters, the average offense of a character required is going to be quite a bit less. Because T17 map bosses were the reason why you needed damage. Past like 10, 15 mil DPS, it was really only that one singular monster in the entire game that you needed more damage for. So if we're just killing Dune's map boss instead of Fortress with... I think Fortress map boss had 27 times more HP than Dune's, I think. So, you know, it's a pretty big difference. Yeah, so we're gonna have a null scarcity for sure. I really hope fracturing orb scarcity isn't too fucked. A null scarcity is like if you just, you know, you can run Sanctum, run Heist, do Tusion. The forced currency mechanics still give that at a decent rate. And then also just better ground loot hopefully will help with that too. One thing though, about strong boxes in particular, if the way they doubled currency loot was by increasing the weighting of currency, an Arcanist box will not drop more currency this patch than last patch. That will be the same. So it's more about killing monsters. I mean, Juice Blight will definitely be very much at the top if it isn't nerfed, because Juice Blight is ground loot, right? Like, that doesn't... Like, it's exclusively ground loot for Juice Blight. You're to estimate the binds from Arcanus? It depends on how it's handled on the back end. Yeah. The whole Evo Alva thing, that's just a bug. Has that not already been hotfixed? If it hasn't yet, it's going to be hotfixed in this patch when it comes out. It's just like when you have 2 shrines on you, it has the old mechanic instead of the nerfed mechanic. That'll get fixed. Or I think it's even like better than the old mechanic apparently. I'm not sure exactly, but they'll just limit it to 1, maybe. Walking 7 links is going to be a problem. Well, if your build needs a Val skill as your main skill, you won't be doing anything with 7 links. But yeah, like mana for sure is going to be a problem for a lot of builds. Like a 7 link, depending on the multiplier. Like if you have like level 1 cold pen or something, that's like 40% more mana cost. So you gotta solve that shit. June board shenanigans. Now they talk Fractured Veiled mods. So the thing with Fractured Veiled mods, it sounds good on paper, but it's not that insane beyond early game content. Because when you have a Fractured Veiled mod, you can't use Veiled Chaos to get another one. So like you can't go crazy with that stuff, but like obviously early game, if you drop like a fractured 18% lightning chaos ring, you're really fucking happy, and that's going to be huge for your for early game gearing, but it's not going to be huge for end game stuff. You can craft another veiled mod on there, but you can't use a veiled chaos or veiled exalt. Yeah, for early game gearing increases, I think it'll be really good. So the cluster jewel thing, I was reading Discord when that was talked about in the Q&A. I could just go find the talk of it, but so there's a currency that blessed orbs the implicit on clusters. Is that what it is? And it doesn't reroll the item. Yeah. And does that come from Mirage, or from just it's a Mirage Delirium orb? Okay, so it only comes from doing Delirium instead of a Mirage. Okay. Yeah, it's really cool. I'm trying to think about the use case scenario for that with 12 passive clusters. Because 12 passive is always going to be the same thing. It's the generic mods that roll in every cluster, right? I think for 12s, like, you never really care. It's for 8s where you can make some really stupid things like Overlord. And maybe on mediums and smalls too. But yeah, I think on 12s you never care. In most cases. I'm trying to think of a case where you would. I guess, okay, I can kind of think of one. To make it easier to craft shit. Like, if you fractured attack speed with shield, you could then move it to a lightning cluster, and it'd be easier to craft from that point afterwards. But you would still end up with the same power level cluster, it would just make it easier to craft. Or if you were like, similarly, no, it's mostly that, I think. Move on to a spell dam, yeah. Yeah, because spell can't roll attack speed, right, at all. And you need spell dam for wanding, so wanding actually will get stronger clusters than before. Because you'll get attack speed int. Why is that easier? Well, that wasn't the exact correct example. Because of what you're saying. Lightning is the one that's easiest to roll with speed. But like there will be some like weighting things that make it so it's slightly good to do that. But then you have to kind of think about the cost of swapping it as well. Alchemy Gems, but without a flask medium? Yeah, I think mediums are going to have huge value for sure. Because mediums are all about notables. And like 8 passive, Overlord stuff can be really crazy. Does Overlord require you to be using a mace as well? I haven't rolled this in a long time. Let's see. Okay, so you do still have to be using a mace, scepter, or staff. But some mediums for sure. I can already think about ones that are really good. Like the Flask one and stuff. Primordial Bond, and then you put it on an actual good cluster. But also a big thing is just like, it's going to be way harder to get level 84 clusters this patch, because there's no more T17s that are level 84 by default to do Delirium farms in. So you have to do Sem-Fear clusters mostly. Therefore, that cluster currency to just roll the implicit could also just be used to just get the bases you need. Valdo? Yeah, but you can't juice Valdos. Like, in current patch, I put in Delirium Scarabs on Delirium Atlas tree running T17. I dropped 70 cluster jewels, about 25 of which are large. In a Valdo, you drop 2 or 3, right? If you get a mirror. Yeah, mappers give some, Sim give some. Fusion 2, yeah, there's some. Valdo is still level 84, but you just can't juice them, so. 86 bases for recom has never really been a huge issue. You do Expedition, you buy level 86 bases from Gwenin and Rog, you drop the base you want on the ground of the map at a good base defense variability if you're in Self-Found, you recombine with a level 86 base, and then you're good. I'm very interested to see how the new King's March stuff works. Yeah, tree as well for bases. But we don't really know what the tree is yet, what it's going to be. Like, by the sound of it, they mentioned they nerfed the link thing, and they made it so it doesn't work in weapons. If I can still use it to create fractured armor and jewelry, I'll be so fucking happy. Because, like, that's the best part of it. For me, in Self-Found. Especially with the fucking possible fracturing orbs being very not obtainable. Fractures are lock rarity. Yeah, that's one thing I'm concerned about from a Self-Found perspective, is that fracturing orbs are going to be super hard to get. Hopefully they are instantly in Heist in the Curio boxes. And then just make a Heister and, vibe. Still should out triple T1 ES rares. It's impossible to know until we see. Well, it's impossible to know really until we log in and play the game. Because there's a few ways they could nerf that. They could change how modifier tier rating works, which might not even be in the patch notes. Or they could just lower the modifier tier rating number on the tree, and that probably would be in the patch notes. Val plus 1 Jamal with active support, like Spellslinger, secure with Salvation. You can hit +1 gem when you val any of those, yeah? If that's what you're asking. The div cards are close to farmable. I don't know what they're gonna do if div cards are also gonna be more common, or if only they mean currency. Because like div cards and currency are kind of in some cases seen as the same thing. When it comes to, for example, like the reduced currency system in the campaign, if you're too overleveled and you get less currency and less XP if you're overleveled, div cards are also considered currency for that calculation. But then when it comes to like maps, like more currency does not make you get more div cards. But we'll see. Yeah, div cards have been kind of... How do you farm content without map device? See, that's a good question. When it comes to heist, there's no scarabs for heist to force the mechanic. And the Atlas tree can't even give 100% heist chance. The map device was how you got it. We'll see. 100% via blocking still? Yeah, you can get 100%, but... we'll see. Yeah, Maven chisels are very much Omegabus, but you have to kind of work for those. They're not as free to acquire. But if you get the same amount of Maven chisels as before from like Curec maps, or not Curec maps, Maven maps, and from like Rin and Transportation, for example, that's going to be super nice. Like you'll actually have a reasonable amount of them to where you can actually use them. Immunity to access speed now not required anymore. It's definitely going to be required less, with some of the shitty Tier 17 mods being removed from the game. But it's still... because like by default, you always need chill and freeze immunity. Typically chill comes from boots, freeze comes from the Pantheon at the start. You always need those two. And that covers most slows that apply to you. But there's still a lot of extra ones that are annoying, so you still want to be immune to all of them if possible. But it's going to be less required, yeah. I think for Delirium in particular, it's like really good to have immunity to that shit, because there's so much Delirium bullshit that slows you. Alright, I'm going to do you guys a favor. I'm going to get up in Imperial fast, and the patches will come out as soon as I stand up in 3, 2, 1, now. Did it work? Alright, didn't work. I'm gonna grab a drink. I'm back. Any updates? Nice. Gonna run on the adder now, so it's done before the patch notes come out in 3 minutes. Viewed Molten Shell with level 1 custom damage taken? Well, it just wouldn't work. Because you can only imbue level 20 gems. And level 1 custom damage taken can't proc it, so it would be a brick. You guys ready to play Earthshatter? Why is it always League of Clans that people post? Yes, log in. I mean, last week I played Earthshatter, and I made my second character on my first play session. Like 23 hours in, I was like, alright, I've got my gear for my Earthshatter and my gear for my Wander, let's fucking go, and we swapped. If they don't nuke the Rune Grift of Refraction or some things related to KB, like, pretty good chance I'd load that up. It's a really, really, really solid build. And without needing to change to the T17 version of it, you could just stay the full attack speed scaling version of it and just be fast as fuck for like farming 16s. Boom! We're here! Refraction. Projectiles instead of skills. I wonder if this will make it not as good. Who knows? Alright, let's go up. Earthshatter. Nerfed by 20%. Overexert. Nerfed by... similar. That's going to be at least 40% less damage probably for that build. Still going to be a good league starter. Alright, let's go top down now. Mirage stuff. Don't care about any of this. Yeah, I saw it from 18 to 10. Plus the second one, I saw. Out of the clash of the Scion. Yeah, I should zoom in a little bit. Nodal passive skills for the Reliquary and borrow from powers from items, and there will never be forbidden jewels for them. New support gems. This stuff. I think we've already seen all these new skills. A static strike version where you actually want to spam static strike itself instead of just like hitting it once every now and then. I don't care about charge dash, not even gonna read it. A possible good new trap skill. We saw this Orb Storm, is kind of cool. And this new Shock Nova looked cool, but we'll see if it's actually good or not. This just sounds like Stormburst to me. How is this different? That just sounds like Stormburst to me. A new Warcry skill supports Warcry skills, causing them to create consecrated ground with shittier area and CDR. It excommunicates enemies on melee hit. What does this do again? Minions shouldn't exist. This is that weird little hollowing. Oh, jump away instead of 2? Okay. They can't deal chaos damage? What? That's not real, right? So you can just use this on any melee skill, and then chaos damage doesn't occur? That's OP. For like, you know, a chaos boss you have to fight, you just slot that shit in and you're immune. New diff cards, unique items. Some of these might be mine, we'll see. Alright, in-game changes. Most of this is going to be things that were already in the reveal. We're just going to skip past that. Okay, you can get a little more skill points than before. I love how Egan's fighting Zana, and we're going to get to fight Evil Zana eventually. Yeah, Astrolobes, use it on the map. It makes a shaped region in that quadrant, affecting a lot of things in there. Many types, they play different things. And it, yeah. And I think these memory vaults are based on the quadrants, right? Yeah, yeah. This is the new Mage's Blood farm. Stop saying he doesn't know. I know. But I don't. Is it the int one? Fuck you guys, new green frogs. Certain to do requires such amount to access. Memory skills gone. When you get petals, you get more chance for strands. Several of the effects have been moved. So you avoid from killing both Exarch and Eater instead of one from each. Oh, so you only get one from this. Decayed Voidstone is now from killing both Shaper and Elder, so you don't have to do Uber Elder. The Shaper and Elder gives you one, Exarch and Eater gives you one, Incarnation of Dread gives you one, and then Maven still gives you one. Fuck all your frogs. Yeah, so, and this is a huge thing for memory threads. Basically, instead of having to stop your maps every 25 maps and do a fucking chain of boss rushing trash, you just drop this in the ground, and then whenever you want, you go and run all of them at once, which is way better. Lords of the Urgent Echo slide now awards a skill book, getting 2 points. This is after you kill the Incarnation bosses. 17 maps are dead. Now our Nightmare maps. So increase the word values of original influence the map modifiers that grant a pack size or rarity. Slightly reduce the ones that gave currency, maps, or scarabs. Based on what we saw, it was a little more than slightly reduced. It was heavily reduced, it seemed. Which makes sense for currency in particular because that's doubled baseline in the game. After obtaining the Voidstone from killing the Incarnation of Dread, items with strands would not be able to drop from all maps here on the Atlas. More strand affected items will come from original maps. I'm gonna need to actually filter these now because these are dog shit. There'll be less dog shit with this change, but yeah, we'll see. I'm basically gonna turn off any armor memory strand item that isn't the best base. Because, like, why would I care about, like, a 94 memory stranded Valor Gallia, So memory strands in general being buffed. Hopefully Orbs of Unraveling aren't so fucking hideously dogshit like they were before. And now you get Quantity from Atlas bonus to replace Chisels. Ooh, Uber Boss is only 4 instead of 5, love that. Hopefully it's still the same number of, fragments dropping, or more, because these have always been so annoying to farm. All Maven invites are through Kirak. You can't open Valside areas. Oh, you can just put it in a map instead. Interesting. Sacrifice some more fragments now. State the quantity bonus they apply. Elder Guardian, Shipper Guardian, and Conquer maps always generate on tier 16 maps. As a result of cards for these no longer state the map tier. Neat. Every now and then you'd walk into a T14 Elder Guardian and he just gets fucking one shot and you're so confused because he has half the HP. Blessed Orb's now able to roll the Conquer and have any Conquer map or the Elder Guardian. It also should work on Shaper maps, but it's not mentioned here, right? Unless I'm blind. No longer offers Atlas missions. And the passes are gone. Scouting reports are gone. Scouting report div card is gone. Chisels are gone. Because we get the quality baseline now. Temple architects not additional scarabs instead of map currency we have now. So rules room the temple. Okay, cool. Reduce status for quality currency drop from synth monsters and synth maps. The fuck? What a weird little nerf. Removed the gavel recipe. The effective quality maps have been reduced. So they nerfed standard league chisels. So they nerfed all Maven chisels by basically half. Because they're no longer competing with chisels. But you only need one of these now instead of 4. So, a lot more usable. Cardo Scarabs. Weird. A bunch of this is just like quality stuff. Eldritch Altars influenced by XR can now grant Scours. Damn, they took Scours from Eater. This is like one of the only good common currencies from Eater. Fortress barrels finally nerfed. To not be silly. No, yeah, this gave you a ton of bonuses when you had these. That's gone. Efficacy of the ambush scarab of discernment has been reduced. You don't get as many of the rare boxes. Nerfed Blight by a little bit. Blight Scarab no longer adds additional novice waves of monsters to each Blight portal. I don't know what that means. I never was a Blight farmer, so I don't know what these nerfs mean. But it sounds like Blight is getting nuked. But I don't know, because I'm not a Blight gamer. That's software gameplay, who cares? Horn Scarab of Awakening now grants tier 16 areas containing the boss of Miranda Maven Imitation. So you might just randomly get like fucking Dread or Cyrus or something because it's feared. So yeah, I mean, I thought this was going to be deleted from the game because no more map crafting things. They instead just gave it a random little weird thing. But, I mean, will they also drop their loot? Like, if you kill Cyrus here, are you going to get Cyrus loot? Like, weird. Hopefully, I assume so, but... Oh, wait, that says bosses, not just a boss. So you get the entire thing? The entire feared spawning? No way, that'd be psycho. But that'd be cool if it did. Like, you walk up the Dune's Hill like, and it's feared. Feared in Mesa Arena? Yeah. Nah, we'll see. That's funny, though. New Abyss Scarab that forces the depths. Love that. The weird Anarchy Exceptional thing. That's a weird Betrayal Scarab. I feel like it shouldn't be a chance. Because, like, not losing a rank is not that powerful. Enters the XP Scarab of Infusion for better logbooks. New Kalguran Scarab, which makes you get more ore. But also the monsters surrounding it are harder. Rituals in the area contain additional rare itemized corpse, monsters that will appear in the favor when after being defeated. To make it easier to farm corpses. This is the one that makes so you get all 3 Beyond bosses. Okay, this makes it... Oh, damn. This is going to be way more Delirium loot. Because don't these like almost always spawn in like the right kind of map? That's like way more Delirium loot. Like your strands. And if you're doing 100% deli maps, you like always get 2. This is really good buff to Delirium. But not being able to farm T17 Delirium, of course, heard a big nerf from that. Yeah, like +2 rewards is sick. Domination Scarab Apparitions can also spawn Pantheon Shrines. I don't know what that means. Influence Scarab conversion has been changed. No longer grants a chance to get influence maps. Now instead spawns an extra boss, and it will always drop a map. Okay, so they absolutely fucking nuked influence map farming. Because before, in a good map, this would give you like 10 plus maps that were influence maps. And now you get one. You get one, but it's boss rushable instead of being juice required. Legion Scarab commands and to Scarab treasures. Trust that are broken out. A chance for the reward to be applied to the monster that breaks out. That's neat. Some Legion juice. A nerf to ritual. Oh wait, no, a buff to ritual. The tormented spirit dives into the ground and then creates a rare monster. Hunt the Traitor's gone. Bisection split into 2 scarabs. Oh, that's really interesting. But also makes map rolling a little bit harder. But if you can get like some free set of suffixes that give good rewards but aren't hard when they're doubled, you can just remove the other side while buffing this side. That's interesting. And I assume you could just use them both and get like effectively a scoured map. So a lot of these are just some small scarab buffs because the map device option is gone. So you can't force extra from map device. There's something just scour the map. Oh yeah, I guess you could just scour the map, but I assume quantity still scales your fragment drops from those. Five new map modifiers that can roll on 17 modifiers. Volume maps are back. None of these are really good maps, right? Let's see what's gone. Toxic Sewer is out. Shore is out. Glacier's out. We still have the good ones that people care about, like, you know, Strand and Jungle Valley and stuff. Dunes. I mean, Dunes is always there because there's a unique map version, so. Drowning Orbs really move for players if there are no other enemies in the edge of the player. Interesting. Okay, this is what this is what I'm excited for. Let's see what they fucking removed. Alright. Cringe no damage mod, gone. Both of the action speed things gone. Why did they remove Mark for Death? I feel like this was like one of the healthiest tier 17 modifiers. It was just the damage mod. You took more damage. That's a weird one to remove. Oh, this one was super dangerous. Gone. This one didn't do anything at all. Gone. Cyrus stuff too. Is Exarch gone? So Exarch Greats are still there, but Desolation is gone. Okay. Like this technically, in a vacuum, this would make it harder to roll runnable 17s. Because like, for most builds, free, just run it anyways, free, run it anyways, solve action speed, use Warp Rune Graft. Like the only thing here that actually is like a you cannot run it is this. The rest of them are technically runnable. So this will mean you get pen more often, like minus max. Whenever I say T17, I'm just referring to nightmare maps. Alright. Atlas passive tree changes. Shadow shaping, bold undertakings, and focus are gone because these all were related to like map stuff, which no longer exists. They just dropped as tier 16. Difficulties in your map are from 2 random other maps instead of the one you're in. I don't think I would ever take this. When I can just scry good ones to the one I am. Completing a map objective within a shape region instead collapses a different map within that shape region. So this is likely something that I will have clicked. The moment I'm using astrolobes and creating these shape regions, I'm likely going to have this clicked forever. it means instead of having to run a bunch of shit maps to juice your good map, you just only run your good map, which is obviously good. The downside is because it deletes random maps, it might brick your region a little earlier. Like, based on how it removes them randomly, you might have it close early. But obviously that's still better than running fucking factory and cells to buff your dunes. Like, you're always gonna have this if you're running shaped maps. Or shaped region maps. Overloaded circuits out season now grants absent from the 5 additional random unallocated notable Atlas passives. Weird. Refiner's Bargain. Left for some maps granted the rate random crop at 250% instead of 150%. So yeah, they nerfed the ore, not surprising. This is still going to be one of the best ways to get ore. Buffed the crops, but crops are now going to give the shit people don't care about. So crops are now only for tattoos and rune graphs. And ore is for currency. Small buff there. This needs to say faster, not slower. This number being increased, this needs to say faster. Like, you want to wait 15 seconds for your fucking bombs to blow up? No, no. But I get it. The point of this entire expedition wheel is to make it easier for ship builds. So it makes sense, it's fine. Who cares, big bomb anyways? Amen. Oh, faster. We found it. Faster. It's the next one. So instead of only being slower, you have a choice now. You can get faster or slower. Let's fucking go. But still, in most cases, just big bomb. So this is the one that used to be from chiseling, and now instead it's per fragment used with that map. Are scarabs considered? I mean, scarabs are in the fragment tab, right? So scarabs should count here. And you technically have 5 of these, right? Instead of 4, so we have 3% higher effective modifiers than last patch. Huge. Deadly Prey Atlas passive now as beast maps have rage. Get to stack up this something. Hunter's kind of doesn't matter. Buffed foul side area spawning by a little bit. Another nerf to Blight. Yeah, so I think Blight's probably going to be weaker, which I don't really care about. So its veiled items dropped have a chance to drop with a fractured veil modifier. But I think this Atlas node also makes the monsters more dangerous, right? Don't they get an extra item every single time you execute them? So I probably still wouldn't do this in League Start and Hardcore. That's too scary. They made Sulfite a little easier to acquire. Sulfite easier to acquire. Yo, they buffed the heist stuff. Nice. Because they removed the map device, and these were always way too low. So you can at least force heist reliably now. Love that. Love heist. Shaping the mountains no longer has chance to get a free run map. Now it has increased number of rare monsters in your maps. Interesting. So these, what used to be map sustain nodes, are now juicing nodes. So you're going to be much more incentivized to always take these. Which, like, if you for farming T17s, you always wanted these clicked. And I guess you're probably going to want them clicked on most trees these days. I don't know what that means. They buffed the trial thing by a little bit to compensate for the removal of the match device, which is still a huge nerf if you were using memory strand stuff to abuse it. Slight change to bestiary stuff. Some heist buff stuff because it's needed. Guys, stop green frogging me. So yeah, basically because they nerfed the map device thing, the heist passes are a lot better. I don't know what this is, but it sounds like a downside. So you don't want these boxes. Alright, breach stuff. How did the breach go core? Modified attack 6. Breach hives are smaller. This is the wall one. And the hives like die from damage from abilities. We have the alternate breach stuff. Breach gems are dead. All the Zoff craft and craft currency is gone. And you can just open the boss thing a little more easily. Genesis tree is fully grown, but you still have to put the points in. Craft is now high blood. Provisioning, yeah, it doesn't do weapon or quiver. Generally, just a total amount of points you can earn in each tree, which for crafting armor and stuff isn't the biggest deal. You had like 4 points like unspec'd when you were making like fractured rings and stuff. Assuming fracture's still here, it might not be. We'll see. Several passes in the tree have been rebalanced. Yeah, I mean this is so vague that can mean anything. More variants at endgame for the item level items generated. Okay, so you no longer just get free level 86 on everything. $100,000? Assuming it's the same number to open womb gifts, that's nice. Breach is now in the tree, and you can force it to be the ones you want. Contains the remembered. I assume that's going to be Tool and Esh. The originator maps? It could be. Breach Scarab stuff. It is Zana bosses? Okay. Yeah, so you have this increased difficulty and reward thing, which could go crazy in fortresses. More difficulty and reward stuff. What is instability? Okay, so it's the main one that adds extra breaches. You can add 4 breaches to your maps. Random diff cards are removed. You can't get double Falborn Barracks anymore. No longer get free nearby enemies are poisoned. A nerf to the jewels. Wait. I thought they were gonna delete this from the game. They only nerfed it. I know they also nerfed Ent. But like, that's still gonna be really strong, I think. So Fabron Choir's half as good. Just play the Chaos version. Like, just play the Chaos version. That's not nerfed, right? Just better. Slight nerf to some Warcry effect. Are any Falborn things... I guess the main one that's unnerfed is Falborn Mageblood. Harbinger's Ruin is the core league. Fraction Orb and Ancient Orb is now core pool. NG, thank fucking god these are finally out of the game. This never should have been put in the game. And whoever made it should feel bad. And whoever picked them up should feel bad. But yeah, the good ones are core. Ancient Shards. Binding Shard, NG Shard, Harvey Shard, Horizon Shards can no longer be obtained. Interesting. I wonder why they removed the shards from Ancient Orbs. Because you could still get these from, like, the Breach Tree, for example, could give those shards. These are all the things required to make the Harbinger uniques. Harbinger div cards. All the Harbinger bullshit from Beachhead. The upgraded versions are all in the core drop pool, the non-upgraded versions are not. Harbinger Scarabs are gone. Yo! They added div card Scarab targeting. That's huge. Because it was never possible to target div card Scarabs before, so it was really hard to farm the stupid fucking book Scarabs. That's nice. Additional exile was added instead of some of these Atlas things. Some Delirium Orbs are gone. And they basically went out and removed a bunch of currency shards from the game. Nice. Starting out well. Alright, we're at league changes now. Let's see it.
Slam's totally dominating the meta category. No, see, that's the thing. This is the thing. There's people like you fucking brainwashed by Fabgun who has no fucking clue what he's talking about. And you guys are all fucking regurgitating his fucking dumb takes. That shit fucking triggers me so fucking much. No, but you don't understand. It's not that he's dominating. It's like everything fucking sucks. Everything is dog shit. That's it. Slams were... If they tweaked Slams by nerfing it down a little bit, I would have understood. Like, there's no problem with that. I would have no problems with, like, I don't know. Say Auto Exile goes down to like 15, and Earth Shadow gets a 10% nerf, whatever, like that would be fine.
Slams are still going to be super strong. Alright, let's go. King's March has opened a shipping trade route to a new crew port. Shipping ores and bars will now return currency items, while crops will return equipment items. And you can roll favorite resources. King's March to Crew and Calgar will grant specific ones. So basically there's 3 crew reports. One gives strength, one gives dex, one gives int. So that's way better for targeting tattoos. We fucking love that. For Runegraph tattoos, do they say how that works? Ooh, ports no longer have a bias toward a specific type of currency while shipping. I was curious about how this is going to go, because like Blue Xanthium to Calgar was favored for Divines, so everyone did it. If all ore is equal, and it's purely based on value, you'll just go based off port stuff for the most part, so that's cool. Yo! Smelters are twice as good! Smelters aren't total fucking dog shit now. That's nice. Yo, they can't give high-level clusters though for mapping. So, like, high-level clusters are going to be very simulacrum focused. Like, you pretty much have to sim farm to get those now. Besides just like getting the currency from Mirage Delirium. But yeah, Mapper's wage increasing. And they can't get good clusters. Gold costs have decreased by 50% for farmers. But yeah, Mappers are going to cost a lot. But it seems like you're going to want to actually use quotas pretty reliably now. Alright. Bestiary. Horizons now gives them makings. 5 character mission thing. Now gives Nightmare Map. A valuable scarab. I think valuable scarab is going to be those bottom right ones. Which this might be a really good source of Nemesis scarabs, because they're the most common of the bottom right section. Weird. To reroll an awakened support gem now sacrifices an exceptional support gem for 3 high-level Wow, they just killed it. It's dead. So you actually have to farm woke gems from woke gem sources, which basically means in self-found, the rare woke gems no longer exist. Like, those are just fucking gone. Because this was the only way you ever got those. Because Maven, for whatever reason, Maven herself doesn't drop woke gems anymore, and neither does the Awakener. Maybe they added it back to the Awakener. Maybe the Awakener once again drops Awakened gems. We'll see. There is no woke gems? Oh. Oh. That makes sense. That checks out. Alright. Some target members are seeking to capitalize on the shooting forces on the Atlas and now offer different rewards. Hit the Flight and Transport now offers Falborn unique items. Falborn Mage Blood login. Hit the Flight and Fortification now offers a crafting spree with random breach ring. Dog shit. No! No! Arc chisels! Although original Native Influence maps are also pretty good, I think. If you get a lot of these, this is still really good. Because like 16.5s are the new juicing map. Like this is the new fortress. Maven chisels still exist. So it technically could have just given Maven chisels, but yeah, it makes sense to add a change. Vegan, transport, incubators, artist scarabs. Okay. Sulfite scarab no longer gives you way more sulfite. But the amount is just double by default. So you just don't. So it's just. It seems like you get way more sulfite for free now. With the changes to the Atlas tree into this, like the amount of you just get from playing the game is a lot higher, and you don't need the scarabs. This is better because like delvers, if you wanted to delve a lot, you had to buy scarabs for it. Whereas now you can just use the Atlas tree for it. That's nice. More ore too. Well, less ore if you were using scarabs. More ore if you're not. So that's nice. Delver use bottom map with sulfite mobs. Oh, that's neat. Softcore trade. Here's the way sulfite veins map scale with item quantity to be similar to how sellers or scale with. Ooh, I don't know what this is. This could be a huge nerf. I don't actually know what this means. Like, if I put in a map that has 100% quantity, I don't think you get 100% more ore. But we'll see. Fusion no longer. No, my Abyss Jewels! My Abyss Jewels! I don't care about the cluster jewels as much, but my Abyss Jewels, damn. So cluster jewels no longer come from tier 17s, Fusion, or mappers. So it's fucking simulacrum for getting those now. Ritual never gives higher than level 84, only 83. Possessed monsters can only release spirits and working out. Cool. I think this is just to remove AFK ultimatum from the game. Just don't click it. Well, one of the parts of ultimatum farming means you can't choose the modifier. The Templar now wakes up on the strand, born with his faith. The starting gem for Templar is now Holy Strike. Is Templar gonna fry Hillick now? Because Glacial Hammer sucked. Totem placement speed now also scales the speed at which totems emerged. And rat totems apply slower. But these already got dropped to the ground instantly. There's so much speed for these. Still feel good. Channeling spells have bigger range. Intelligence is half as good for end stacking. Oh my fucking god, they finally did it. Let's go. An actual reliable reflector reduction stat. You don't have to worry about getting like withered, or not withered, but like shocked while standing on some random ground effect that has cold damage increase from a crush claw while you're debuffed with electric zapper from that random fucking exile that counteracts your reduced damage taken. Or Cyrus, increased damage taken. Yeah. Assuming this is like, assuming this is good numbers, that's really nice. It'll be a lot easier to get real, reliable Reflect Immune. However, I think you're going to need 101%. I don't think 100% is going to be safe. I think you need 101. Similar to the whole Mind Over Matter thing. And this stat also means you don't have to worry about the conversion. God bless. Alright, skill gem changes. We already saw some of them because we snapped down here to check this stuff, but Holy Slam skill used by Herald of Purity now has more area of effect. Minions shouldn't exist. Cool. They still shouldn't exist. Hey, guess what? Still shouldn't exist. Charge, dash, description. Consecrated Path totems buffed. And DD of Scavenging, slight nerf. That's actually a pretty big nerf. It's like 25%, right? Or 30? 25, I think. Oh, shit. Dominating Blow. Wait, Dominating Blow didn't spawn them on rare monsters? It only spawned on unique? That sucks. Can they fix that? Yeah, Earthshatter nerfed by about 20%. On top of the over-exert nerf. It's a decent nerf. You're still going to instantly progress to tier 16s with these. And you probably won't even notice a difference in most cases. If those two are the only nerfs. There could be more I haven't found yet, but... Energy Blade, quality, heavily fucking nerfed. Because this offset the less ES on Energy Blade. So, Energy Blade heavily nerfed, Int heavily nerfed. Makes sense. Because like Energy Blade was way too strong, Int stacking way too strong. The Int nerf is super fucking good. I'm glad that came. Because like most ES trees genuinely clicked 2 ES points in the entire tree. Like that's silly. Like they clicked like 1 mastery and that was it. Like that's good that finally came in. Holy Flame Totem now scales better. Doesn't this skill have like the most hideous multi-project mechanics of all time though? If I remember right, it doesn't like spread in like an even way. It's like some weird like basically they're all stacked up when they're close and they spread out as they travel to have awful coverage. Like maybe that's not a thing anymore, but I remember that for a while. Slight buff to this. Penance Brand, buff by 10%, and no longer has an Ignite nerf. I don't know if this is ever actually a thing still. Isn't, like, the base version doesn't blow up until 20 stacks, right? Of Conduction, I don't know what that one is. This is the good one, right? Ooh, damn, pretty big nerf to that one. Remember, so I think after this nerf, I think that the release state of Dissipation, I think it did 5 times this damage that it's going to do now. And it probably is still good. Like that, I don't think any skill has came out in such a stupid like state before ever. It was like 0 gear, like literally naked, level 80 character, did like 5 build DPS. It was like, what the fuck? It was so weird. Portal, this is such a weird build. The cast on damage taken portal build. That was so weird. But it was neat. Nerfed the mana cost on this by a little bit. Slight changes to things I don't care about. Raised Spectre no longer gain a hidden more LA damage bonus when converting their fist damage to elemental. Yeah, this is the weird thing they added this patch. They also scaled their monster level more past 20. Yo, that's some pretty big Spectre buffs. Like, anyone using, like, the bug, like this little, like, the weird bug abuse specters with this stuff, obviously not gonna be as happy, but people using legit specters, this could be neat. Like, I'd be down to play minions if they just weren't shit. Like, if I could play a Merc support, I would do it, and it's because Merc support actually has AI that is good. Every specter in this game is just like, they're just stupid. They just don't attack. They'll just look at monsters. As long as that's how they function mechanically, I just don't care. Static Strike now can zap from farther away, lasts longer, and has less of a damage penalty. Stormbrand of Indecision, super small buff. Base Stormbrand, about a 20. No, this is a much bigger buff. So it's like almost double there, some reductions here. Is that like 60% more damage on base Stormbrand? I'm not really sure. And I have no clue where the skill was at. And yeah, Indecision, very small buff. This was the better one in the past. Storm Burst now places an orb immediately on casting rather than the first orb being placed one cast into the process of channeling. Slight buff there, I think. Bigger regen to your minions. Sweep is dog shit. Thunderstorm Ignite is now a thing. Sad. These things are like, these stats are so stupid. They're on cleave too. These numbers make no sense. It's just bad. Like, the bit is, when you dual wield, you can hit with both weapons. But then we apply such insane penalties that you do the same damage as a one-hander and a shield. And two-handers do way more damage. Like, dual wield should just hit with both weapons for free. That's just how it should work. Because two-handers do twice as much damage as one-handers do. Like, I don't understand it. I've never understood it. It's like 10 different skills have these penalties, and they, like, none of them should have those penalties. Winter Orb. Oh, Prod Speed now works. Okay. Val Domination. This is Is this Val Dominating Blow? Why is it called that? Some weird shit. Val Absolution is better as well. I've always liked Val Absolution mechanic, like conceptually. Like you press it when you get to the boss and then you're strong as fuck and you have these huge guys. Alright. All Awakened Gems can only be obtained, except for these three. The three big boys. And they had to disable the Awakened Gem div cards because otherwise you would always get the good ones. The Labyrinth Gem to get an Awakened version is gone. The Labyrinth Gem outcome to exchange a Sport Gem for an Exceptional Sport Gem instead now states that you'll receive... Okay, I was concerned about this when I saw the Exceptional tag on all those different gems, but this is the same still. It just forces the actual Exceptional gems. Greater versions of sports no longer work alongside the non-greater versions, and it's similar to how Awakened sports did not work with corresponding non-Awakened support. How many greater sports are even in the game? Aren't these only from items? Oh, sorry. I don't mean next patch. I mean in the current patch. Like in 3.27. Like, it's like greater spell echo exists. Greater volley and GMP. Oh, right. I forgot what those. So you can no longer use like greater volley and base volley. Like I think Peacock might have done that. I don't know if any of their builds did it. Oh, ha! Ha! It makes sense, because, like, did they also change the wording of GMP? Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. So auto-exert slight nerf as well, which means you can no longer auto-exert everything, at least without any investment whatsoever. Because before it worked with only the passive tree, and now you would need, like, a slight amount of reservation. So overexert now grants 10% more for each required exerted them, and 14% more if exerted. I mean, this is still your best support, right? Like, by a lot. A lot. A lot! Down a little bit. Because these are separate multipliers. So, Seismic, Intimidating, Infernal, Rallying, right? Is there a fifth one? Battle Mages 2, right? You still have 5. And this is a separate multiplier than this one. So it's still 71% more damage, assuming you have all Warcries. Whereas in the current patch, it's more. Like in the whoops, I closed my tab. Like the current patch, it's times 2.09. Next patch, it's times 1.71. So, you know, it's still the best support in the game, assuming you're fully using Warcries. Oh, I love this Chieftain change. Double the chance, half the effect. More consistency, but less OP for like self-ignite stuff. Oh, fuck yeah. Is this that stupid, annoying RF minion that you had to summon every 20 seconds? Oh, God bless. That's so huge. Still awful. Do, 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 do. Some slight buffs to Warden that we don't really care about. This is really nice for Assassin. You actually get real reflect immunity. Slight Sabo buffs. Damn, another Elementalist nerf. From 100 to 50 to 0. What does this say? Now grant their aura effect while you have minimum instead of no. So that means you're allowed to use minimum charges to get this instead of having to go to 0? You can just have 3 minimum charges and you'll just get this? Wait, can't you get both now? Isn't it like minimum and maximum bit? Or I guess you already could by going to 0. But now you actually get the charges. And the buff, okay. That's nice. Oh, this is some PoE 2 stuff. This is a cool mechanic idea. I think added damage, there's only 2 things it says, right? It's like flat added and then percent extra added. It's like Fizz is lightning. The extra would become cold with this. And like flat fire from anger would become cold with this. Yeah, that's neat. Archetype's still gonna be the meta. I think Slam League Start is still gonna be exceptional, for sure. You're gonna have to change a little bit. How many auto exerts did I use before? I think it was 4, but it might have been 5. I'm not sure, but I think you're gonna lose either 1 or 2 auto exerts on League Start. So you're gonna just press 1 extra Warcry by default, I think. And then you're going to do a little less damage. But you're not even going to notice the less damage until like red maps. Like, the removal of the tree is a much bigger nerf than the nerfs to these gems. Because you don't just get free fucking 9 trillion% more damage from a 1100 damage axe. Should I phase bleed? Wasn't that nerfed? Well, I guess, you know, the main skill wasn't nerfed, but overexert and auto exert still got nerfed. Alright. What is this actually? I didn't read it. Don't care. Never gonna use that. Did they nerf our minions on Feral? Interesting. So our summoned spectral tigers have less life, so they die more often. But the thing is, you respawn these things every second. So I don't think I really care. Because like when you're playing K-Bok and using this for your bloodline, you one-shot the whole screen constantly. So I don't think it's gonna matter. Ooh, love this. 6/7. I don't care about any of this ward stuff. Okay. Mark effect is actually useful. This could be good for some sniper smart builds that love those breakpoints. Because stealth was cosmetic. These are not good clusters. So Protection Mastery can give you half reflection immunity. And the other half can probably come from a Pantheon, right, in theory? Ooh. So this is really important. This being in the game meant that Ignite could never be good. Because this stupid fucking thing made Ignite's permanent. So hopefully this will also come with some buffs to Ignite. In the future, if not in this patch. But this never should have existed, and I'm glad it's finally gone. So this is also the same nerf that Ent got, so Ent just no longer gets, free infinite defense. Power Mastery that has a chance to refresh Ignite has been replaced. Yeah, that's good. Piano's Kitchen Knife has bigger radius. Blood Notch nerfed. Bro. I hate when there's changes to items where I have to read them and think about them. Come on. So it has increased reserve efficiency and an increased maximum recovery per life leech. So this is Slayer Leech. This is increasing the duration of Leech. But it also affects Instant Leech because the duration is higher, it's a higher number, so instant is better. And Bloodseeker, the whole bit is that it's full instant. So when you reserve a bunch of your life, you have more life per second, or more life per hit restored. Probably still does less than a third of the damage of an actual good claw, so who cares? But if you ever use Bloodseeker, you do have absurd recovery. Just constant full HP, on every attack, if you're hitting fast. Archie is bigger. Attacks use yourself repeat an additional time and have 50% more attack speed. Interesting. So it's just multi-strike. Kind of. It's like that Jewel version of multi-strike. But you still have to stand still for this attack to repeat an additional time. This still has So you attack a little bit faster. Because you lose this local attack speed. This is 20% more attack speed. It's local. And I get 50, so it's a little better, but it's still dog shit compared to any actual good bow, right? I don't know what this means. Replicates from above. Shaper's Touch. Less accuracy per int. +4. So yeah, Accuracy Stacker got nerfed in 4 different ways so far. the gloves, the claw, and then int and evasion base scaling from int. Still good though? It might be. It might still be good, but only at like in really high gear levels, not at like still fun ones. I hate that these are all 100% instead of 101%. That makes you scared. But surely it'll work properly. It'll work properly. The reason that is relevant is because there was this setup with converting 100% of your damage taken to mana instead of life. But it didn't work. If you went CI, you would still just die randomly for no reason when you still had mana. And the fix was to get 101%, and then it wouldn't kill you. Soul Taker now has eat souls on kill. Don't care. Unseen Hue, and it drops from regular fear instead of Uber. Which one is this? Oh, it's dust. It's my ring? I don't think it's my ring. It might be. Technically, I don't know. Like, it's similar conceptually a little bit to one of the rings I talked about making. And it's similar enough that it might be, but like it's nowhere remotely close to what we were talking about, but I don't know. I don't know shit. Inverted Chaos Res? I feel like things just don't have Chaos Res. Except for bosses. So they removed the Woe Spike stuff. Actually, did they? Couldn't you still play 3 rings and then get suffix quality with the new catalyst and get 100%? In theory, it might not. It might be a non-scalable value. Item changes. Coincidence now account for a larger portion of dropped items. Change to allow currency or words from selling of enemies to be more competitive at other sources within the game. God bless. Does not affect the number of wisdoms or portals to drop. Non-unique equipment items are approximately 6% less common as well as this change. Lowered how much mod opportunity is granted to items generated from shipping. Ooh, gambling! No, my gambling! My gambling! Ah! Like, the Genesis tree, I get it. It made sense. My fucking gambling? That sucks. I mean, it was too good to like the way it was before. It's like pretty much all early game weapon acquisition was just this, because this was better than identifying could ever be. Why can't they give us a number? Who knows? Ooh, I fucking love this. I love the Exalts are more common. Regals too, but only for early game where that ever mattered. But Exalts more common. I really hope Exalts are like 5 times more common. I want to click Exalts more than I do. But they're just so rare, you just kind of can't. Until pretty endgame. But several currencies have been adjusted, so everything we know about currency is different. Breach and Blight drop less gold. Reflect stuff. Reflect stuff. I knew this couldn't drop the fucking Cortex. I turned in so many of these. It says synth map. It's a synth map. It can drop it. No, it fucking can't. Damn, they nuke golems. Jesus. A little low tolerance nerf. I'm pretty sure this is gonna mean you can't use... Or wait. Did they change this in... Like, it is still just projectiles that are chaining. Unless this is changed somewhere else, I don't think this is gonna matter. Oh, it's bug section? Okay. Let me see. Refraction. Ah, there we go. That makes sense. That never should have worked in the first place. That should have been hotfix like fixed, like on day 1 of last week. It was weird. Where was I at? Here. Some new notables and stuff. Removed all crafts that enchant flasks from the Hoarder Gifting bench. Huh. No more harvest enchanted life flasks. Which is good. Yo, Essence stacked to 10? What? But yeah, being able to enchant life flasks with this harvest stuff was always really weird. It just meant that you just didn't need recovery on boss fights, because you just had, if you had 3 life flasks that were enchanted, you had like 50 life flask uses. Like on any good builds, it would never matter. It's mainly for like bossing on mediocre builds. I don't know what this means. Yo, I think this is the thing that killed Embu. I'm pretty sure that was him. He had like a 16,000 ES like wanding character for farming Fortress, and he was in a map with no damage mods. And like a trash monster just one-shot him with, I think it was this. Alright. Quest reward stuff that I don't... You no longer have LA Proliff in Mudflats. You have to kill the guy first, so Templar Mudflats is going to be a lot shittier. But I don't think anything else matters there. Some quality of life thing here. Quality of life, everything I've already seen. Oh, love that. Oh, no, it's only if it's off screen. Love the div card turn in. Okay, bunch of controller shit. When do we get actual gem info? Typically, we're not going to get the passive tree and gem info until like 2 days before League. So yeah, they fixed the refraction stuff. What does that mean for K-Bach? It means you have to use fork support, and you don't have a chain, right? What was the bug with refraction? The whole bit with refraction is that it gives you free fork and chain, which is super strong, but it limits you to one proj, which is a big downside. And then when used with certain skills, the downside was just ignored. Yeah, so now if you were to use refraction on K-Bach, you would only have one explosion instead of, 6. Yeah, they fixed the evolving shrine bug. So yeah, you just need to actually use fork support now. No, you need return support as well. Return's super good. Slam's okay. Yeah, slams are still really good. Oh fuck. They fixed the claw mastery by just changing the wording. And it is still only instant life leech, and it won't apply to mana or yes. Weird. Yo! This is, I mean, they just nerfed Blood Notch into the fucking dirt. But this was for that, right? Oh, this bug was so annoying. Oh, missed pauses now? That's nice. So what got buffed? Stormbrand? Stormbrand Absolution. New Hammer Slam. I mean, I don't count new things as buffs, and almost every single new skill comes out with damage numbers that make it dog shit these days. Like the sweep numbers are horrific, and so is the like all these new like holy whatever skills. A skill having baseline conversion is a downside that makes the skill shittier in 99% of cases. Like, you don't want that, especially on these melee builds that want to play bottom left. Like, base conversion sucks. I don't want to do fire damage. I want to do fizz damage. Like, fizz damage is so much better. So when they have like they have base conversion and then they also just have worse damage numbers than current skills, why? Multiple conversions, because making it so you do full damage against physical, like via like with armor and stuff, is really easy. Like, to do true damage, basically, it's like 3 points that also give you good damage to fully ignore fizz damage reduction. And then it doesn't matter if they have endurance charges, fizz damage reduction, armor, none of it matters. You always do full damage. Whereas if you're doing fire damage, every boss in the game has baseline 50% resist, so you do half damage, and you have to invest to overcome that. So by converting half, typically what it means is you're going to choose to convert the rest of it and then solve resist, which costs either support gems, passive points, active gems to apply curses, all kinds of shit to try to overcome that. Like, you're just starting out, you do less damage. And with enough investment, you can like get to the point where it's not a downside anymore. Like, you get like your double curse annoyance, you apply 2 curses, you get exposure on your gloves, and you get to the point where it's like doing non-fizz can be good. But for anything early, fizz is way better. I'm really excited for all the new endgame stuff. Like all the new Atlas stuff, the removal of 17s, like base changes to like currency. All the new systems are super good. Some of the nerfs to like some of the endgame things are definitely needed, like Int and the evasion mastery and stuff. These are good, but it's another league where it's like, why are there 3 skills that got buffed? Like self-cast spellcasting has been dog shit for like 4 years, and it's like they're just never gonna get touched. The reason you can't play Runegraft of Refraction anymore, like you need Fork because you can't use the Runegraft anymore. Like this, the Runegraft was always bugged, and it didn't properly reduce the number of explosions down to 1, and they fixed that. So if you use the Runegraft, you only get 1 explosion. With that said, based on these patch notes, I'm pretty sure playing K-Box is the right choice. I kind of want to log into my guy and see what it even feels like. Hopefully I didn't delete him. He's kind of highly geared. Skills lots of visual ass though, but it'll be less visual ass with the change to the Runegraft because you have to use your own fork now. A lot of defense, the only change.
Yes?
What do you drop? On the in-game version, probably Awakened Void Manip or crit damage. Big crit damage on this in-game version is what you would do.
Yes?
Yeah.
While we live, we are blessed.
Drop nothing and Val the gem and is supported by Fork. Let's fucking go. He gets it.
Greeting.
I hate how standard works. I wish I could just disable like things migrating into this league and just have it so. Or no, this is keepers. I still hate standard though. So all my shit's gonna be, instead of in these tabs, like instead of these tabs getting replaced that are empty, I have to go to like this random fucking tab and get my shit. Like, Fork acquired. Why do I have so little here? I have 1 GCP. I'm poor. I'm poor. But yeah, let's see. Do we have maps? We do have some maps. Well, I don't think it's even going to be like visible, the difference at this gear level. Like, this is the right now coverage of KB, which basically is the entire screen in every direction, always and forever, to the point where you can't even see anything. And you never will. I don't have the tomato graph in this character, I never had it. You never needed that to do all content in the game easily. Yeah, this is with refraction in. And then, yeah, wisps are. The thing with wisps is for the chaos version, you have like wither on hit from this shit up here, and it's like kind of useful for that. But and then if we go for this and we get rid of refraction, so basically when it comes to clear, like coverage wise, we lose a chain. Damage wise, we have a worse support. Because Fork, I think when it's level 20, I think Fork is like, isn't it like 9% more damage instead of like 39?
Still sane, exile.
Created Fork next patch, amen. But look at that coverage reduction. I can see the ground now. The build sucks. Step on full life. Yeah, well that's not red. Or that is red. Well, I have Blood Rage in this build. But I have Blood Rage. It's not in. Yeah, with Fork in return, you kind of still hit the whole screen instantly. Who would have guessed? But yeah, this is like the T17 version of the build that has all, so I'm missing 8 gems. And naturally, just this would be Feral for extra attack speed instead. And then you also can turn on Blood Rage if you want. And some other things to go faster. Although you also could do this stuff for our no auras. But like, what else getting nerfed? Like, you'd have a little bit less ES because of the int nerf, but like, I don't really care. Like, you have to use fork instead of the rune graft. Don't really care. What else got nerfed? Have we seen Greater Fork? Have we seen the numbers on it? Without graphs? The graphs don't really do anything. Like, defensively, I guess the main thing is they just give like some passive things, but I didn't press graphs a single time. I don't have the graft for Tornado. So it's like you lose some increased damage. Of which the build already has 1000% for free, because it's a wand build, so. You can never drop. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, you can never drop this. The chance for extra fork is super important. And you get 1 extra free anoint. And the different belt. Why Hyro? Because it's better in every way. Necro's dog shit. I wonder what the next anoint even is. What is my current anoint? Right, pen. You could just do a second pen anoint if you wanted to. Like Force of Darkness and Heart of Darkness. Somehow this requires a prismatic oil. Like it's not even a special anoint. It's on the tree and it requires prismatic. So dumb. So if you wanted to do both, double prismatic oil, pain. Or just anoint double 2 max res and take the damage loss. I didn't even have the evasion thing because we played no evasion on the setup, right? Or very little. Yeah, like 8k. Yeah, Sound could be good for this build. Like, you don't have to go higher on this. But we have no idea what Sound's gonna be. But yeah, K-Bach definitely is a really good option. I don't know what else is. Yeah, it looks basically untouched. It was just like some small nerfs to int, which we didn't even stack, and refraction is gone, so you have to use real fork. Alright, did they show greater fork? Or is it just the icon? Yeah, just the icon. So I know awakened fork is like really crazy, right? Because it causes the forks to fork. So if this is what greater fork is, it would be even better, coverage wise. Yeah, K-Block is still going to be really good for sure. I'm gonna miss the free life fractures on the tree. Hopefully it's still possible to get them, but I'm gonna miss them. I think for some things it might still be really easy, depending on how modifier tier works. If it goes off item level or off of like the total number of rolled mods or any of that shit. Got Veiled Fracture, yeah, but like, is that good? Is it? Can you still slam? 100%, yeah. Slams are still top tier. For league starting. But yeah, just having Blood Rage on. Frenzies, turning to Feral instead of all. Because you definitely don't need all anymore. Like, fuck this shit. Yeah, nothing here is too hard to craft. The hardest thing is you have to go farm Dread to get Whispers. And stuff, but the Mystery Reservation, that's definitely one of the most annoying nerfs, is like the auto exert one, because you have to like it mechanically changes how your build works instead of just being a damage nerf. How do you roll it? This thing exalts being more common is really nice, but you just like click like Reforge Chaos or Chaos Orb until you get Overwhelming Malice and one other mod, and then you exalt it and you win. Because I think every exalt you click is like 8% chance to win, depending on the 2 mod. It's from like 5 to 8% chance to win. Now you really never want to drop Herald on Slammer. Herald gives you like 35% more damage. You're going to just drop auto exerts, and you're going to self-cast more Warcries, which on Zerker, genuinely not that big of a problem. Like your Infernal Cry, your Battle Mage Cry, that shit lasts for 14 attacks. Like, it's fine. I mean, Slayer. Yeah, if you play Slayer, I would understand. If I played Slayer, I'd probably also be mad about the nerfs. Because the build was so mediocre on Slayer anyways, that getting nerfed sucks. And it's like, the power level might fall pretty far. But if you're playing the right Ascendancy, Berserker, you're probably not even going to notice. Like, solve your reservation and don't care. I think the biggest change, though, to like actual build stuff is all those int nerfs are actually big enough that it might not just be the obvious best choice for everything. For an endgame character. I don't think I would ever play Axe Stacker now. Because like I have an Axe Stacker this league. With like, obviously it's not like softcore trade, full boost everything. And these like quadratic scaling builds are kind of crazy in that league. But like my guy's pretty good, right? I'm wearing a Mage Blood. I got my corrupted plus 1.71 crit Shaper's Touch corruption. I got, you know, double attack speed corruptions on my claws and shit. Don't have Simplex yet. So we're still missing some stuff. But this character's pretty good, and it's like it feels like shit because the skills you can use with claws are bad. You have to use Whirling Blades, which sucks. And then it's being nerfed in 5 different ways. Like, these are being nerfed to 3%. This is being nerfed in half for ES scaling, right? Or no, for invasion scaling. This, and then Int's being nerfed. And then this that I used to have is nerfed. And then... like, this character's pretty good. And I'm sure it'd still be strong enough to dumpster everything offensively. But defensively, this character would fucking suck next patch. Because, like every Int stacker, it has 0 points clicked on the entire tree for Int. So I would just lose half of my ES. And this character at 8,000 ES, defensively, is trash. Now this character is my best character of the league. Time to do some laps. Here they said it would feel like ass. Nah. I got a lot of runs to do. Yeah, like Axe Stacker, trash build compared to Trickster in 3.26 for sure. Okay, but again, I definitely might. I don't know if I try to league start it though off the bat. Probably could. Like last league, I did slams into K-Bog at the end of day 1 because it was better. And it probably still is better. It's KF League. Does anyone have any gameplay of that? Like, how does that work? Pastor has a video of it? Okay.
Percent of SSF and 60% on HC. Oh, so there it is. So whenever I make points to make the game better for HCSSF, or for making the game better in general, people are like, oh, but no, nobody cares about SSF. The game is not balanced around SSF. The game is not balanced around HC. But then when we have to talk about this, people bring up fucking HC and SSF numbers to try to justify dumb changes. So, what do you have to say for your defense before I permaban you?
Less types with duration for KF. Alright, I was looking at the skill. How do I read this damage wise? Have less attacks within duration. So you try to lower your duration to the point where it always instantly fires at 1 hovering proj? Is that the goal? I mean, it's got built-in area explosions and built-in chain, so it can't be bad if you get it working mechanically. But it sounds like it's gonna have Endigon problems, where you just aren't allowed to scale speed, so your shield charge sucks. level speed satisfies me. It's not possible to make a character go fast enough without Mage Blood to be done, to be satisfied. Then show where the Einhard Beast from character missions went to. They're gone. As far as I can tell, they're just not in the game anymore. Which means the only way you get Einhard Beast is now from Bestiary, Natty, which is gonna mean they're not in the game for me. From like a self-on point of view, I don't care about them. They're not real. From a software trade point of view, there's going to be probably 95% less of them in the economy. It's hard to say. But I suspect that the vast majority of Harvest Beasts always came from the Kirk missions. Because like if I have 20 maps of Einhar Scarabs, I can clear these maps and check for the beasts in like probably 20 seconds per map. So we can get done in like 5-6 minutes. And our average outcome is going to be, I think, 2 duplicated. So 4 Einhar beasts. If I'm just rolling scouting reports at Kurak, you see Einhar every 20 clicks. And you can click 20 times, probably in 20 seconds. You have to verify every time and then run it. So like just from a pure time base, you're gonna have way less. And it's also like the economic bit where like scarabs cost more than scouting reports. And in software trade, I bet people were just botting that shit, and it would just click through Kurak 100 times per second and stop perfectly every time. So it's even more efficient. What if Mirage Red Beasts are rarer versions? That could be cool. But yeah, I definitely expect a substantial reduction in beast economy. Post-colonial, I did one more for ARAM Mayhem pre-made. That sucks. I don't have League installed. I don't plan on changing that. Yeah, I really did like how Beast felt in self-found with scouting reports. It felt really, really good to me. I will miss them. I will miss having bristle matrons. Seven divines as well. Yeah, we don't really know. Well, I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a lot less divines from King's March, but ground loot's gonna be better, and we're just gonna play the game and get loot and not have to worry about anything. Have faith. Have faith. Excited for the next one about bad loot. Oh, I'm pretty sure we're gonna drop less loot in these like juice 60.5s than we did in 17's last patch, which is less loot than we dropped in 3.26 by a lot. So I'm pretty sure a lot of the the divine per hour juicers are gonna be unhappy. Yo, I still have a Diablo Immortal panel. Let's kill that. Slam it again? I have no clue. Usually I don't actually make a like a commitment to a build until like 2 days prior, because you have to get tree info and stuff. Because like Scion could have some really cool shit that I want to play around, and we don't know what Scion has. You know, you see this by the icons? Yeah, that's fair. But you know, we need the goods. We're vibing the patch. Very excited for the new systems, new in-game stuff. We'll see how skill balance stuff goes. Like it's been a trend for many patches now. I think since 3.25 really, where like there's just not interesting changes to skills and player characters. It's just like new league, some system changes, but because I think 3.25 was the melee change. It was a big meta shift that brought melee into like the limelight. I think that's what the word means. Of like it's good now, play it. And since then it's like self-cast spells suck ass. They've not gotten better, and it's just been like some axe chopping at some of the top end builds without ever meaningfully changing any of the shitty builds or archetypes. But the new systems look fucking sick. Just gotta find the build to play it with. Yeah, Archimage is self-cast, but like every spell shouldn't have to play Archmage to be viable. I'll look a little bit into Frostmage. The thing with Frostmage though, that's an exceptional support, so you don't get it until endgame, so you can't think about it as a league starter, so it doesn't matter. But so we can just play bad builds though? You definitely can. Like, honestly, I kind of want to look into CA. Like, shit. Well, hopefully Scion has some good stuff for CA. We'll load it up. If we're speed farming T16s and 60.5s and you never need more than like 10 mil DPS, shit. Might be time. Champ CA. What do you even do if you play champ? Like, adrenaline, fortitude. Because like, I don't think there's much bloodline stuff you can do for CA. Is there anything that increases your damage meaningfully? There's like vowel stuff, but like, yeah. Take third ring, run new belt. The unique belt for like shrines could be a thing. Yeah, Feral has been working fortunately. Ever want to play bow characters in the bow class? You could do it on Pathfinder. Like I technically played CA last league. To level my Heister. With 0 clusters, no jewels, full dog shit, I could clear 16s. It worked. Like, no good quiver, no widow hail, no anything. It worked. Pathfinder is probably still the right choice. I don't even know what Pathfinder actually plays, though. It's like Reprisal, Adrenaline, Boon. I fucking hate Permanent Life Flask pressing it. If I could instill it, I would do it. Can't instill it, not gonna do it. So what is the last thing? I just don't know what Bloodline you'd play. Yeah, the new one could have something good, it's true. But nothing here I would ever do. Didn't they change this to more instead of increased? I feel like I saw that in the patch note, but I could have misread it. You don't have the recovery for this. Like, you don't have the recovery for this unless you played Permanent Life Flask. And then you could. But then you have to get rid of one of your different nodes. And I would for sure do that if I could use Instilling Orbs. I don't think you could ever use this, nor would you want to. You could possibly do nerfs before launch. F. We'll see it soon. The thing is, none of these are double value. Like, you could do some minimum frenzy, like, grace stuff, but... Oh, it's just 4% increase instead of 2? Yeah, I thought I saw more, but I'm blind, it's okay. But yeah, there really is not just like a clear, simple bloodline that's good on Pathfinder. CA. It's like none of these are ever a thing, really. It's like belt is better than ring, so why would you ever? Nothing here gives move speed, right? That's what you need, is move speed. Like, we're not crit. Like, technically, you could do some shit with this, but like... This is the real answer. But then everything has to be corrupted. Over cold. The reality of pops on CA is they're mostly cosmetic. They don't actually do anything. They just sound nice. And we can get that from clusters eventually, but like they're not real. And one of the problems you need on CA, like one of the problems you have to solve is, how do you stay alive? How do you make your character not die? And Pathfinder is kind of good at that. Like, Pathfinder and Champion are the two choices that actually do that. You usually would scare me to always have a tiger? Maybe. If I was in Trade League. Labeled Reliquarian. No, I didn't check it yet. What do we got? This is some Warcry shit. This is the chess piece for auras. Isn't this like an unidentified poison hat? I don't even know exactly what it is, or these two. It's just impossible to know which mod they took. Like, Grace of the Goddess is going to mean some physicals extra, surely. This could be some extra prod stuff. This could be a bunch of speed. Like, Burden of Truth is my belt from Cyrus. This could be insanely strong, based on what they take, but if it's only one line, is it just like Life is ES? Convenient Wisps? Yeah, good. But yeah, just gotta wait until we see the actual tree release before we'll know any of that shit. Damn, it sucks like there's not just a genetically good bloodline for CA. Because like you use every single gem, so you can't do anything like that. And I just don't think you have the recovery to ever go schizo, really. So you could just not play Nature's Boon, and then go Master Surgeon and Schizo. And that's probably the right choice. But then you're going to run slower. So it's bad. What's the slam pop looking like? I haven't made it. The only thing you have to solve for is the auto exert stuff. Wild Bull with the Grace Haste Corpse. Yeah, the thing is that's more gem sockets too. But yeah, it'd be nice. If you reliably have the Haste Corpse, yeah, I like it. But CA typically plays like CA, TR, a Mana Forge setup, some auras, Guard Skill, Withering Step, Spare. Like it typically uses a lot of links. I think early on you would just take like 2 extra small nodes for Flask Effect and be fine. Yeah, I think Archetype Slams are still going to be good. Pretty solid. League start. Let me see, because I made this. Heist Leveler. Like, this is the shit that I was playing in maps. Does it have my gear? Yeah. Like a +3 non-hunter bow with no dot multi. A single dot multi quiver, no widow hail, non-corrupted chest, like just trash dot multi with no plus anything, level 20 gems, and this character could clear like T16 like Delirium shrine maps really fast with like just garbage, no cluster duels. I think this is a million DPS on the TR itself. Getting about 15 times this damage is normal. Like 16s and 16.5s are just chill. The only reason you need good characters is for 17s. Can I help you? Can I? Hey, no, that's my cup. You can't do that. Can I help you? You say hi. Say hi. Yoink. Oh, he doesn't like that. Them claws come out so quick. Do 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 do. Where's a Zerker leveling POB? This looks accurate. So if auto exert used 20% instead of 15, how many do we play? 2, 5. So 25% we have to make up. Yeah, that's -2 work rise, right? Or -1 and then lose 5% mana. But losing 5% mana is kind of bad. You could go -2 and then gain blood and sand back. And that would just mean like you're manually pressing. Why do you keep coming up here? Why do you keep jumping up here? Why do you need attention? Why are you a baby? The old version is 0 manual work rise. Or no, it's only manual on rallying, right? And so it'd be 3 instead of 1. But on Zerker, that means you press the work rise every 12 attacks. Are you bored? Are you bored? Play with your brother. Hey. Play with brother. And I see things like Spirit. Yeah, you for sure can do 3. And it's gonna feel totally fine. Yeah, because eventually it plays Treachery, and then it drops this reserve thing, so you could just take that reserve thing. Bleed Slayer good? I never actually played it. Or at least I never played it past like tier 5 maps or some shit. I tried it early game. But yeah, I don't think Bleed Slayer played that many Warcry's auto exert. So that one got nerfed a little less. I think it also exerted less, right? So overexert's less of a nerf. Oh, it didn't use overexert at all, really? I thought it did. I'm pretty sure if you played like 2 Warcries, you still did overexert. Yeah, but it's Spade Slams. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna play that. I do want to look into CA though a little bit. I have no clue how that build league starts. Probably feels like shit league start with I mean, if you have Granite Flask up, like it's like fine. Like armor evasion gear, Granite Flask up. I just know the single target when I played it last was like so dog shit that you couldn't even play CA. You had to play like double TR. But you can just play Peaconk still on Pathfinder, right? Like, I think you can just do that for day 1 and then pivot. In theory. I don't think I've ever actually played Peaconk. Of bouncing on Pathfinder. I only ever tested it on Trickster to see it as a possible thing. Living on Ranger. I mean, if you have a little bit of armor evasion scaling, on your gear and your flasks or big granite flask, big jade flask. It shouldn't be that bad. Defensively, it shouldn't be that bad. Like your defense is going to be nowhere near what Slam was, of course. Best by playing CA Zerkin and Yoling? Yeah, probably, but I did that last league. I thought I did some runs. Yeah, but I'm sure Tata's doing them in like full softcore. Like, what was I wearing on this character? Basically just coil, yes. Like coil res capped. And defensively, this was totally fine. One sec, I need to grab some food. Then I'm gonna rewatch certain parts of the reveal, see if I missed anything. I don't think Freezing Pulse is playable. I think Slams are probably still going to be top 3 league starters. And I mean, they're definitely top 3 and probably still top 1. Not sure, but I'll get to it a little more.
Game Director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Mirage, you'll be taking on the Ufarud, a sect of desert-dwelling necromancers who have lingered in the shadows for centuries. They are outcasts of outcasts, with no home or promised land. Instead, they seek their sovereignty through darker means. The Ufarud have captured the souls of Jinn throughout Rayclast. They are killing them, sapping their energies for purposes unknown. You must fight your way past the Ufarud's necromantic creations to find the captive Jinn. Here, Varashta, an ancient Marikith sorceress, has been doing what she can to protect the Jinn, but she needs your help to free them. After successfully defeating them, you will then be asked by Varashta to enter the Astral Realm and break the tether trapping the Jinn there. This gate to the Astral Realm is a mirage, an imperfect copy of the area around the captured Jinn. Now, when we say an imperfect copy, we mean that quite literally. Hold tight, because this leak mechanic has some serious implications for juicing areas. We'll get to that in a moment. Varashta can augment the magic of the Mirage further, as she allows you to enter, giving you the option to choose one of 3 wishes before you do so.
What is your desire?
These wishes are modifiers that will apply to the Mirage area and have some pretty potent outcomes. There are wishes that grant extra rewards, such as the wish for glyphs, which causes all portal and wisdom scrolls in the Mirage to instead drop as other currencies. Or wishes that will spawn rewarding enemies, such as the wish for avarice, which replaces a number of packs in the area with gilded enemies that convert their equipment drops to gold. And wishes that can grant you extreme power while inside the Mirage, such as the wish for souls or the wish for godhood, which allow you to consume the souls of your enemies or make you completely unkillable, while within the Mirage, of course. Each wish is also marked with the sigil of one of 3 powerful Jinn: the Sand Jinn, Fire Jinn, or Water Jinn. Depending on the sigil chosen, monsters within the affected Mirage will have a small chance to drop one of 3 new coin currencies: a coin of knowledge, coin of power, or coin of skill. Each of these coins can be used on a max leveled skill gem, corrupting it and augmenting it with a random support that matches the color of the coin used. Only one skill that is imbued this way can be socketed into a given equipment item at a time, meaning you cannot have 2 imbued skill gems in your body armor, as an example.
Choose what you wish.
That's one of the rewards, but let's get back to the area-to-area mechanic.
For you.
Once you've made your choice of wish, enter the Mirage and fight your way through the monsters and astral hazards to find the tether holding the Jinn. Shatter this chain to free the Jinn, step by step weakening whatever dark plans the Ufarud may have for Rayclast. Wishes are not the only value a Mirage has to offer to an enterprising exile. As we mentioned earlier, Mirages are an imperfect copy of the area the Jinn occupies in Rayclast, and it will copy almost anything, as long as it's within the domain of the Jinn. Mirages created from an endgame map, for instance, will have all Scarab, Atlas, and map modifiers the area had. Mirages created next to a strongbox will have a new strongbox ready for you to open. Blights can be defended again. Legions fought once more, and so on. Effectively, you get a portion of your map to play a second time. And everything you did to enhance...
I want to double my harvest. That's my goal when I go with the map. It's probably dunes, right? So like Mesa, I think there's too many harvest spawns. I think Dunes is always the smallest map. Because you need the harvest to spawn inside of the like area. Yeah, Glacier can spawn shit in a cave, City Square can spawn harvest the entire circle, the entire edge around. I think it's probably Dunes.
The content of that map applies in the Mirage too. These recreated copies of League mechanics, however, have been warped into reality by the power of the Mirage. And this has some side effects.
I do wonder. I wonder if the Mirage has a fixed size, or if it's like a percentage of the map. Because if it's a fixed size, it's gonna cover, you know, it's gonna cover like a third of Dunes and like a tenth of like Desert Spring.
For one, a recreation may not be perfect. The factions of a legion may differ from the one the Mirage copied. Or, the variety of strongboxes may change. More importantly, the mechanic may be empowered.
It can be
with
the whole
new
map when it
threats
spawns.
and rewards.
Like when you drop a map, it can be a Mirage map. And then it'll be the whole map.
That are customized to each mechanic and are only available when doing that mechanic in the Mirage. For example, ultimatums recreated in Mirages will have new threatening modifiers added to the usual pool. Restless Ground can raise slain enemies to fight again, or Quicksand will grasp at your ankles. As a reward for these new threats, Mirage ultimatums can provide the new Sinistral or Dextral catalysts. These catalyze jewelry with increased effect of either prefix or suffix modifiers. As you can imagine, there's a lot of potential here. Another example is that Kalgurin ore recreated in the Mirage has a chance to be replaced by a thaumaturgic hourglass, a powerful magical device that your Kalgurin friends can mine in order to obtain vast quantities of thaumaturgic dust. There's a lot of potential here. Another example is that Kalgurin ore recreated in the Mirage has a chance to be replaced by a thaumaturgic hourglass, a powerful magical device that your Kalgurin friends can mine in order to obtain vast quantities of thaumaturgic dust. Blight encounters
Like
recreated
when
in Mirages have one of their lanes replaced by Upper-Rude enemies, infested with Blight. This lane can reward a new base type, the Cord Belt. The implicit of this belt allows it to be anointed, causing it to grant a passive tree notable of your choosing.
I have to do Blight.
As a quick note, Imprisoned Djinn will generally be near the content they can empower in the Mirages, so you don't need to worry too much about getting lucky with where your content generates in an area.
That might increase the value of blocking nodes. Because, like, if I wanted to do my harvest, and I have, you know, a harvest spawning, I have some boxes there, I have an essence on the right, I have a legion somewhere, you know, it can spawn near, like, any of these. So you might want to block things. It's possible.
As the campaign doesn't generally contain too much additional League content for the Mirages to empower, we've gone...
Blocking things also has the benefit of, you know, being like your scarab tree.
and added a whole bunch that will force spawn near the Djinn. So your campaign experience will double down on being more action-packed and rewarding. Now, of course, if you're traveling through Mirages, encountering new enemies, and slaying them, you can expect to find some new uniques. The Upper-Rude are not only torturers, but thieves, and have over the centuries stolen away priceless Marraketh artifacts. Using their powers of rot and disease, they have twisted these items to suit their own purposes. Flesh Render is one such artifact, an ancient and exquisite Marakith blade that has been tarnished and befouled. Its rusted and jagged edge is perfect for poisoning and withering your enemies. However, Varashta has in her command the power to restore these once lost Marakith treasures to their former glory. Acquiring a coin of restoration by slaying monsters in Mirages allows any unique obtained from the Afaru
This Shock Nova skill is new, right?
to be slayed with treasures to their. Varashta has in her command the power.
I want to read how this one works mechanically. Cast a ring of lightning around you, followed by a larger lightning nova, which is to Shock Nova. Each effect hits enemies caught in the area with lightning damage. This then repeats, with each repeat offset from the previous direction of your target. So this skill is likely to be OP. Because typically the way skills in this game work is skills that multi-hit don't do less damage than skills that don't. So things that multi-hit are just better, usually. So assuming this follows that similar bit. Yeah, like a hit here. It looks like with proper positioning, if you're hitting them with the good part of your ring, you're gonna hit like 2 times with the good part and like 1 or 2 with the bad parts of these. Like this skill could be really fucking good, and it looks cool too. I hope this is good with new Orbit Storms as well.
To restore all these once lost Marakith treasures.
I granted there's 3, 4, it looks like 5 things popped up. Yeah, it's like a huge rolling magma for sure. But this is the Hierophant. So this character probably has 100% increased area from its from existing. And we see 6 supports here. We're gonna put a hint also for more repeats. Yeah, I don't really know how the repeating part works. It doesn't say how many times it repeats here. This, like Greater Spell Echo, if this was even what was on the weapon still, this wouldn't make it go farther. It would just make it happen a second time, right? Like it wouldn't change how far it goes.
To their former glory.
It just means that it happens twice and there's a whip shit everywhere. But no, this skill looks really cool. And numerically, I'm sure it's going to be balanced around to the point where it's only viable with Archmage. Like the reality, unfortunately, with self-cast spells is, as long as Archmage and now Frostmage both exist and are good, every single self-cast spell that is good will be nerfed because it's too strong with Archmage. And that's where we're at now. Like Ice Nova Frostbolts was just a good skill. It was broken as fuck with Archmage, got nerfed because of Archmage, and now it's dog shit on self-cast without Archmage. I'm kind of curious about Stormbrand. Like Stormbrand got like a 50% buff. I want to see where it's at now.
Acquiring a coin of restoration by slaying monsters in Mirages allows any unique obtained from the Afarud to be transformed into its Maraketh counterpart, its glorious original form. Flesh Render, for example, transforms into Sky Sunder, the original Maraketh blade that radiates with the glowing heat of the desert sun. When you ignite monsters, Sky Sunder reflects that ignite back to you, which proliferates to nearby enemies in a massive area. If you meddle with the affairs of the Afarud for too long though, you may draw the ire of the Mirage League's new endgame boss, Suresh of the Weeping Black. Suresh also has a set of powerful, exclusive items. Yours for the taking, if you're able.
Assuming this, like, John was posting about this having like it rolls like one offensive or defensive shrine or some shit. I don't know if he knows that or he's making it up. But if this can roll Excel Shrine, like Diamond Shrine is good. Don't get me wrong. And so is Resist Shrine. But if you can get Excel Shrine, like Jesus. Because Excel Shrine is basically the only way that I would ever use it. Because losing flasks means no Quicksilver, which means like it's a pretty big nerf to your speed. But yeah, like Resist Shrine is like Resist Shrine is on its own is defensively it's pretty close to what Mageblood provides defensively. Yeah, and if you want, you can do the Nameless Bloodline that turns off your ring or turns off your flask as well. What do you get the immunity of with that one if you do that? Poison? Doesn't matter too much at all. Yeah, Res Shrine is like 10 max res, and isn't it only like 75 res or 50 res? 50. And this says all maximum instead of... Is this right? Because if this wording is correct, this includes chaos. But I don't think it includes chaos. It does? You think so? I haven't had one in game in a while. I could get one and try. Because like the wording has no mention of chaos, but like technically, I feel like it probably doesn't in game. But yeah, dude, if you can actually get Excel Shrine and Resist Shrine on one, really all the defensive shrines are pretty good. But like Excel Resist, holy fuck. Like that's actually better than Mageblood. No, I definitely wouldn't roll Divine Shrine. But assuming it does roll random shrines, hope it does. Super cool.
Or to defeat him.
I think for Heralds in particular, I think Diamond Shrine is really good, right? Because it's so hard to scout crit on those.
So that's the Mirage League. Now, to face all the new evils, you might want some righteous skills.
Yeah, if you're affected by life and mana flasks, it would not work. But you can just use instant life flasks that never actually apply to you, so it would work. Like it'd be fine. You could like use a tincture and then use like instant life flask, I guess. And then you get the extra ring slot as well if you want it.
Some holy skills. In 328, you'll have access to a slew of new options
to
bring divine devastation
I think
and
all these are
return
gonna
the
suck.
faithless to their rightful graves. We're also introducing some supports to go with them, as well as some new transfigured gems. Let's go over a few examples. With Holy Hammers, you slam the ground to call down a Hammer of Justice from the sky. If this hits an enemy, an additional Holy Hammer will cascade forwards, which itself can further cascade, and so forth. Expending a power charge when using the skill will call down an additional 2 hammers, which can also cause cascading slams.
I think if your character is genuinely absurdly strong, I think this skill is the one that looks like it has potential. It's slow because the character sucks, but you could fix that easily.
The more numerous your foes,
like that wouldn't be hard to fix. The coverage is crazy. With a little bit of investment, this will be the same coverage as like K-Bach, where it hits the entire screen. But I don't think it really shotguns much at all. And its single target numbers based on the gem, because we did see the gem of this one, are trash. So you need to be really strong, and then its coverage is crazy. It overlaps a lot, but it doesn't overlap in an intentional way. Like, you can find little spots where the hammers overlap,
instruments
sure.
of holy judgment.
But, like, you can't force it to happen. It's like right here, sure, if the target was right here, it'd work, but...
Sweep is an old skill. In fact, it is so old that it's one of the very first skills ever implemented in Path of Exile, over 15 years ago. It's been long overdue for some attention. With 328, it has been reworked into Holy Sweep. This skill converts some of your physical damage to lightning, with shiny new effects to match. Some enemies struck by the initial sweep will have hammers of light batter them from above. These hammers cause area damage where they land, so clustered enemies are demolished by repeated impacts.
Yeah, the hammer is 100% more on the first hammer, which means assuming you always get the first hammer hit, which you should, it's 660% damage effectiveness, which is like passable. It's okay. I guess that's a little closer to like post nerf or shatter, but still probably a good bit less than that.
When successfully hitting an enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon forth a floating holy armament, a glowing mace that follows you closely. These weapons are minions, and will attack with Holy Strike themselves whenever you do.
I really wonder how this damage is going to work. It's like they're minions, but like, what stats of mine do they get? Do they just get my weapon? Do they have like gem level scaling? Assuming they only get increases introductions to minion damage, then like, who knows, we'll see.
These holy armaments will copy the stats of your main hand weapon to deal
so just your weapon.
Their damage.
But then they should also use your support gem still. And so they're just missing your like, 800% increased damage in your tree. So you have to like go spiritual aid to have any chance of making them do anything. And go full minion scaling.
Stand against your foes with Shield of Light.
This skill's
a retaliation skill which will allow you to unleash a cone of holy light upon enemies after blocking a hit with your shield. Additional cones of light will also pour forth from your nearby allies when you hit with the skill, allowing you to recruit your holy army to create purging light. Divine Blast emits a beam of holy light from your shield, coalescing into a hovering ball of energy. A few moments later, this unstable orb bursts, exploding outward with divine power. Hello
so
supports melee.
The numbers on this skill are so funny.
I
think this skill, I forgot if it's before or after the overlap, but I think it's before. I think this skill has half the damage of Shield Crush, and Shield Crush hits twice, and Shield Crush sucks.
To a hovering,
and this is delayed. It's like a tiny area. This skill's so fucking bad.
A few moments later, this unstable orb bursts, exploding
with the numbers
outward
that were
with
on
divine power.
The teaser.
Hello supports melee attacks, causing them to inflict a new debuff, Hellowing Flame. Hallowing Flame builds up as charges on enemies, getting consumed when attacked. Consuming a stack of Hallowing Flame gives the attack that consumed it a significant amount of extra fire damage, but only those who did not inflict the Hallowing Flame are able to consume it. Perfect for those of you who enjoy a more supportive playstyle with your army of Holy Sentinels. Or friends, when they're online. We've also added sources of this debuff to a number of other places, such as unique items, cluster jewels, and the Guardian Ascendancy.
Yeah, so here's the bit, right? We play Holy Whatever, we go Spiritual Aid, we scale minion damage for the minions to do damage from the hit, and then we also get it ourselves. We go Martial Divinity, we use that support gem, we apply the debuff, our minions proc the debuff, we get damage, they get damage.
Class. We also have another batch of new transfigured gems, with many of these being variants for gems which previously had none. One example is the Shockwave Totem of Authority, which casts its higher damage dealing Nova at your location instead of its own. You might also enjoy Orb of
What's the bit with Archmage? Like you can't put Archmage on orb skills, right?
Storms of Squalls. These storms warp directly to targets when you use lightning skills, and arc lightning upon doing so. This gives you a mobile storm of destruction.
Why does this say while channeling a skill near the orb? That's not... that's a bug, right? What does base Orb of Storm say? Isn't it when you use a skill near the orb? Yeah, it is. Oh, well that's kind of rude. No, like Orb of Storm says use, this says channeling. But up here it says use. Not sure.
That follows you as you dive into battle. We'll leave the rest of the transfigured skills for you to comb through in the patch notes. Speaking of the patch notes, as always, we love to shake up the meta, so we've done a bunch of balance adjustments to a few other things as well, such as a pass on bloodline classes, expanded the passives available to the Templar section of the passive tree, and various improvements to existing holy themed skills such as Static Strike, Holy Flame Totem, and Dominating Blow.
God, the visuals on Dominating Blow are just... I think that's like the only... one of, if not the only skill in the game that I would never play simply because of the visuals. Like KB hitting the entire screen, I don't care, it's fine, I can still see. But like, the fuck is this, man? Why? What is that?
We're also doing our usual improvement to some of the least played Ascendancy classes. This time with a focus on Guardian and Warden.
Minus 25 is a big number, because you have 10 bark by default. Minus 250, huge value. And then if you get hit down to 0, you have like 70% suppress value. The thing is, like, this is the best when you have no bark. Now, it's not just an endgame, but like, it's like okay when you have a lot of bark. Not versus true genuine one-shots, but versus, you know, any sort of multi-hit scenario, it's pretty solid. And then as you get hit more and more, you get like better and better defense from prevention stuff. You can't self-hit. It's enemy spell damage. Against Harvey, yeah.
Speaking of ascendancies,
but for like 4 points, I'd rather Fortify, and Fortify costs 2 points, so.
let's talk about the Scion and her new Reliquarian Ascendancy class. For those that have played the Legacy of Frisia events, this class will seem familiar.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Scion.
The Reliquarian is a learned Scion that has studied history at the Oriath Academy. She is a part of a secret society of Oriathans, Oriath Academy. Reliquarian of Frisia events, this class will seem familiar.
Why are y'all
The
looking?
Reliquarian is a learned Scion that has studied history at the Oriath Academy. She is a part of a secret society of Oriathans, dedicated to collecting and discerning the strange properties of unique items. All of her passive powers come from the
That sucks. So you wear a big ass armor shield and a big ass evasion chest piece? Or yes.
these unique items, found from throughout.
And this one already got changed, right? This one already got changed to the brass dome instead.
Rayclast. After ascending, first select the power of a unique armor. Victario's influence.
Like if you're running Wrath and Smite, it's not too bad, but it's mainly a support thing.
Increases the level of all your auras and gives them a much larger area of effect. Or instead, take killer.
This one's too random to ever really care, unless you could make that reach 100%, which I don't think you ever can.
Lava's Bluster, giving you a chance to have extreme elemental resistance against incoming hits.
More
Next,
area for Smite.
pick from a
I think that doesn't work on Divine Judgment Smite though, right? Because that one doesn't have the tag.
unique weapon power.
It works on Val Smite, but not on Divine Judgment, I think. And this one also already got changed.
Widow Hail greatly increases the bonuses gained from your quiver. Or Martyr's Teaching, which causes your minions' critical strike chance with attacks to be equal to your main hand weapons. Lastly, pick your Crown Jewel, a unique jewelry power. Astral Projector causes Nova spells to cast from enemies rather than from yourself. Or take Astramentus.
I feel like that number is not enough. I think if it was 100, it'd be maybe.
Simply giving you a huge boost to all your attributes. Due to all the ways you can mix and match unique powers, the Reliquarian has more flexibility in how you build it compared to any other Ascendancy class in the game. Our plan going forward is for the Reliquarian to not be a static Ascendancy class, and between each expansion, the unique powers which are offered will change. If you don't like what she offers this expansion, hopefully she'll have the power of your favorite unique item in the next one. Time to move on to the endgame. With this expansion, we are aiming to liven up the endgame, giving players new experiences, strategies to leverage, and streamlining or removing the more frustrating tasks. Extensive changes will be coming to the Atlas and how you engage with maps, without interfering with the beloved core experience that has made mapping so successful. In the last few endgame updates, you experienced Zana's story, how she helped defeat the Elder, tried to stop exiles from going mad in the Atlas, and faced new threats pouring forth from it. In the most recent expansion, she eventually realized that there was only one way forward: to destroy the Atlas. Zana's recent actions have now weakened the already strained and tattered edges of its realities, reshaping how we interact with the Atlas entirely. To explain how this changes your interactions with the Atlas, we first want to establish some context while having a bit of a trip down memory lane. 27 expansions ago, back in Path of Exile 3.1.0, The War for the Atlas, we had a mechanic on the Atlas where the Shaper and Elder were engaged in war. This manifested as influence regions on the Atlas that affected specific maps. The ever-changing influence regions made the Atlas feel more like a physically connected space, rather than just a fancy way of visualizing a checklist of completed maps. However, one of the main frustrations with this mechanic was that you constantly needed many different specific maps in order to manipulate the influenced regions. We realized we'd love to again have mechanics that manifest physically on your Atlas, but we'd have to address the issue of always needing those specific maps. The first major change we'll be making to solve this is divorcing map items from specific areas. As an example, instead of having a Mesa map, you will now find, say, a Tier 10 map. To open a Mesa map now, just locate and select Mesa on your Atlas, put in your map item, click activate, and you're good to go.
And best case scenario for 0.5 is 0.5 gets that. Imagine you can just like put in maps that are actually good instead of wandering through. Like, give me my fucking 2D like player agency UI thing instead of that shit. the infinite.
That Mesa may drop a Tier 11 map.
What skill is this? This skill looks pretty... Is this the shield skill?
Mesa may drop a...
I think it is, right? That is the new shield one. It's so big here. Why is it so big? Like, is this the same one they showcased back here that was like 2 feet wide? $10 power charges. What, you think that he's playing like the... Is that like a medium cluster jewel thing for power charge area? This is Divine Blast. Yeah, like the icon looks different. Let's see. Divine Blast. And the other one, the shitty one, is what? I know Quadra posted a picture. Did he pin that? I don't think so. Alright. I think it is the same one. That's shown back here. So we're at 2050.
These light upon enemies after blocking your shield, coalescing into a Divine Blast emits a beam of holy light from your shield, coalescing
It must have like level scaling as well for radius. Because to go from this size
into a hovering,
like that size right there, different icon. Yeah, it is a different icon. It's definitely not the same scale, right? It looks so similar, but it's gotta be, that's so huge. Let's see. I don't see what else it would be. Holy beam one. It's not any of these three. Transfigured version. I don't think that changed the icon typically. Because it looks so similar. But yeah, it's exploding way faster and has like this area is massive. And getting like triple the radius in this game is really hard with math.
May drop a tier 11 map. You can then immediately return to your map device, which will default to the last map run, and then...
But I feel like it is that build. And it's like some power charge stacking, Crown of Ice to convert to attacks, this for big armor.
And run it again.
I think he actually has that much radius scaling. Like Fireborn Void Battery, the points on your, like the cluster stuff, the gem. I guess it does hit twice. Like it hits once, then the explosion happens, and the explosion does double damage. So when you factor all of that in, it's not as bad. Yeah, poison side attack time is fast. But you basically get like 9 to 25 added. No, that's bad math. It's only 1 second hit, so it's 9 to 15 added per 15 armor with the double hit. But yeah, it is still less damage than Shield Crush overlapping, and Shield Crush overlapping is not that much damage.
Choose a new map to use it on. It's your choice. This is one of the many benefits to this change, which is that if you're the type of player who enjoys chaining the same map over and over, or the type of player who prefers to jump around, it is equally easy to do either strategy or even switch between them at a moment's notice. For example, if one day you're farming burial chambers, hoping to eventually get a headhunter from divination cards, and you decide you need a change of rhythm, you can seamlessly swap to your boss farming Atlas tree and spam Mesa for peak boss killing efficiency. Up until now, this would have required having some Mesa maps stashed, setting all your favorite maps to Mesa, or doing a whole bunch of trading. You'll also notice that the structure of the Atlas has changed. If you haven't played in a while, here's a look at it before and after.
It also means that doing Maven destructive play farming will be a lot easier. You don't have to like balance like your favorites and map drops and stuff. You just like pick the tabs you want and then you kind of bounce around between them repeatedly.
You will now begin at the center of the Atlas. With
like shield builds, me too. Me too. Like if I could load up like SST and blast with it and actually be strong, I would do it. That skill is so fun to press.
Each corner housing one of 4.
What do you farm them for now? Conflicts, I guess.
Voidstone slots. In addition, all content accessed from your map device now exists physically on the Atlas, so you can see everything available in the endgame as you reveal the Fog of War. This also means that all unique maps are now present on the Atlas, including some old favorites that are appearing for the first time. Don't worry though, you don't need to complete Hall of Grandmasters every league. You now gain 1 Atlas skill point per unique map completed.
So this says Craftsman's Recipe, Avoidance, and Attributes rank 1. This doesn't say anything. But doesn't this give you one of the 5 metamod crafts in the current game? They might have moved those. Or like just made it so you have them always.
Up to a maximum of 10. Given there are around 20 unique
No, they never move those.
maps, you only need to complete the half you want, if you can get your hands on them. Note, you aren't losing any Atlas skill points. These have been moved to new places, and actually, you can get more than before. Due to Zana's action,
It also means, because it shows on the device, it means you can instantly target the Hybrid Chaos Res map as soon as you have found it. Just instantly hop in there.
Egan now has a new goal and is determined to stop Zana's destruction by making use of a mysterious new discovery, arcane astrolabes. Zana is currently traversing the threads that weave the Atlas together.
Did they say exactly what this means? I assume it just means 100% chance for one Abyss. Or for one Blight. Or for Ritual. And this doesn't mention any of those.
Severing them. With these new astrolabes, Egan is able to trace her movement, but using them causes dangerous side effects. When you use an astrolabe on a map on the Atlas, a shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant, affecting many of them.
Did this one say anything about exiles before I used it? I didn't see.
A shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant.
So this is just a shaped region.
Affecting many of them.
Like the generic
maps.
one. And that made it so they're all like influenced by the memories.
Within it. There are many different kinds of astrolabes, and they
Frame my frames too slow. How many frames?
there are many
So yeah, so this one is
different
the
kinds of
breach one, and it just
astrolabes,
means that
and
you get an extra breach in all these maps. And then the extra mod rolled is more currency. Over here, the extra mod rolled was the exile bullshit.
they apply different types of shaped regions.
Is that a different size? This one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one is 6. This one is 7.
For example, an abyssal region, which causes all the maps to have an additional abyss.
Quantity.
Or a blighted region, which adds a blight encounter.
Pack size. They didn't mention where these come from, right? I might have 9. Jesus.
Completing the content added by the astrolabe will remove the shaped region's influence from that map. Upon doing so, every other map remaining in the shaped region will gain an additional modifier. This means as you progress through the shaped region, maps you run will become more and more intense, with the relevant mechanics getting more and more juiced. Finally, at the end of the region of maps, once you have successfully rid the Atlas of the shaped region, Egan will take you to one of 4 memory vaults, where there are powerful rewards to be had. He cares only for the knowledge hidden within that vault, so any items are yours for the taking. Each vault is associated with a specific quadrant on the Atlas, so you're able to target a certain vault if you're wanting to try get a specific type of reward. One such vault is the Archon's Vault, where you'll be rewarded with powerful unique. One such vault is
Yeah, those are all pretty rare.
Archon's Vault, where you'll be rewarded with powerful unique items. Or
better hope Jungle Valley's in that region. Or Dunes.
the Zealot's Vault, to acquire valuable currency items.
Bro, they didn't make it tank. They hate us.
This new shaped region system is one that promotes running many different maps.
One thing I do wonder about this, if you read the gray text, it says only the region with the most connected maps will remain. But if you have this clicked, and your good map is in a region of 2, and a different area has a region of 4, will it bisect and remove your good map? Because that wouldn't end it. That would move it to no longer include your map. Then you'd have to go clear it natty. Hopefully it's smart and that wouldn't be able to happen. And it would instead cull the bigger region to keep your good map in.
But for players that want to engage with this new system, while still wanting to run the same map over and over again, the synthesized stability keystone on the Atlas tree enables exactly that. With all the new endgame changes, we thought it would be also good to mention some handy tips and tricks for quickly navigating the new Atlas.
The skill does look really
When
fucking
using
cool.
the map device, the Atlas defaults to your previously
Archmage
run
skill.
map. So running the same map over and over is as few
If the numbers on that skill are good, I could be baited.
clicks as possible. You can right-click unique maps or map fragments in your inventory to automatically open your Atlas to that location with the map already placed and ready to run. When you select a special area that requires multiple items, such as to fight at Zeri or open the Domain of Timeless Conflict, if you have the fragments to access that in your inventory, it will automatically add them to the map device in the right spot. That's the core of the new endgame, but there's a lot more endgame changes coming in 3.28.
Yeah, frostbite movement is definitely not ideal. Like Wander gets to use shield charge. It gets to eventually get good attack speed. Definitely definitely good. A good option. And then CA also is always very good for this kind of content. Like if we're farming 16s, I really would love to do CA. I'm gonna POB it a little bit in a little bit. I just feel like the unfortunate reality is I'm pretty sure you have to play permanent permanent life flask and schizo. And that's the only way to like reach the good max hits.
Blast through them. Over the last few expansions, we've been working on streamlining the mapping experience. And we wanted to continue to minimize busy work so you can spend more time doing what you love, killing monsters and getting loot. To that end, we've made a number of changes. We won't get into too much detail, but here's a quick summary of what you can expect to have received adjustment. We've removed of what you can expect.
This guy's playing one-handed shield, right?
To have
He's wearing a shield and pressing leap slam. That's not okay. That's not okay. We don't do that.
received adjustment. We've removed cartographer's chisels and map device crafts entirely. The loss of content and loot here has been compensated for in other places. Voidstones now grant special global bonuses while socketed on your Atlas, including adding the new Originator Voidstone, which enables specific Atlas bosses to drop exceptional supports. We'll elaborate more on that in the next sectors to drop exceptional Originator Void socketed on your Atlas.
Altars have a chance to have an additional upside and downside from the other influence type. Damn. That's just extra for free. Yeah, converted to gold. It just means you're gonna get less 16s and less nightmare maps because of that. Because instead of equity, you get gold. In theory. Yeah, we lose maps in theory with this one. But like you won't need as many maps because of how the map shops work, so.
Including adding the new Originator Voidstone, which enables specific Atlas bosses to drop exceptional support. We'll elaborate more on that in the next section. T17 maps as you know it have effectively been removed. The bosses have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original purpose of being a gateway to target farm uber pinnacle bosses. The most annoying modifiers on originator maps have been removed or replaced. No more getting turned into a slug for simply using skills, and no more will you be incapable of dealing damage periodically. Petal skills in originator maps have been removed. However, some of their effects are now available from the alters and memory threads. Memory tears, instead of adding a memory thread to your atlas, will now drop an itemized version of that thread, allowing you to save it for later or trade it at your leisure. We've added new scarabs, such as this Expedition Scarab of Infusion, which can generate some truly tempting logbooks. And for those of you looking to take on the ultimate one-on-one fight, the Anarchy Scarab of the Exceptional will place a true antagonist level rogue exile threat in your map. Empowered by every type of Wildwood Wisp, possessed by a tormented spirit, augmented with rare monster modifiers, and affected by a shrine, this exile is not to be trifled with.
I'll trifle with them.
Alongside that, we've also changed some, such as the Beyond Scarab of Resurgence, which now causes all 3 Beyond bosses to appear when a Beyond boss would spawn in your map. On top of that, we've made improvements to a number of weak Atlas Tree passives, such as Pillage and Plunder, which now grants a chance for items dropped by Syndicate members to have a Fractured Veiled mod. Check out the new The Paths Not Taken keystone, which means your maps on average will drop twice as many divination cards. But which ones can drop will be a mystery. And last, but not least, we've also made some changes to King's March shipping, such as we've swapped the rewards given by sending ore and crops. I wonder what this new port will send back. Ports will now give more rewards for favoured resources, and you can even re-roll them for gold, if they're not offering what you're after. Specific ports will now reward specific tattoos and rune grafts, making it easier to target the ones you want. Not to mention, the Kalgurans have discovered several new powerful rune grafts for you to get your hands on, such as the Rune Graft of Fury, which causes you to gain rage on using a life flask, and the Rune Graft of Resurgence, which causes Arcane Surge to also grant life regeneration. We mentioned earlier about the Originator Voidstone enabling access to exceptional supports. So let's get into that, as there's a decent amount to cover. After defeating the incarnations of Fear, Neglect, and Dread, you will obtain the Originator Voidstone. As mentioned earlier, this Voidstone allows new, exceptional support gems to drop from many bosses across the Atlas. These new supports are an improvement over the old Awakened support system, which is being phased out. Awakened supports have long been a capstone investment for a character, but there's existed a gulf between the more interesting ones, such as Awakened Spell Cascade, which has some additional transformative effect, as opposed to some of the simpler Awakened supports, which just have slightly higher numerical values. Exceptional supports will all be transformative, serving as an additional late-game tool to customize your build around, and extending character customization and creation even later into a build's life. One of the goals here is to provide interesting build choices even at later levels and deep into the endgame. However, we are certainly not aiming to reduce top-end player power with these changes. exceptional supports will still be super strong.
There's no limits in these, right? Yeah, it's definitely really good on Cloak.
If used well, they will catapult your character even further than before. So, how many are there, and what exactly do they do? There are over 40 new exceptional supports to discover. Adding additional enticing drops to bosses, exceptional are there,
I'm surprised to see the CDR one coming on.
even at levels and
Like, after Second Wind got nuked and was shit for so long, surprised that this one ever got made. I like it though. Like, guard skills, vibing. Arcane Cloak, vibing. Having fun on the slockets for that? Yeah, it can be hard.
deep into the endgame. However, we are certainly not aiming to reduce top-end player power.
The lore. This might drop from Elder, based on the lore. But this is describing the weapons on used to banish Elder.
With these changes, exceptional supports will still be super strong. If used well, they will catapult your character even further than before. So, how many are there, and what exactly do they do? There are over 40 new exceptional supports to discover, adding additional enticing drops to bosses that may otherwise have felt not as worthwhile to run, giving players extra reason to take on those challenges. For instance, from the King in the Mists, we have the Hex to run.
The thing's like, I bet Void Manip is not going to do one of the ones
Giving
on here. Giving
players extra reason
didn't they say, like, didn't they say all these are supposed to be transformative?
Take
in some way? Wait, is that exceptionals? Are these just
even further than before?
I mean, that's not transformative.
Over 40 new exceptional.
That is one thing about about TRCA. The build uses like five woke gems, and some are just like Void Minute, for example. It just gives +1 for free. So if you lose all woke gems, TRCA actually gets like pretty nerfed by that. Probably like over 30% nerfed by that. Assuming they're just gone. But obviously that's pretty late game anyways.
Supports to discover, adding additional enticing drops to bosses that may otherwise have felt not as worthwhile.
It takes 11+1. I don't think it's going to exist in the first place. Like, I don't see like Melee Fizz, Brutality, Wed. I don't see any of those here.
So adding additional enticing,
like just like Cold Pen, Lightning Pen, right? Like the super basic damage ones, I don't see any of them. Which might mean exposures are a little harder to come by for a Void Minute is there. Where? Oh, shit, it is top right. This is Void Minute, right? But it still might not be the same thing as what it was. I think that's Void Minute, but it looks kind of weird. No, that's not Void Minute.
Optional supports to discover, adding additional enticing drops to bosses that may otherwise have felt not as worthwhile to run, giving players extra reason.
Like Spell Echo's in here, like Spell Echo and Multistrike are both in here, but these are a little bit, at least, well, Multistrike was a little bit more transformative than any of these.
To take on those challenges. For instance, from the King in the Mists, we have the Hex Toad support. This support creates areas of swampy cursed ground, which spawns toads that bounce towards enemies and then explode, dealing chaos damage. From the Uber Elder, we have the Void Storm support, which causes your raining attacks to create celestial storms of energy that grow over time,
that one looks
detonating
so cool,
as you approach for massive
but it looks
damage.
So cool.
Defeating the incarnation of Neglect may win you the Frost Mage support. Similar to the existing Archmage support, you are rewarded.
What are the numbers on Archmage? The level 20 Archmage is 5% unreserved cost. This is 5% reserved cost. Archmage is 16% unreserved mana. This is 22 at level 1. So likely it's like 24. So almost 50% higher extra damage. But this is reserved mana. So if you reserve all your mana on a mana stacker, you lose all of your defense, you know? This is for Guardian? Yeah, so you go Guardian, and then what? How do you cast? Because Archmage needs like 1,000 mana per second. This is still going to need 1,000 mana per second. Or ES per second and go EB. But if you lose Mind Over Matter and you lose your ES, you're fucked. I guess you just stay Mind Over Matter for your ES. Decent and low mana as well. Yeah, so that's why this number is 22 and Archmage is 16. It's because the expectation is you're not going to reserve all of your mana. You're going to keep some unreserved. The guy said blood magic is cooking. Well, then you lose your life. Yeah, like in theory you could sustain it off your ES with Battery Staff or Whispers. Less mana is bad. It's reduced mana. It's not ideal, but you also could battery staff in theory. What does battery staff do exactly? It's just spin DS first, right? And don't staves roll like higher cast speed values? It's not the worst thing in the world. Like you definitely could craft one of these. The problem with Cat Helmet is that's EB, so then you no longer have ES. Like you could go for some EB minor matter stuff. Finally, for that staff. I've seen it used before. But instead of playing double Profane Wand, you would just play the staff. Which unfortunately I think is a lot worse. Yeah, like Profane Wands roll 159 mana times 2. This is not even close to double. I think, don't Wands roll 32 cast speed? There's 2 of them, and this is 49. And no one puts it. Yes, like caster staves fucking suck. They're so trash. I think the only thing they're better at is gem levels, right? Because you get 5 levels instead of 4. If you wanted to go gem level scaling. But for almost everything else, they're just like, they're not even close to 2 wands.
For stacking mana to enhance your spells with extraordinary cold damage.
I do love shattering
tease some
though.
more of these before launch, but there will
God, that's beautiful.
be many extraordinary cold damage.
Look at this shit.
We'll tease some more of these before launch.
How does that even go so far? Because like Herald of Ice can't proc itself, right? Like how are the things way up here exploding? Or I guess Herald of Ice can proc itself if you use Call the Void and or is that all you need is Call the Void and then it can proc itself? I think it is.
Launch with extraordinary
So
cold
shiny.
damage. We'll tease some more of these before launch, but there will be many, many more for you to discover. Keepers of the Flame is coming back. However, we do know that many players have issues with the walls and hive encounters. In order to address these concerns, we'll be making a number of changes. One of the biggest problems is that walls would block your projectiles, meaning that when a hive randomly spawned in your map, it would make it harder to clear. In order to prevent that, walls and hive encounters will now be destroyed by any damage.
I don't think anything else here matters.
But we also wanted to make sure we reduce the visual clutter they cause.
I want to see what he's doing with this totem thing. I want to see how it looks. It's Paladin. Is there any non-free shit setups? Get it on higher keepers. Playing on champ now. Yeah, I can see it on being on VODs. Being on VODs. Yeah, that's me. The Reign of Eros character. Okay, swap in Act 5. So this is like the fresh swap. The wands are usually really fucking good in campaign. Just because like the increased spell damage scaling applying to attacks usually makes wands just do really good damage in campaign. He's blasting. It's also Adrenaline Champ. We do love Adrenaline Champ. What a tree. Does any of wands here? Yeah, I mean like on like wand mines. If you just have flat lightning crafts on all your shit, it's enough to just dumpster everything with these. Let's see how it is a little later. Yeah, like chaining explosions are always going to be good. Nice, seems to be him continuing that run.
Automatically.
Champ to endgame. That's fine. Champ's good. Champ can be good. 5 totems. Bzz, bzz. I just feel like if I'm going to play wands, I'm pretty sure I'm playing K-Bok. A hardcore champ version. Yeah, because like endgame champ, 41 fortify stacks. Fuck yeah. Is this like Schizo? How is this character alive? 3.7 thousand life? Jesus. Wait, he's Madness. That's where he's getting his fort from. Fuck yeah. Pretty decent damage right there. I don't know how in-game it is. Yeah, permanent Zoff graft is like pretty insane. Gonna miss that for sure. Just Warp Rune graft on a good hand. You just have permanent 5,000 shield. Yeah, I mean, like this, mechanically, K-Bok is just so much fucking better. Like, the best part about K-Bok is nothing gets to attack because you have such preemptive coverage and everything. Totems that have chaining means delayed damage, means every single monster pack you ever walk into is gonna have the chance to attack before it dies. Yeah, that's what I thought it was gonna be. It's like 40k armor evasion. I love that it's using Beacon of Madness though. Just time class, warp timepiece, Beacon of Madness, fucking send it. Yeah, it's like okay defense. I feel like one's gonna give his max hit. Yeah, no, it's solid. For sure. Like champ defense when you have big fortify and then you have that big armor evasion, it feels very good to play those builds. So this is what I played Heist leveling with. If you have to drop points to click clusters, if I remember right, I'm pretty sure the entire shadow start gets removed. Do you only play 2 clusters? I feel like I always played 3 on CA. In the past. You have to have this reserve stuff. What was I running? Yeah, everything here is pretty good. I think Flesh and Stone is usually worth trying to run. Too large with 4 mediums, yeah. I used to play triple cluster. I don't know if I still would. There's also too much suppression click rate. Adorned meta? Yeah, that was Adorned meta. And to be fair, in Trade League, I still would do Adorned on this build, I think. I also feel like you'd want to wear a hybrid helmet and go Ghost Dance. Maybe if Unloading Sabbath still good? I mean, it did get buffed this patch. by a few different things in theory, but the biggest issue with that's always been it's hard to solve defense and mana at the same time. Mama nerf took everything away from you. Rest in peace, brother. I'm sorry. Do. Did we ever play Timeless Jewels on CA? I guess that is kind of a problem if you ever wanted to do a schizo endgame setup. With CA, you're kind of fucked. Because CA typically plays like 10 jewels. It's where you get a very large portion of your damage is from your jewels. So schizo kind of not ideal. Jung, I'm pretty sure in that scenario, stealing would still remove it from the thing that's being hit. But you just wouldn't gain after the steal. It would just be like remove on hit instead of steal on hit. Like the CATR. No, CATR, if all woke gems are truly gone, it did get nerfed a pretty decent amount. But basically, I like the build a lot. I always have. The biggest problem is you can't scale the single target up to the point where it's good in 217s. It's just not feasible to really get to that much damage with tank mods. But with 17s gone, I'm pretty sure the average content we're doing to farm is going to be a lot easier. So you can play builds like this again that don't have crazy single target. That's the theory. So I'm just kind of throwing together some pod work. To see how this could work. I've help Creighton, come on. I think the Uber frags the same way, like kill the boss. Like you can farm it fine. Like I'm pretty sure when I made the Trickster version back in like Settlers League or whatever, I'm pretty sure it was like about 15 million TR DPS, which versus a stationary target is totally fine. But as soon as you put in like Monster Life and like Resist or anything, it's just gonna take 30 to 45 seconds to kill the boss, which sucks, and that's not the goal. But yeah, I mean, if you're in Trade League, you can just get like Focused Amulet, get your fucking +4, like 70 dot multi-neck, and that helps a lot. And play body armor. Because the problem with Trickster TR was you're wearing a rare chest, so you didn't have it encrypted +4. But yeah, if you can just put on an amulet and just get +4 with dot multi, and then put on a coil with +4, your damage problems quickly go away. I don't think we have Farsight clipped at this point. This is like unnecessary, unless you need tons of speed. What if I said fuck Flesh and Stone? Save so many points, click more, move speed, more damage. But the thing is, travel nodes are move speed tattoos eventually. But tattoos are rare. How much presence on this gear? Almost none. just gonna delete all the gear. Home sweet home, 8 passive TR clusters. I do like the idea of throwing on. Yeah, I think drops are still on until tomorrow. Like one of these things. Just get like 450 ES and Ghost Shrouds. No, it's not for heisting, it's for a real character. Heist is way less important now. With instack being nuked that much, it's still really good, but with instack being nuked that much, the desire to like always go for instack simplex amulet farm in the end game, not the name is Heist Leveler because that's what I stole from, but it's nowhere near as required. Do 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 do. How did I solve shock on this in the past? I feel like it's always Stygian Vice, but you probably really want to not do Stygian Vice now with that Anoint Belt. I think you always want Anoint Belt before Mage Blood. But Tides of Time is pretty popular in these setups too. But I don't like it just because I don't want to do Master Surgeon. It's just so much life loss, man. At the moment you put on Tides of Time, you're losing 1,000 life. And if you don't have Progenesis, that Flask effect is not going to make it up. I guess one issue with trying to do any sort of Ghost Shroud thing is it means no Blood Rage. But Blood Rage you don't run anyways, you just get Frenzies from Toxic Rain. From Frenzy Maniforge, I mean. Harvest Lost and Chance are dead, yeah, true. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I like trying to do that. Boil. Forever. How do you convert the rest? Oh, you don't. You just eat it to the face. The rest of it. And at least this quiver is so much easier to craft with recombinating. Because the hardest part about making the quiver is getting this rare 2 mod. But doing it with recombinate is so much nicer. Life. move speed and like T3 damage. Nice little quiver. A nice respectable quiver. Play here. It's probably just shock avoid. Where are we crafting of the rest of the shock avoid at? I'm not really sure. Alright, and this one's just the 20%. Gotta get rid of some of these old folders. Get this shit quality. Damn, power kind of sucks if it's not higher level. But everything else here is like a fake support. Yeah, missing out on like woke void minute if it doesn't exist is gonna be felt bad for sure. Like this is 4 woke gems. Like losing all woke gems actually hits this build so fucking hard, man. Because like each one is, oh man. I'm pretty sure it's like 38% more damage to have 4 woke gems. I'm almost certain the only one that will have a woke version still is like maybe Arrow Nova. I don't think any of these are gonna have it. Yeah, the belt will want to be a second anoint belt, which we'll just represent with like this shit. What is that base? I think it's like some heist shit. I don't even know, man. I don't even know. What is... I forgot what you can easily get on these. But you can't get T1 life on it as well, right? It's like fractured dot multi alt for +1 all. And then you can force on chaos. But I think these always end with crafted life typically. Unless you just like augment a random life tier and just hope for a good outcome. Which I guess that does beat crafted life on average. Like the average outcome is like this. And then you could get like a veiled suffix, craft suffix kind of thing. That's a big ass life number. I think I have a wasted point somewhere, maybe on a life mastery. Big ass life number, but 0 damage. At this gear level. Like for this gear level, I mean. Missing 2 annoyance worth of damage. Sort by dot. Yeah, I figured. It wants the duration. Now this is like almost no duration at all. Only efficacy and malevolence. I would never put in like a bunch of duration on this. It's kind of fake. Because with almost no investment, it's already 2 seconds. Like 2 seconds of stationary ramp. Yeah, probably 1 atrophy anoint. There's probably some rune graphs you want to use too. Like you're probably using Fortress. Like Fortress and Warp are just every single build, always. I wonder how much percent increased damage we're up to with this. Where's Dot? Yeah, still not even that much. Go dual shot like that. Oh, I just hate the clear of those builds. That's my biggest problem with them. But yeah, so if we anoint, atrophy. I mean, in reality, you should just always like double anoint max res and vibe. Yeah, that's 4 overlap. Which is trash. I remember TRPOBs from what league was that? It's just like no woke gems, not level form power, you know. But no woke gems is so rough, man. If they actually are just dead. They might not be dead, of course, but what's the move speed number? Alright, let's put fast on. We want 1 flask medium. Alchemist Genius is kind of good. Quicksilver, Silver, Jade. Alright, we use Topaz typically. And that one's at least permanent really easily if you want it to be. Atrophy. And then the second one. I wonder if these are cheap. Can do one of these. The belt would have that. Still pretty trash though. I was hoping that'd be like 10 mil at this gear level. I don't think I'm missing anything major. That's 5 overlap. Yeah, if that was 10 mil at this gear level, I'd be more excited about it. Yeah, it's just belt simulation. Rage doesn't work on these things. Yeah, if the Woke Gem still existed and it was level 4 in power, it'd be fine. My god, it's so much more. 30 out of 54 off one gem. They're doing equivalents? Not equivalents, they're doing like a different form of better gems. Yeah, the life number does get so big on this. To the point where like you could just play Tides for sure. Mainly if you have the Progen. If you have the Progen, for sure just throw on Tides and vibe. Because right now these slots aren't permanent. I just hate Master Surgeon. Is this better TR? No, it's like substantially worse TR for damage. It has almost no duration, but it just makes it so you have a like very easy wither cap. There's like 4 points left that probably realistically should be clicked into like an extra medium, probably Flask. But imbue, I don't know if there's an imbue that's better. I mean, there definitely is, but it comes with mana cost concerns. But like if you were to hit, you know, level 1 more duration on there or some shit, like that's gonna be pretty good. compared to +1 level. There's like a lot of things that could be really good outcomes. I don't like doing totems if it's avoidable. Like what I would do in an ideal world for single target if I ever needed it, like on the swap single target, is just craft 2 quivers and have 2 widow hells and just weapon swap. Weapon swap your caustic arrow to a self-cast or to a totem TR. Because there's kind of just not enough gems. You can get rid of Enlightenment Clarity with a little bit better preparation on like your mana cost stuff. Like a little bit. But yeah, like the medium crystal for damage, just like a typical Proj one. But the last one's pretty good too. In an ideal world, you like fracture it and move it to a Proj one or something, but that's kind of crazy. How much move speed even is that? You could just skip that. I don't think Genius is that good. You could just skip that. The slam practice run already? Nah. Do that later. Yeah, it still costs 8 mana at this point. It's rough. That means you gotta keep clarity. Yeah, Proj would be a lot more damage. But 8,200 life? What the fuck? Nah, gym level scaling is very fake damage. I'm not a huge fan. It's like, if you push this duration, like this is already 2.5 second duration. If you push this up to like 4 or 5 second duration, it's just POB DPS, it's like poison. Yeah, it's a +2 coil. I wonder how much more this is than the leveling character was. Only about 6 times. Yeah. We don't even know what Scab is yet. Can't plan builds for an ascendancy, you don't even know what the points are. Alright, become rescapped. Now. Would love attack speed there if possible, but it's hard to get. Wall aura's capped. That's not where I thought it would say. It's wild even with that much life. Even with that much life, the number's pretty small. You gotta like find a way to get endurance charges and fortify. Now, EV Trickster would be like last leg of the league prior, for like in-game builds. With the int stack nerf, I don't think I would want to do a Trickster. But yeah, until we know what the gems are, yeah. If Void Manip and stuff still exists, I could be baited. Alright, I don't think this is a good way for me to properly simulate aura stuff besides math. Like the auto exert costing more. More stuff, aura stuff. What if you were just like an actual psycho and you just self-casted all your Warcries? Like you only auto-exert like Intimidating Cry and Generalist Cry. Or just, yeah, just those two. Never mind, that's stupid. Build's bad. Have increased? Yeah, I'd have to use more, but I could try to do something like that. Like 34% more. Exertion. Might have to do less. Let's see if it works. I don't think that did anything. Like it's blue, but it's not doing anything. God damn, look at those max hits. What the fuck? That's Molten Shell on, right? It must be. Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. Silly. New belts 4,500 from Blight Maps. The base? No, the base can't be that hard to get. It's from Mirage Blights. It's like 1 in 10. The good new belt is from the Mirage boss. Give me some nice little acceleration shrine. Oh, I love Discord. What's the best Guardian build? Because Guardian, like... Guardian's fucking sick. You don't have to resummon this guy anymore? You get a bunch of flat damage stuff. Some block memes. Huge. Weak with Hegemony's era. New sweep is not a skill still. Don't worry about that. But the strike might be. Maybe dual strike with Scions isn't even that bad. Only problem with dual strike, well, one of the only problems with dual strike is I don't think those clusters are craftable. Without fractures, and there's no way to know if fracturing orbs are going to be in this league or not. At least in self-found. Obviously, if I would trade, it's fine. I'm sure I could buy enough, but if I lit up self-found, like, there's no way to know if they're going to be attainable. The problem with reduced is reduced gets offset by increases in POB, whereas that's not how it would actually work mechanically. It's got to be less. I wish shield skills were good. Lit up the Glad. Come get like lucky block stuff, and then just double Einhar. Play a crypt build. Do you hear a cat sneezing? You do hear a cat sneezing. Yeah. Why you keep doing that, bud? Get your nose out of there. I want to check patch notes again. Let's see. Overexert. So overexert, we decided went from with 5 war cries from 2.09 down to 1.71. Right? So overexert. Oh, there's quality as well, but that's fine. Then Earth Shatter is 20% less, right? From 393 to what? 329. Oh, it's not even 20%. That's 16% less damage. So from 2.1. Is it level 16? From 2.1 to 1.4, not counting auto exert. Yeah, that's not even a 40% nerf, right? Am I crazy? Like a 33% less damage when you factor both of those in. Like, if it wasn't for the auto exert change, I don't think you would even know your build was nerfed from just those damage nerfs. Like 33% less damage, that's whatever. Like the reserve nerf's the only one I care about. That one's annoying. Yeah. Slam's probably still the right league start. The mathematically right league start. I just don't know what the pivot would be. Yeah, worst weapons is genuinely the biggest of all the nerfs. Like the gambler sucking. If it's a meaningful nerf, the gambler sucking into the tree not being able to give weapons anymore is like a bigger nerf than the gem nerfs are. But when it comes to like League Start Earthshatter, in some of my League Start practice runs, my League Start stick was a Valax that had 25 attack speed and crafted fizz percent and nothing else. And that's enough to like easily do tier 10s with like a literal 1 mod plus craft. Shocknova Procession. I mean, if that skill looks good, if that skill looks numerically good, we'll start talking about some Archmage stuff. It's just like Archmage gearing and Wand Archmage gearing are quite similar. For at least non-jewelry. And I feel like there's no way it's going to be as good as Wanding. Like, K-Block fucking owns. But at least Archmage doesn't need Whispers for the in-game stuff as much. I really hope Scion has something that pops out that stands out. But we're not going to know that for a while. And I did a decent amount of Archmage before it got nerfed, and I never really liked how it felt back then. They added the endurance charges from a ring. So they reveal Scion on Monday. on their Monday. What's today? Today's Thursday, right? So they're Friday, so 3 days. Slow and send RF. Yeah, that's kind of a good idea. I don't really know what RF looked like before, but I'm pretty sure when you procced a 500% explosion on like a blue monster, didn't the boss like instantly die to that ignite? And now it's 250%. Yeah, cast on stun stuff got nerfed a little bit. Like, the biggest problem I have by far with any sort of RF meme is just actually making it move fast. It can be quite hard, even if the clear is like a vibe. Whereas CA move speed do be rampant. Like 270 is a pretty good amount. But in theory, you get the Watcher's Eye for Grace too. Get like 300. Two pairs of boots. This Watcher Eye Beast. I don't think Watcher Eye Beast changed at all, but we don't have any Harvest Beast at all. Based on the current like announced plus patch notes and Q&A, like Harvest Beasts now only come from natural Einhar missions, which basically means they're not in the game. Like really, they're so rare from those. Astrolobes have something. Yeah, it's possible. Astrolobes could roll Harvest Beast mods in theory. Find quite a few naturally. You'll get them every now and then. Like, I think like for every like I don't know, maybe 30 full Scarab maps ran, you'll get a Bristle Matron once when you're expecting into Bristle Matron farming, which then gets duplicated, so you get two. Like they're there. It really just depends on how many Scarabs we drop. Like, if we drop a ton of Scarabs, which I really doubt, I think we're going to be in extreme Scarab poverty. Even if, like, ground loot for currency gets better, if they don't also double Scarab drop rates by default, I think we're not going to have shit for Scarabs. Which means not shit for beast farming and self-found. Do 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 do. Yeah, playing TR could be fun. But I'd love to start a build that has like block, like some guardian thing. We need to see Holy Smite numbers. Is that what it's called? Holy Smite? Is it Holy Strike? Holy fucking Punch? Figure anything new? No, TR is losing a decent bit if they do remove woke gems like this. But the main thing that TR might be getting is a reduced amount of damage required to farm in the end game because 17s are gone. The post is good at playing on Slayer. That's fair. Why is Bone Shatter Bleed always played on Jug? Like, do you just have to? Because it's so much self-damage you have to play on Tiring? Yeah, TR can farm Legion once you have good gear. Maybe not like Juice Legion, I don't know how much health they get with certain things, but it was always fine in the past. But, I mean, KB is going to be better there for that, probably. Yeah, Soul played Overexert. He played Overexert with like 3 Warcries, because that's all you need for Overexert to be good. I think he also used Echoes as well. Yeah, I'll call Bone Shatter is all it would need to be really strong again. Life Stacker Chief. 22 billion life, 27,000 life, let's go. Where's the scaling come from for this? I love these fucking mirrored items. Just 276 life, 539 life. Look, Holmes Heart, 1,000 life. Alright, the Wrathpath. The triple 1 passive voices on hardcore keepers, that's rough. Infinite budget, still only 94%. That's 10% per 100. Huge. Does this play that shitty? Oh no, you actually couldn't do that with RF. That life regeneration rate as well. Let's see it. Ooh, what's here? 10% life, 37 chaos res. Life, life, life. With area. Life, life, life. I miss Adorned. Life, life. It's funny how little damage this does. Like, this character is really fucking expensive. And I'm pretty sure it's worse than my Elementalist RF character from, like, Total League. config to standing still. What? We take the stand still node? That's better. 18 mil solid. A lot of fucking life, though. SSFE Trickster, rest in peace, that build. God. Settlers League, player skill game state was so fun. With OP Lightning Strike. Try all these slams, OP Lightning Strike. Yeah, LS is still really good, but whenever I play LS, since they got nerfed, it just feels like it's worse than Smite. Like, I had Nimbus and I tried out LS, and it was still worse than Smite. That wasn't me, that was my cat. He's sneezing a lot. You okay, bud? You okay? Let's see if people are playing this league. Yeah, KB, RF, KB. Oh, it's 2 KBs. Penance brand of fake skill have, you know, pop items. RF. Some slams. Self-cast. Are cast and stun gamers. The Zenith gamers. Yeah, Cyclone just cast while channeling, cast on crit stuff, I assume. Why so many base KBs? The fuck? Your Spark was playable. Just get that new belt with its permanent acceleration shrine. I don't know if you have another slamming start in your tank. Yeah, I don't really want to do a slamming start. Not after I got nerfed. It's still like, that nerf really wasn't that big though. At least when it comes to gems, the bigger parts of that nerf are just like the lack of super OP weapons. A Scion League for you? I really would love to do a Scion League start. I hope there's at least like one thing on Scion that stands out as like really cool and then enticing, because just so few new things for player builds in these leagues. The Bleed Slams didn't get touched. Bleed Slams only got nerfed from Auto Exert and Over Exert. So probably like a, depending on how many Warcries they ran, probably like a 15% nerf maybe. Not too bad. Is Cybel's Paw one of the things on Scion? It is. It'll probably be like the. I wonder what it would be on there. I assume it'll be the life break with spells, but it could be a few different things. All different shrines. In theory, yeah. That's the idea. Yeah, they'll definitely release the full style ascendancy before release. Just not that much before release. Did I make the belt? No. None of my uniques are making it into this patch. 3.29 login. Excel and Echoing Shrine belt. Well, the last 10-fold that I heard for the belt is it rolls 1 offensive and 1 defensive shrine. So none of that. Bleed Slam's their logout angle. I mean, Bleed Slam Slayer is definitely not bad. Like, I don't think it's what I want, but like defensively, getting all that, you know, life and fortify and armor and max res and going schizo with good recovery, so super good. Super good for sure. And if the tree isn't nerfed that much for unique farming, might still be a good option for getting Rossathos. I mean, there's no mention of the tree being nerfed for Rossathos. The tree might be the Mage Blood printer still. We'll see. Might not change the switch and begin because K-Lock again. It's so tempting because it's just like it's just barely nerfed, and it's fun, and it's fast, and it's Dominion. Am I cooking? And nothing yet. Nothing yet. I looked a little bit into some CA stuff because I was curious where it landed with current things, but it's a little lower than I'd like. Pretty good chance I play KB. So I might do a attempted KB league start tomorrow just to see. Because like if you don't have the revamp of refraction, I don't think anything is meaningfully different, right? About loading up a KB Templar run right now. Which ascendancy? KB of clustering Hyro. How did I level that last time? I think I just still did Firecaster, right? And then you farm it in Merc Lab, and then you pivot at maps, and it's fine. Like right off the bat. Into KF totems. I don't like how KF totems look. Interact differently with KB now. Yeah, it's in the bug fix section. They basically fixed it so it works the way you'd think it would, which I'm pretty sure what it's gonna mean. Let me read the wording again, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna mean you only get one explosion. Fire Atlas one proj. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna mean you only get one explosion. So you just can't play refraction anymore. So you save 1 point and you have to use fork. Does it require good gear? It's a 2 blue gear type build. It doesn't really require good gear. I think I'll do that tomorrow. I'll do a KB run because when I was doing my attempted League Start KB runs, it was on 3.26 before the KB buff and before a few other buffs that happened, and it was hard. It was like fucking 16s were hard. It sucked bad. But then when I played K-Bach with my like day one slammer gear in 3.27, I instantly destroyed everything and it was super easy because there was like 4 different buffs that happened that I wasn't there to simulate. Now it's getting slightly nerfed, but only post ring graft, and I'm pretty sure the build works without it, like fine. Let's see. Block K-Bach, no. These are all real setups. What is this? Oh. I don't know where I made these POBs. Also, I don't know if you have to go lightning on K-Bach. I guess you kind of do because of when you're league starting it, it's using Arcane Cloak for a big chunk of damage, so you probably do have to go lightning. Cause I kind of thought, like, what if you just stay fizz and don't deal with resist. So your starting supports would be KBF clustering, return fork, and fizz to lightning. I think in that scenario. Then 5 link is lightning pen. And it's overwhelm. You just don't. You don't need it unless you're running like PDR and endurance charge maps. You just tank it. Alright, so what changes about the tree? This hypothetical. For this version. This is like instinct clicked using Mind of the Council. Got our brutal restraint in. I think it's mostly just like unspec the refraction basically. Do we use Warp Rune Graft? I see Fortress. See, I think you just trade refraction for like warp, which is just better uptime on like Arcane Cloak and. Or you could trade it for helping Creighton. has instant clicked, which I didn't think we always played. You're the best starter. I think Zerker Slams is a much better league starter than KB. I think. But I think KB will outscale it. Similarly to last league, I think KB is going to outscale it by like day 2, day 3. So if you're going to get outscaled that fast, might as well just start something else if you tolerate it. Yeah, that's the evasion with like a pretty decent chest and flask already up. It's so little evasion. Is this blound? Yeah, it's blound. It's when Gauntlet starts tomorrow, you let it slams. I think right now the Gauntlet meta is going to be Slayer, Schizo. I don't know, like offensively it's probably Bleed slams. But it might be Bleed Bone Shed. It's probably Bleed Slams. I think. Number 15 Sim Gauntlet. If you can't do Sim, you can't kill the Ubers. Like the Gauntlet mods for Sim typically aren't that hard. It's like 40% harder. The Gauntlet mods for Ubers are like 5 times harder. Maybe don't doesn't pick this instant axes easily. Yeah, I mean, I think the only way to make axes now is recombinating for making good sticks. But thankfully, you only need a 3 mod stick. Like 3 mod multi-mod is all you need, which isn't that hard to make. But if you like load up like a little Val axe and you and you make this 3 mod. Like T2 hybrid, T1 flat with this, and then you just rip one of these things. You're kind of chilling. The slammers typically do this. Bleed would do Fizz Dot. 3 mod accommodate multi-mod is 1050 DPS. And then you can still send it because it's not fractured. And that's good enough to do everything. And it's like 4,000, 3,000 alts maybe? For like a 80% chance to win. You let the vultures and send. Yeah, I mean, just hope the synth wins off the bat because you're not going to get many vultures. Paper sipping on the Bush Lecia Ascendancy. 67% convert. Yeah, this is 30. I thought it was 30. So you're 97 convert. Like, that's so fucking annoying. I'm not sure what other skills or systems give you Valbrun Jewels. Yeah, I guess those Valbrun Jewels are still in the game. But didn't they get nerfed? So you need like even more of whatever stat it was? Or is that just something else? But yeah, most people in these pre-league environments are talking about league start setups. And things that require relatively rare uniques aren't included in these talks typically. The midnight stream, that's going to be on the 2nd of March. Do. Are all the hives still in the game? Is that the ring? If it's the ring, yeah, it should be. How much boost did the cost to get to? Like 6.6 on the TR plus like 2.2 from Valsier on a okay gear, like level 3 in power, no woke gems, only 1 corruption kind of thing, but not enough to be like to go crazy for, because the defense is just mediocre. Like the only like defensive setups that I like a lot right now are mostly melee related, because int stacking getting nerfed that hard is a pretty big hit to most DS setups. They're pretty much all of them, really. So like defensively, like this is where I want to be. Like Slayer Schizo is like by far the best defense for anything that I could ever do. Right now, I think. But offensively, I just don't know how you kill shit with that. I don't like any hit-based bleeds on, or any slams on Slayer. I don't like. I think in Gauntlet you just like force blade slams and just like suffer with it. It's like Pulverize not working on bleed, which means your radius is like never crazy. Yeah, Dual Strike of Ambidexterity is really fucking good damage. But clearing on that skill is really, really bad. I hate it. And then the clusters are really hard to craft for Self-Found. New Static Strike. How about his Bone Shadow Bleed? I don't know enough about Bone Shadow Bleed. This is what they play, right? Like it's 338 with... Why does it say up to 2? Oh, right, because the word chip. Clears the buff for Bleed Bone Zone, but it still has to be better than, like Dual Strike, right? Because at least you can go for some stun scaling if you wanted to for your clear, and it's gotta be better than like Dual Strike. It's super strong tank traded to 2-7 felt strong ever felt. Yeah, I mean it still slams, right? Especially last patch. Like last patch, melee, fucking disgusting. Because the tree gives you like an insane stick right off the bat. And single target is never like the real concern with bleed slams. I think I had like the speed version of that setup somewhere over here. And like it definitely is gonna be solid. Such beautiful fucking max hits, man. On like schizo melee setups. How many Warcries did this even play? Alright, we didn't even play Overexert on this. Like it's only 2 Warcries. 2 Warcries. 1 singular auto exert. So this, yeah, basically unnerfed. That's tempting. Not gonna get this stick though. Like this stick genuinely was craftable last league. Technically it still is craftable, but like, fuck, it'd be annoying to make. So many less than nulls with Harvey. Like you could hit the 4 mod recombine or the 3 mod into a reputed attack speed. It could happen. Does this get to run any of the fun things? Like Arctic Armor. I see Flesh and Stone. Yeah, it says fucking Pride on. Pride. It's like all the War Banner memes to actually have the good single target. Oh, I don't think this is... Wait, where's... Do I not have the version of saves that I changed to have more speed? Voice speed. Thought I had even more than this though. To my sheets? Yeah, I thought it was. But being able to craft on like full armor evasion and still getting full armor value out of it, love that. How is that armor number so low? I guess. Yeah, you heard that vroom? Or set or dead or no? No, it's still a top tier league start. How does this build endurance charges? Is it just Enduring Cry? Or do you get it for free somehow? Is this Spider on? I didn't even know Spider was on this build. Gonna lose some woke gem value. Oh, am I stupid? Like, where do the enduring charges come from? Is it like enduring composure? Body armor plus it. Ah, there we go. Makes sense. Just to comp with that body armor inputs it. Some good old treachery stuff. I bet instackers are now. I'm sure it's still pretty strong, but just nowhere near what it was. What about the Harvey removal for Self-Found? Hopefully annuls are more common as ground drops than they used to be because of that change, and hopefully fracturing orbs aren't too silly. Like, if fracturing orbs are any more rare than like 1 fracturing orb per like 5 divines, in terms of ground loot, then it's gonna feel kind of bad. Because fracturing orbs were like pretty farmable. The past 2 leagues, we had decent scarab farms. You could farm, you know, over 100 to hundreds based on your commitment of each Harvey scarab to farm dozens of fracturing orbs and target fracture most of your stuff as long as you put in the time. But if it's like, you know, 20 raw divines on the ground per fracturing orb, then that's just gone. We'll have to just play the game and see. I never really enjoyed the Harvey farm itself. Like, the act of killing Harveys was never that exciting to me. But being able to access, you know, infinite annuls and targetable fracturing orbs was good. Or boat fracture, it's that easy. All again. Thanks, Slayer Slam. It's not my first choice. But I didn't realize this build also didn't play Overexert, so it really is like barely nerfed. It's like it lost 5% reserve here. But then again, like pretty much every build in the game is nerfed. Depending on gem stuff, right? Or every build in the game is buffed if there's a bunch of really strong gem options. I still played this in Green Frog. Yeah, but I don't know if he ever got to the point where he actually had like full speed stuff. Because it's way slower than Zerker Slams until pretty endgame. You can get 7 Link everywhere. Yeah, in theory. But 7 Link everywhere also, that comes with mana cost implications you have to solve. Like if you're like, alright, I have level 1 damage and full life on my thing. It's like, sure, 20% more damage from this, but 30% more mana cost, which turns out to be closer to 50% more. And then suddenly it's like kind of a problem. I'm pretty sure this build, doesn't it also need mana leech from somewhere? Where's it come? Oh wait, no, it just clicks it. Where does it click it? Let's see. This doesn't have it, right? Mana leech. Feel the fight. Yeah, clusters. I thought I had this clicked on. Yeah, whatever. Final guy. On a Valax? Why? Why on a Valax? With T2 speed. I guess he could have just been from the tree. What are these mediums? Interesting. I wonder if he played it that much and it was like, this build fucking sucks without a bunch of lead duration. I thought the bleed duration in the build was already pretty decent. That's already 5 seconds. But yeah, you do have to aggravate it as well. Like, that's one of the worst parts about this, is how like many annoying little things there are. I think you put in, when you walk into bosses, like you put in, instead of rage, you put in like static strike here or some shit, and you exert static strike to like exert your fucking war cries. So you have to like apply a big bleed while static strike is rolling with your war cries up that you self-casted. So like, it's a little bit of annoyance, maintenance, like things you have to do that are not just attack. Like Zerker slams, you attack, and you move skill and you attack. It's super chill. War cry once every 14 attacks. Whereas this is like self-casting a curse, dropping a banner, a different self-cast warcry, apply a big bleed, press static strike, maintain that. Like, it's like a lot more little things you gotta do. But like defensively, nothing is gonna compete with Schizo Slayer in terms of vibes. Max res, endurance charges, overleech, fervor DR, fortify, and if I didn't already say schizo. Which I think this POB is taking it, has it like this, but it's an older one, but like, god damn, that's so much defense. So much max hit defense. Literally 0 avoid defense. No block, no evasion. But like those are crazy max hits for a life build. I'm pretty sure the max hits on my TR Pathfinder that had like 8.3 thousand life and 500 ES, like almost double the life pool. The max hits were like a quarter of this. It was like 50,000 fire. This Mage Blood? No, this is Resaltus Coil. You wouldn't Mage Blood it? I think I definitely would Mage Blood it. Get like, you basically go from 80 res to 90 res instead of with like temporary 86 res. And a lot of the damage gain from coil is kind of fake. Like, it's not as good endgame as it says in POB. Because you just don't attack this much in the actual game. But it's definitely an option. But there's just a few things about it I don't like, that I don't know how to fix very easily. Because I definitely would love to have this clicked, like always. Because you don't have pulverize, so you have so little increased area effect. Oh damn, I didn't realize that was how POV calculated area with seismic ray. So that's how big it actually would be when you had seismic ray up. I didn't realize it fractured it and just gave you half the size because you have half uptime. Like, you're not actually attacking that fast when you're mapping. So that's a much better size. But I still think you'd want break jump clicked always. Like from 5.7 to 6.7, that's so much area. But I look at that and it's like, you're not even, like, you're halfway to the corners of your screen. KB hits in 20 radius in every direction. This is 6.7 radius in like 2 out of 3 directions. But KB dies. Yeah, it's still squishier than this, but it's strong enough for most like 16 blasting strats. But yeah, this build pre-clusters, like, fuck this build pre-clusters. So much of the speed is coming from Feed the Fury and Feel the Fight and Martial Prowess and having a really good stick on and what do you even take? I guess you just have impact for like pre-schizo stuff. Ailment immune. It's like, it's not good ailment mitigation, but it's good enough. I think this version is like, it's like 100% reduced shock effect, freeze immune, 90% reduced shell effect, which is like good enough. If you want, you can go for real immunities, but you don't like have to. You can't take gem slot or jewel slots when you're schizo. I think for most int stackers, instead of 20 KES, you have like 11 KES. Maybe 12k. What the new bloodline is? Hopefully it's good. Frost still good? I mean, with int nerfs, it's gonna be worse. I wonder how much of this ES was from int on this kind of build. Like 900, which was 180% increase. Now it's 90. Less in the config there. Yeah, this hole doesn't lose that much. Does it actually take some on the tree? only 1.8,000 ES on this kind of build. It's got actual ES nodes clicked and like Fortress Room Graft, I assume, somewhere, and more ES nodes clicked, and a bunch of jewels with percent ES. It's not too bad. Hi. What you doing up there, buddy? Is it more from E-Blade nerfs? Oh yeah, true. So the enhanced stuff as well. And the quality of the shield. So how much would it actually lose? Ooh. Ooh. Okay, so it'd lose 4,000. Yeah, E-Blade Ignite, softcore only now. Until like super high gear level. But technically this can be played as EE as well, right? You don't have to go E-Blade. And then you can play 20,000. Yes. Oh, good point, Sid, as well. You would just have an actual ES shield. So you gain some back. But yeah, I think the two builds I want to do league start tests of is... There's no point doing Zerker ES. That'll play the same if I just fix the mana. And I don't really want to do that, because I've done that like 3 leagues in a row. I think I want to do a KB Hyro test. And then I want to do a Bleed Slayer test. That's the two I want to do based on what we've seen so far. EE is currently T0, yeah. It's T0, but it's a low-level item, so with some low eye-level shenanigans, it's only like 1,000 Ancient Orbs average. I can level K-Bach. I might have the POB for that. Yeah, I don't think I do, unfortunately. But basically, Rolling Magma Fire Caster, except don't do the standard tree, do a shittier version of the tree to save on respecs. Farm Merc Lab with that Fire Caster build to get K-Bach, and then pivot to K-Bach at like level 70 at map entry on Hierophant with a bunch of mana stuff clicked. Hey, Caustic Hero is a good League Starter even if it's a lie. Caustic Hero League Starter is ass, typically. But if you League Start a little late and you can buy the div cards for your 6-link bow and some Dread Essences in like softcore trade, then it's fine. But if you're like ahead of the pack and you can't buy any of that shit, it is like it's probably like unplayable to the point where you like have to play double TR. I think Hyro is way better than Necro, yeah. I don't think they're like close. Like I fucking hate Necro. Your pool is worse. You have to find a way to get Enduring Charges on your own. You just kind of don't get anything except for a ton of attack speed and even more screen clutter. But it's just like, it's defensively so much worse, offensively similar, less damage per hit, more attack speed. And once you get the belt, then yeah, and have triple offering, you do get to do block stuff a little more easily, and I do like that. That is true. But you still can never run Tempo Shield, because you don't have the mana reserves to do it, so it's like, eh. I like Harrow. Harrow good. Now you don't use Perfection Rune Graft on like anything in the game anymore, because they fixed it for the couple use cases they had that were broken. I mean, there could still be skills somewhere that use it, but there probably are still skills that use it, but KB cannot use it anymore. They bug fixed it, so you have to use Fork now. Which, if Greater Fork is the same as Awaken Fork, you don't even really care. Okay, Blocker Slam's better. I think Slam League Start would feel better for the first like 10, 12 hours played. And then eventually Hyrule is going to outscale it. But I'm going to do some of that tomorrow. I think tomorrow I'm going to do a K-Block League Start. And then the day after, I'll do a Slam League Start, probably with the goal that both of them are going to be about 10 hours played. A couple hours to get the filter set up, and then like 10 hours of actually playing the game, and just kind of see where we get. With no breach, I'm still going to use the Gambler for gear, but like, no breach. We're back. It's fucking time. I just really hope we get some cool stuff with Scion. Be careful. Karn is probably going to permaban you if you say anything stupid. But at the same time, just know that Zerker Slams are still going to League Start and be the best build in the game, because Slams are OP. See you.